Lords of the Press George Seldes. To the American Newspaper Guild and others interested in a free press. The House of Lords. Once every year the American Newspaper Publishers Association, the House of Lords of our press, meets in secret. No one cares to spy on it, no newspapermen are present, no photographers interrupt, no representatives of a yellow journal harass or intimidate the members. It would be useless. If a reporter found out what plans are discussed, what plots are made, what schemes proposed, no newspaper would publish the disclosures, sensational as they might be. Nothing is sacred to the American press but itself. And yet these secret meetings of our organized publishers rank among the most important actions against the general welfare of the American people ever taken, legally, by any small national group in our time. But since the press publishes the news, true or false or halfway, about everything in the world except itself, the American public knows nothing about what the rulers of public opinion annually decide for it. Only rarely do the millions learn or sense the truth about the activities of this group of leaders. In the repudiation of the press in the 1936 election there was a symptom of the universal suspicion and growing anger of the public, but this awakening was made possible by the fact that millions were already pledged to the party the majority of newspapers attacked, and the radio was used extensively, and there were other means of breaking the press offensive. In social, rather than political, issues there is no means by which the public can defeat the dictation of the press. The publishers' meetings are secret because their actions cannot bear the light of publicity. 360 days in the year the publishers speak editorially for open covenants openly arrived at, whether in international relations or in the advertising business, but every April they lock the doors and make a hypocritical paradox out of their own ideals. We know that in the open meetings they approve annually of freedom of the press as the bulwark of our civilization, and that in the closed meetings they discuss ways and means of fighting labor and their own employees who demand higher wages or perhaps better light or decent toilet arrangements. We do know that in the open meetings they pledge themselves to honesty and truth and the whole bagful of tricks in the ethical code of their profession, and they also discuss the cost of paper, the ways to increase advertising and gain circulation, and other purely materialistic subjects which are necessary if any press, free or kept, is to survive. But it is somewhat of a shock to learn that in the closed sessions they defend the employment of child labor, they take united action against a congressional measure which would keep drug makers from poisoning or cheating the American people, and they gloat over their own strike-breaking department which offers scabs not only to members but to anyone who wants to fight the unions. One of the most recent secret meetings was devoted to nothing but war on the American Newspaper Guild, the association of newspaper workers which offended the publishers when it joined the American Federation of Labor and drove them into hysterics when it later joined the Committee for Industrial Organization. In all American business and industry today there is probably no instance of such bitterness, such conflict, such hatred, such opposition, and such war to the throat as between the newspaper workers and the newspaper owners. The amusing angle to this story is that the publishers still print that cockeyed falsehood about the interests of capital and labor being identical. It certainly isn't in their own line. What conspiratorial plans are made to fight labor at the secret sessions we can judge best by what happens. We have seen such united action as an attack on Congress when it considered passing the Wagner Labor Act, which is regarded as a Magna Carta of the working people of America. We have watched the press of the country condemn it after it passed. And, moreover, we have seen the publishers openly defy the law, declare it unconstitutional, and, when the Guild took the test case to the Supreme Court and the law was declared constitutional, we have seen the publishers inaugurate a movement to repeal or alter or emasculate this law. We have seen the publishers declare the National Labor Relations Board unconstitutional long before the Supreme Court declared it constitutional. We have seen the publishers unite to fight any and every attempt to increase taxes on the rich and alleviate the burdens of the poor. All sorts of transcendental humanitarian poppycock has been invented by the highly paid editorial writers and rich columnists to hide this fundamental conflict of the haves and have-nots in America. but the fact is becoming known to the public that the press lords of America are the champions of the former while still flying the pre-war flag of service to the common people. There are of course many men of the highest ideals in the membership. But so far as can be learned they have not been able in the past to gain their points even in the most flagrant cases of violation of journalistic ethics. The La Follette Civil Liberties Investigation Committee has given documentary evidence that 4 of the biggest newspapers in the country had employed spies or thugs, but no action was taken by the Publishers Association. Some years ago one of its members was found guilty in a federal court of theft. His news service had stolen the news. 6. From another service. But he was not fired from either the Publishers Association or the service which he robbed and of which he is still a member. Another newspaper was found guilty of blackmailing oil companies for $1 million. And a third of suppressing the scandal for $92,000. There was some talk of taking action. 20 or more of the big newspapers of the country were found by a congressional investigation to be secretly controlled by the Power and Paper Trust. Colonel Robert Ewing, publisher of the New Orleans States, president of the Southern Newspaper Publisher Association, a component branch of the A.N.P.A., offered, at the convention of the latter, a resolution condemning the Power and Paper Trust's activities. It was tabled. S. E. Thomason, then of the Chicago Journal, went Colonel Ewing one better with the resolution that all the great publishers in America make public all their connections with power and paper trusts, with all the banks, and with all the powerful financial institutions which control the country. The resolution was defeated with a roar of laughter. On the other hand, when a speaker for the National Electric Light Association with its $25 million a year fund for influencing newspapers said at its convention that there we are, brothers under the skin, utility and newspaper battling shoulder to shoulder. Our most important contact is the American Newspaper Publishers Association. The latter accepted the remark as a compliment. In fact, every annual convention proves more fully than the last the statement made by William Allen White, now president of the Editors Association, that the newspaper business is a business and nothing more. The code of ethics of the journalistic profession is no longer put into practice. But all the antisocial activities of big business have become the program of the A.N.P.A. In fact, it is frequently difficult to distinguish its program from that of the National 7. Association of Manufacturers and the United States Chamber of Commerce. Haywood Broun, president of the Guild, who attended several open and secret sessions one year, said he was shocked by the smallness of this collection of very small men so obviously drunk with a smug sense of power and self-righteousness, who get themselves up as the full and all-sufficient judges of what the public should get in the way of news and of opinion. He listened for days. The ghost of Thomas Jefferson was sent whirling along the flying trapeze as Bainbridge Colby, exhumed from heaven knows where, uttered dreary Tory platitudes about big business and its sacred rights. I was struck by the fact that, with the mild exception of Glenn Frank, all the spokesmen and invited orators of the publishers were old men. And they did not talk of journalism but of the industry. If a man from Mars had happened in, I think he might have spent an hour and still remained puzzled as to whether he had happened in upon a convention of bankers, cotton mill owners, or the makers of bathroom supplies. The publishers decided that they would accept no sort of code of fair practice whatsoever. They decided not to disturb carrier boys between the ages of 10 and 12 who are already on the job. They condemned the mild Copeland bill on foods and drugs. H. W. Flagg, of the Philadelphia Public Ledger, chairman of the Open Shop Committee, unofficially offered the services of his committee to all publishers, members and non-members, for strike-breaking purposes. And so you see once more the publishers have saved the freedom of the press. When the National Electric Light Association was engaged in buying the goodwill of the American press, it also maintained a lobby in Washington for the purpose of using congressmen for its own commercial purposes. This lobby was never exposed or mentioned. Other lobbies, notably those which are not in any way 8. Affiliated with advertising, have from time to time been the subject of newspaper attacks. They have given the word lobby a sinister connotation, associated with such words as propaganda and isms and other things called un-American. But for years there has been a powerful lobby at work in Washington which up to now has been more successful than any except possibly the American Legion lobby. This is the publishers' lobby. It not only is active in making laws, amending laws, and preventing laws, but it has the unique distinction, can it be because of the power of the press, of recommending that the publishers break the law. Incidents and illustrations of this group's power are many and important. But before sampling those of New Deal time, I would like to mention an exposure of this lobby which can be found in 62nd Congress, IS Session, Senate Documents, Vol. 6, Reciprocity with Canada Hearings, Vol. 2, because this episode, although belonging to another generation, nevertheless illuminates not only the means the organization still employs, but also furnishes a clue to subjects of later chapters. The United States, as many readers may remember, has from time to time been the scene of hefty debate over tariffs on foreign goods. The Republican press has been in favor, the Democratic press has been opposed to them, the industrialist North generally for protection, the agricultural South for free trade, the Republican newspaper propaganda insisting that prosperity and the full dinner pail, what memories these old-fashioned words bring up, depended entirely upon the tariff wall keeping cheap foreign goods out and the American laborer contented in rich green pastures, the Democrat denying it all at every depression. At the very time the Republican newspapers were publishing this drivel and propaganda, they combined with the owners of Democratic newspapers in lobbying in Washington for the purpose of getting print paper and wood pulp. 9. Exempt from a proposed severe tariff bill. The matter involved was a mere $5 million per annum for the entire newspaper industry, no awe-inspiring sum in the face of a yearly advertising budget of $1.5 to $2 billion, and the fact that more than one newspaper had net annual earnings of $5 million or more. Yet for this sum at least half the entire press of the United States was willing to give up its editorial policies regarding tariff and join with its political enemies in a nonpartisan bit of lobbying. Among those who called on the Secretary of State to demand free wood pulp and free print paper was Frank B. Noyes, of the Washington Star, one of the founders of the Associated Press, and its president up to April 1938. Within a few days after this visit, the president of the A.N.P. Herman Ritter, sent a letter to every publisher, member or not, which after mentioning a saving of $5 million added that the bill, if ratified, would also save our forests and remove a tax upon knowledge. Therefore will you promptly communicate with your senators and representatives in Congress and urge favorable action. So far the activities of the publishers' lobby had been both legal and ethical. But apparently the matter was not going through unopposed, for in the congressional investigation there was introduced a copy of a confidential telegram which Ritter also sent, saying that it is of vital importance to the newspapers that their Washington correspondents be instructed to treat favorably the Canadian Reciprocity Agreement. This request was a violation of every code of ethics in the history of journalism. During the course of the debate it was proved that the tax upon knowledge was pure hypocrisy. It was purely a savings for publishers. The claim the reader would be benefited financially was proven false. It would take about 33 years for one average copy of a daily to consume a ton, and the duty of $3.75 meant 10 cents a year more for each subscriber. And when farmers spoke against the tariff, 10. Cut, the Associated Press men took no notes, whereas those who spoke for it made the headlines. When Melville Stone, head of the AP, said the press was fair although 90% of the publishers were against the tariff, it was proven statistically that the AP itself was sending out 6 times as much pro as anti-news, and Mr. Stone was forced to admit that it was due either to stupidity on the part of the people who were reporting, or ordinary weaknesses that attach to human beings. These human weaknesses eventually rob a nation of a free press, as great editors will testify. They are the weaknesses of egotism, of power-seeking, of greed for profits, which men in other businesses often admit but which most publishers hide under beautiful words about public service. However, in the actions of the publishers' lobby against all reform legislation in more recent times we can see these motives a little more clearly than in the hypocritical past. From the earliest days of the so-called New Deal, and immediately following the 1933 pro-Roosevelt parade in which the publishers marched under a friendly banner, their lobby has aimed at getting the press exempt from every law and regulation which affects other businesses and which might also affect their profits. The story is told that Bernard Shaw, leaving an Albert Hall meeting which he had addressed, was stopped by a beggar who held out a tin can. "Press," said Mr. Shaw, and moved on. Apocryphal as this story may be, it illustrates well the attitude of the American newspaper publishers. In reply to every attempt to apply legislation affecting unionization, child labor, hours, wages, sanitation, working conditions, or other social reforms upon them, they have excused themselves with Mr. Shaw's remark, they have not only whispered, but bellowed freedom of the press. The President put them in their place in 1934 when the industrial codes, later outlawed, were hailed as the salvation of the nation. The publishers' lobby favored a code for every 11 business except theirs. But since this could not be, they drew one up which was the most dishonest, weasel-worded, and treacherous document ever offered to General Johnson. The publishers' lobby code was so designed that it would permit them to escape all the obligations, for promoting prosperity, which they were urging upon all the rest of the nation. When General Johnson threw the lobby code aside, the lobby replied by publishing a false statement that it had been accepted. When this intimidation failed, the lobby demanded that Postmaster General Farley put pressure upon Johnson. When this also failed, the attack was continued with other weapons, one tabloid going so far as to publish an untrue story about the general and his party crashing a speakeasy. General Johnson went speaking throughout the country. He was bitter against the publishers, and especially the lobby. They are few in number, but ruthless in method, he declared. Some of them control powerful newspapers and they are using these papers to misrepresent every development of NRA. It is no longer possible to get a square deal in truth and accuracy. But the betting in newspaper offices was 10 to 1 that the big steamroller, as represented by the American Newspaper Publishers Association, would crush General Johnson, the President himself, and everyone connected with the NRA. This steamroller is still crushing. In several instances, it is sad but true, the President has given in to the publishers, and the latter repaid him by joining Democrats and independents with Republicans in the vast 1936 campaign against his second election. In 1935 the publishers' lobby won 4 of its 5 campaigns in Washington, and barely lost the last, an exemption from the provision of the Wagner Labor Disputes Bill, where the newspaper guild was on the side of labor, as opposed to the publishers who represented the employers. So reported by Washington correspondent P. Y. Anderson. 1-2. During the Senate hearings Alicia Hansen, attorney for the A.N.P.A., attacked the bill as a whole, on the ground that it would infringe freedom to print or fail to print what the publishers wished. In the House, the publishers got Representative William P. Connery, Dem., Massachusetts, to add a proviso which was nothing more than the old freedom of the press clause always trotted out when profits are at stake. The Guild spokesman, however, exposed this maneuver, and the amendment was out when the bill passed. It is now well known that the publishers played the strongest hand in defeating the Tugwell Bill. Nevertheless, when the first Copeland Bill, its mild, emasculated successor, was produced in Congress, the publishers joined the Proprietary Association of Drug Manufacturers in defeating it also. The reason for this sanguinary attack on a bill already weakened to please the drug makers, was the publishers' insistence on clauses putting all the blame for violations on the manufacturers and dealers, none on the advertising agencies and newspapers. Along came the Agricultural Adjustment Act, and along came the publishers with amendments, one definitely stating that no marketing order could be issued prohibiting, regulating, or restricting advertising, and providing that no processing tax can be fixed on material to be made into wood pulp, from which newsprint is manufactured. The Black 30-Hour Week bill was kept in Representative Connery's Labor Committee until it emerged with exemptions for banks, newspapers, and magazines. Finally, there was the Eastman Bus and Truck Bill, which was sent to the President for signature. It gives the Interstate Commerce Commission power to regulate motor carriers, but makes 4 commodity exemptions, the first 3 being livestock, fish, and agricultural products, the last being newspapers. When this list of 1935 achievements of the publishers' pressure lobby was announced, the Guild reporter said it 13 was overcome with admiration. Of course, that provision in the last of the laws which sets maximum hours for truck drivers hauling papers in interstate commerce might well be interpreted as an attack on freedom of the press. Naturally, any attempt by Congress to tax wood pulp is a violation of the Constitution, which grants liberty to publishers. And of course, if Congress insisted that the advertisers of worthless drugs tell the same truth in the newspapers which the 1906 law requires them to tell on the labels, that would curtail sales, curtail advertising, curtail profits for publishers, and therefore become the most dastardly attack on the American public's inherent right to a free press which our history has ever known. So you see, the lobby has a lot of work. V. It may not be ethical, or decent, or moral in the higher sense, but it is generally legal. The great publishers of America have never been afraid to defy legality when it was to their own benefit to do so. Openly, the House of Lords has always stood for law and order so far as others were concerned. Generally speaking, the big press of the nation has always accused labor of favoring and originating violence throughout the long and bloody history of the struggle of the working people for a better life. The exact opposite is true. After the daily newspaper has screamed its charge against the unions, the impartial historian has found, too late to be of any practical use, that in some 90 cases out of 100 it is the employer or the police or the enemies of labor who are guilty of favoring and initiating violence. And when it comes to law-breaking or defiance of the law, actions which are generally charged only to criminals, the publishers have a great advantage when they do so, because there can be no public outcry against them, no protest, no vox populi, no wave of indignation, nor any of the 4 other movements they frequently invent, knowing they themselves are the only channel for such movements. Here are, for example, 2 forces which affect the newspapers and their profits. Despite publishers' opposition, the Wagner Act was passed, the National Labor Relations Board came into being. Manufacturers did not like it, but they obeyed it. Not so the publishers. If, said Elisha Hansen, chief counsel for the A.N.P.A., the NLRB issues an order in this case, Mr. Hearst will not comply with it. In October 1936, the same Hansen sent out a general statement to the publishers telling them not to obey the rulings of the same board because, he, Hansen, thought they were unconstitutional. Publishers from now on, he ordered, should flatly refuse to have anything to do with the National Labor Relations Board other than to notify it is without power under the Constitution to interfere with their business. In so far as the newspaper business is concerned, I am convinced no order of the board directed to a publisher requiring him to comply with a decision thereof will, if it is contested, be upheld in the courts. The order under discussion, the Watson case, was upheld. The NLRB law was upheld. In other lines of business, the government and its laws have also been challenged but not defied. Government laws and regulations have been obeyed pending the institution of suits to test constitutionality, but in no important instance has there been defiance, as in the case of the publishers. Replying to Hansen's orders to the publishers, the Guild reporter called the lawyer an anarchist. Of his opinion it said, October 15, 1936, all concern for the general welfare, all respect for the right of Congress to establish public policies which it deems to be essential for the country, have been abandoned in this document which its board sponsors. A law that most of the millions of workers of the country believe is needed to protect them in their right to earn a 15. decent livelihood, treads to some extent on the interests of 1,200 publishers. Out with it? Ignore it? From the very first days of the New Deal, under which incidentally newspaper workers were first enabled to organize, until the present, the American Newspaper Guild has charged the publishers with violating not only the spirit of the law but the laws themselves. The publishers' proposed code was treacherous and dishonest but legal, but the subsequent dark maneuverings, said the Guild editorially, proved that the ANPA undertakes to set itself above Congress and the President. The Guild questioned the sincerity of the publishers in their sanctimonious espousal of the freedom of the press. The American Newspaper Guild has been the only organization in the country with the courage to bring the lawless spirit of this self-appointed oligarchy out into the open and denounce it. A truly free and honest press is of more importance to the members of the American Newspaper Guild than any immediate economic interest. Only one brave publisher agreed with the Guild. J. David Stern, of the New York Post, Philadelphia Record, Camden Courier, and Camden Post, withdrew his membership in the House of Lords. "We are resigning," he wrote the ANPA, "because your association, founded to benefit and strengthen the daily newspapers of this country, has in the past few years so conducted itself as to lower American newspapers in popular esteem, to endanger the freedom of the press, and has even gone so far as to urge its members to breach the law. I do not see how a law-abiding newspaper can consistently retain membership. Your board recommended to its membership that no agreement be entered into with any group of employees. As we understand the Wagner Act, it is obligatory upon employers to negotiate with representatives of a majority of employees. 16. Ever since the NRA Code, the ANPA has been using the pretext of protecting the freedom of the press to gain special privilege in purely business obligations. That is why I say you are endangering the freedom of the press, and one of the most important essentials of democracy. Mr. Stern's Philadelphia Record quit the ANPA. His New York Post had never been a member. Within a year from that date, no less than 29 charges of violation of the Wagner Act and other laws which not only the Supreme Court but even the Publishers Association admit are legal, were made against as many publishers. There were 17 instances of intimidation, coercion, and actual discharge of employees for utilizing the clauses in the Wagner Act which permit unionization. In 6 instances the publishers were accused of breaking the law by refusing to bargain with their employees. In 2 instances the publishers were accused of forming company unions, all these episodes forming a record which the official organ of the newspaper writers called irresponsible, unscrupulous, and contemptible. Among the newspapers against which charges were filed were Gannett's, Knickerbocker Press and Albany News, Boston Herald, Boston Traveler, McCormick's, Chicago Tribune, Detroit Times, Hearst's, Los Angeles Examiner, the Associated Press in New York, Hearst's, New York Daily Mirror, Seattle Post-Intelligencer, Seattle Star. With the exception of only a handful of liberal newspapers, the press of the country, which first failed to get a clause exempting itself from the Wagner Act, then defied the law, later in many instances violated the law, is today producing bitter and unfair editorials demanding that this measure and in fact all measures which favor labor rather than capital should be repealed. Accused in numerous cases of discharging men for no reason but legal union activity, many publishers have sought 17. To hide their prejudices by posting a firing code sent them by the ANPA, and consisting of 16 grounds for discharge, one of which is the failure to return a book to its proper place in the bookshelf before going home, or leaving the electric bulb turned on over one's desk while going to the toilet, or scratching the furniture. The leader in the anti-labor movement of the ANPA has been its president, James G. Stallman, publisher of the Nashville Banner. He is one of the minor press lords of America, and the story of his battle with the unions, his red baiting, the sensationalizing of anti-C. I.O. news in his paper and the suppression of news favoring labor, will be found in a later chapter. The man chosen to lead the great publishers of America in their oft-announced fight for the freedom of the press is the same James G. Stallman who, addressing the members of the Belle Meade Country Club, recently said, "If I had my way I would get me 6 husky policemen, take these labor organizers outside the city limits, and tell them it wouldn't be healthy for them to be seen in the vicinity again." If the foregoing are some of the subjects which the men who do a large part of the thinking, the leading or the misleading of the nation, discuss in their secret meetings. In the open meetings it is of course the welfare of the public, the freedom of the press, with only an occasional word about advertising money. Strike breaking, the suppression of the labor movement, the maintenance of child labor, the mistakes of its counsel which sought to destroy the NLRB in the Watson case, and all general topics which are not concerned with public welfare, but with that of the pocketbook, make up most of the 4 days of the secret meetings which occur every year and the special Chicago meeting which was devoted to nothing but an attempt to destroy the newspaper guild. At that time an anonymous reporter wrote the March of the Publishers. On to Chicago to fight for our freedom, freedom to hire men, work and bleed freedom to chisel to heart's content, freedom to make 37%. On to Chicago, but don't fail to stress that our battle, of course, is for freedom of the press. In the following chapters some of the individuals, all but 1 or 2 little known to the people of the country whose minds they rule, will be discussed at some length, and the common denominator of their power and their motives suggested. The reader may then judge whether or not the most powerful anonymous group of men in America can be classified as the friends or enemies of the American people. It is the writer's intention to let the facts speak for themselves, as Euripides suggested, and if there is criticism, expressed or implied, the reader will please remember that nothing that will be said can equal in severity that which has already come from within the ranks of the profession, from the very small minority, it is true, who still upholds the traditional journalistic liberalism of America. It is William Allen White, now president of the National Editorial Association, who first pointed out that the newspapers have degenerated from a noble profession to an 8% investment, and who now states they are dominated by the unconscious arrogance of conscious wealth, and it is J. Roscoe Drummond, executive editor of the Christian Science Monitor, who writes that freedom of the press is not an end in itself. A free press in the United States is not, I believe, in danger from without. It is always in danger from within. A truly free press requires free men to give it. 19. Life. Free men require free minds, minds intellectually honest, intellectually open, and intellectually eager. The press of the United States needs a leadership dedicated to the service of democracy. The press lords of the United States in 1 year made this great record. Fought all issues where their profits were involved. Led the attack against a real pure food and drug law. Opposed the Wagner Act, the Magna Carta of labor. Urged amendment of proposed social insurance legislation putting newspapers in a special class. Proposed compulsory arbitration of labor disputes with the outlawing of strikes. Favored child labor. Frowned at the Securities Act. In its 1935 report which urged members to fight food, drug, and cosmetics bills, the Wagner-Connery Law, the 30-hour bill, social insurance, and laws affecting the newspaper business, publishers were told to be constantly alert and vigilant if their properties are not to be destroyed or irreparably injured. Property, not public welfare, is the program of the ANPA. Their interests, says Alfred M.C.K. Lee, historian of our present journalism, differ little from that of other industries. The ANPA has sometimes been a powerful adjunct in legislative circles to the lobbies of the United States Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers, and the trade associations of specific industries. The press needs free men with free minds intellectually open, but its leadership consists of moral slaves whose minds are paralyzed by the specter of profits. The publishers are not leading the American people forward. They are not facing the social issues. Whether more often they are falsifying the social issues the reader may perhaps judge from the following documentation. Chapter 2. Patterson, Lord of Tabloidia. Mr. Patterson is a young man who has lately surprised his wealthy friends in Chicago by coming out publicly as a socialist. He here explains his position. So read the editorial note at the head of the article Confessions of a Drone, which Joseph Medill Patterson, a member of what was then known as the idle rich class, wrote for the August 30, 1906, issue of The Independent. It made a great sensation. It is as interesting an apologia pro sua vita as our generation has produced, and it serves also to explain the numerous seeming paradoxes and exasperating discrepancies which America's first, and now most important tabloid newspaper, presents. How great a sensation this rich young man caused by becoming a socialist and renouncing the financial and journalistic system into which he was born, can be judged from the numerous versions of his confessions, which were reprinted throughout a decade and distributed by the tens of thousands, and the comment in the press of the time. When Corliss, the son of Thomas W. Lamont, partner of J. P. Morgan, espoused the cause of Soviet Russia 2 decades later, there was comparative silence. The world was becoming accustomed to sons of wealth defending the enemies of wealth. I am talking about myself, the type of the idle, rich young man, not myself the individual. I have an income of between $10,000 and $20,000 a year. I spend all of it. I produce nothing, am doing no work. I, the type 20, 21, can keep on doing this all my life unless the present social system is changed. So Patterson begins his confession. My income doesn't descend upon me like manna from heaven. It can be traced. Some of it comes from the profits of a daily newspaper, some of it comes from Chicago real estate, some from the profits made by the Pennsylvania and other railroads, some from the profits of the United States Steel Corporation, some from the profits of the American Tobacco Company. Mr. Patterson then judges the Chicago real estate earnings by applying to it the Henry George single tax formula. The people who came to Chicago to work caused the increase in value, but I get the benefit of it. But the profits from the Pennsylvania Railroad, U.S. Steel and American Tobacco Company, he admits, are paid him not by fellow capitalists, but by the men who work and ride, the makers and users of steel and tobacco. The men who run the trains are underpaid for the work they do, and those who ship or travel overpay for the service they get. We capitalists get the margin in between. And Mr. Patterson continues. For instance, it takes to support me just about 20 times as much as it takes to support an average working man or farmer. And the funny thing about it is that these workingmen and farmers work hard all year round, while I don't work at all. I have better food, better clothes, and better houses than the workers who supply me with money to spend. I can travel oftener. I have horses to ride and drive, domestic servants, the best physicians. My children will never go to work in a cotton mill or a sweatshop. In short, I lead a far more highly civilized life than the working people. I have offered me the choice of all the best things that man in his stay upon this earth has discovered, evolved, or created. The working people do not have this choice offered them. There are left for them the shoddy things of life, hard work and small reward. I have little or no work and the earth's best for reward. 22. The work of the working people, and nothing else, produces the wealth, which, by some hocus-pocus arrangement, is transferred to me, leaving them bare. While they support me in splendid style, what do I do for them? Let the candid upholder of the present order answer, for I am not aware of doing anything for them. It is said that I supply a wage fund out of which their wages are paid. Nonsense. If every bond and stock certificate and every real estate abstract were burned today in a huge bonfire, the vacated titles of ownership falling naturally to the community, Trains would pull out on scheduled time tomorrow. That my life is so much completer than the lives of the workers who support me has been excused on the ground that they are less cultivated, and, therefore, less fitted to enjoy things which please me. But that seems a little like begging the question. I don't think it was entirely natural aptitude that marked me out for a university education, since I remember that frequently I had to pay money to tutors to drill into my head information of a remarkably simple character. I was fond of a good time and that I had. Of course, it took money, which was obligingly supplied, via my family, by the pressmen, the switchmen, the cigarette girls, the rolling mill men, etc. When he got out of college, Patterson went to work for the Chicago Tribune. I started at the bottom at $15 a week, just as his college mates went into their father's Wall Street offices. But, he adds, I knew it was play acting all the time, just as they did. I was not living on a $5 a week basis and they were not living on a $3 a week basis. I wasn't afraid of losing my job. I got an allowance in addition to the 15 and the allowance was by considerable the more substantial figure. The allowance came from the pressmen, switchmen, cigarette girls, the other reporters, etc., via my family. It was just this allowance that makes all the difference. The allowance came from the exploitation of the workers and customers of the corporations whose stocks and bonds the family held. Mr. Patterson concludes. Patterson, Lord of THIRD-WORLDISM. 23. If a man produces $2,000 worth of wealth a year, and consumes $000 worth a year, he is overpaid. If he is overpaid, some must be underpaid. Socialism urges the underpaid to unite and insist on receiving the full amount of the wealth they produce. This conclusion was not strong enough. In the later reprint for the Pocket Library of Socialism, No. 45, Patterson adds the following paragraphs. So it is with all capitalists. Insofar as they receive interest, profit, and rent, they are economic idlers, taking toll of the labor of others and returning nothing. Insofar as they actively further business, by superintendence or otherwise, they are laborers, worthy in many cases of their hire. The wealth appropriated by capital through the agencies of rent, profit, and interest is obviously appropriated from the working people, the creators of all wealth. Therefore it is to the working people that socialism addresses itself, urging them to veto their own further exploitation. At the time the foregoing confession was written, socialism was still quite a respectable religion, there was little hysterical red-baiting in the press, and one could not really tell the descendant of Joseph Medill to go back to the country he came from if he was dissatisfied with the capitalist system in Chicago. However, young Patterson was attacked in the press, and he retaliated by calling it the capitalist press and showing how stupid it was in answering his arguments. He wrote in what I believe was the fourth and last reprint of his Confessions of a Drone. Since the foregoing appeared in the Independent, many criticisms of it have appeared in the capitalist press. The burden of practically every one of these criticisms has been, if young Patterson feels that way, why doesn't he give away his money to the poor? From which it is fair to surmise that the capitalist press cannot explain what useful economic functions young Patterson and the rest of his class perform. The article was written about the whole capitalist class, as explicitly mentioned in the first paragraph. The reason the whole capitalist class doesn't give its money and go to work is because it doesn't want to. It is quite satisfied with its present arrangement of luxury, dominion, and idleness. As long as the working class is satisfied with its present arrangement of poverty, obedience, and laboriousness, the present arrangement will continue. But whenever the working class wants to discontinue the present arrangement, it can do so. It has the great majority. J. M. P. Patterson's career as a socialist reached a considerable height with the publication of his novel, A Little Brother of the Rich, 2 years later. In this book the rich are snobs, cads, crooks, and generally wicked people, and the poor are heroic and noble. But there is also an understanding of social issues. At the very beginning, one Paul Potter receives a letter from Sylvia Castle of the Middle West saying, It seems to me best for your own sake that you should be free. Paul immediately replies, I love you, dearly beloved, with all my heart and soul and strength and mind, and I will marry you because it is ordained. Well, it was ordained for just a few minutes, because just as he gets ready to start for the mailbox, Paul reads of the failure of the Castle Bank in Indiana. So he agrees to end the engagement. Paul's cattishness is surpassed by that of his pal Carl Wilmerding IV, whose father, 3, purchases for cash a decision from him to give up the woman he loves, lives with, and with whom he has a child he worships. There is one fine 25. Scene in which Wilmerding III lays down the ethics of a capitalist gentleman's relationship with women. He says, if a gentleman chooses to indulge himself, he does it like a gentleman. He finds some pretty woman for his left hand, who amuses him for a while, and when he is through, he pays her off and all is done. He doesn't allow children to be born to him, and he doesn't keep the thing up for 4 years with every apparent intention of keeping it up indefinitely. That is not worthy of you, nor of any other gentleman. It shows low tastes of which I am ashamed. Paul Potter does the dirty work of dissolving the Wilmerding IV liaison and gets a market tip netting $54,000, which his silly high society wife immediately spends in order to join the old rich real aristocracy. We are then introduced to high society and to a critic of the era who says of its women, they can't sing, they can't dance, they can't act, they can't paint, they can't sew, they can't cook, they can't educate. They are inept, unthorough, inconsequential, rudderless, compassless, drifting. They don't know life, because they have never lived life. They are like perpetual typhoid fever patients, supported always on rubber water mattresses. Helpless, hapless, hopeless, nervous, disappointed, cloyed and cowardly, they exist a few years here, seeking to have all their living done for them by paid dependents. They delegate all their functions in life save only and even that they don't do well or often. We meet later the great Castleman, the famous American actress who has triumphed in the plays of Ibsen and other giants of the new century, Gorky, Shaw, Suderman and Hauptmann, and we meet in her the emerging modern young American woman. But to Paul Potter she is more importantly his old sweetheart, Sylvia Castle. They confess their love, their everlasting love. Soon enough, while the great Castleman is triumphing in London, Mrs. Potter is most fortunately killed off while philandering with a boyfriend in a racing car, and Sylvia, 26, who had but recently offered to live with Paul, now expects that the barrier having been removed, he will come across with the conventional offer of marriage. But he frowns. And then Sylvia realizes that it is social position that stands between them and marriage. After all, Paul Potter is a banker and broker, the very epitome of the social economic financial system. He cannot marry an actress. But he can keep her secretly. Whereupon the heroine replies, "You say you fear I might interfere with your social position." Social position. Her words volleyed forth. What is it you mean but the chance to go to the garish, vulgar houses of Surithing gamblers? You are a cheap little tout, Potter, whose business in life is to pull in victims for the operators of gigantic confidence games. You live uselessly. The world were better without you. You should be swept away, you and those like you. You add not one jot of knowledge or wisdom or happiness or wealth or health or virtue to the world, and yet, by the skillful, crooked tricks of your vicious trade, you have filched from it ease, emolument, respect, luxury and power. To whom does society owe position? To you, who take from it everything you can swindle it out of, and return to it sneers, corruption, evil example, depraved tastes and debased amusement. Give Mr. Potter his hat and show him out. But 2 years later, when cold and disinterested, Sylvia Castle asks Paul Potter about his forthcoming marriage to Clara Funk, the only child of the August Funk St. Louis beer millions. Paul, the capitalist Charlie McCarthy of his time, admits that the system of living he has chosen has been a failure. No, Sylvia, it has not been worthwhile. My whole life is a horrible lie, a poisonous blunder, a soul destroyer. Sometimes. 27. I catch a vision of the truth, but always I turn away from it quickly, or I couldn't keep on. I know it's all rotten and false, but it's too late. Although the book ended on this tragic note, it was a sensational success. My copy is from the 7th edition, it probably went into many more, it became one of the best sellers of the time, and it caused a great commotion. But not in literary dovecots and lions' dens. The general public loved Patterson's novel, but the highbrows of the time, the socialist highbrows too, the very literary circle of which the author in his novel approved of, the novelists and playwrights of the new school, gave this little brother of the rich a rather haughty proletarian shoulder, and left him only the applause of those he did not care anything about. Thus began the souring off process in the socialistic career of young Patterson. I would not be surprised if the snobbery of the literary left lost the radical cause one of the most powerful publishers in America. There was of course the new responsibility of editing the Tribune. James Keeley was doing a great job. Everyone said that the Tribune would founder if Keeley ever carried out his threat to quit. Keeley was the pet of Joseph Medill's heirs, Mrs. Patterson and Mrs. McCormick, two old women who refused to let their sons enjoy any power. But Joe Patterson and R. McCormick found a clever way of seizing control. In my Tribune days the credit was always given the attorney, McCormick, for planning the coup, but Burton Rasco gives it to Patterson. At any rate, the two discovered that under the Medill will the Medill Trust governed the paper, and that their two mothers who owned almost all the stock could only vote two proxies, whereas printers and old friends of the founders also owned small blocks of stock, each having a proxy. Patterson and McCormick discovered these owners in the Middle West. 28. And in Boston. They presented their case. They got the proxies. And one year when Keeley was making a conventional farce of the board meeting, Patterson elected himself president and McCormick chairman. Without a moment to lose, Patterson and McCormick moved into Keeley's office and took over editorship and management. They made of the Tribune a greater success than Keeley promised. The World War, acquaintance with the people-haters, Bernhardi and Nietzsche, and the demands of editing and publishing soon completed the change in Patterson's viewpoints on social problems. McCormick never had any. If Patterson's New York Daily News is the first tabloid newspaper in America, and claims the largest circulation of any in the world. It employs 2,500 persons, has an annual payroll of $6 million and is housed in a $10 million building, which is one of the great achievements of modern architecture. The paper is also one of the largest profit makers in the world. Tabloids were first successful in England. They are small and full of pictures. In America they are usually sensational, although this can no longer be said of the Daily News. The New York Evening Post for a short time experimented with the tabloid form, but remained conservative in type and tenor, and found that there was no consumer demand. The elements, sex, love, money, and crime, are usually predominant in mass circulation newspapers. The story goes that Patterson and Lord Northcliffe discussed the press and the public, the latter contending that human nature being pretty much the same the world over, the Americans should take to the tabloid press, but when Patterson countered with the suggestion that human nature being pretty much the same the world over, the British people should take to the American style of news on the 29. front page, and headlines proportionate to the event, Northcliffe did not accept this thesis. But Lord Beaverbrook did, and his express beat Northcliffe's paper in London circulation. Patterson's News, launched on June 26, 1G, averaged but 57,000 for its first full year. In 1920, it became established with 247,000 copies, and today it has 1,700,000 or more daily, and 300,000 Sundays. It has printed a weekday edition of 112 pages and a Sunday edition of 156. Ignorance, befuddlement, and unfairness are apparent in the editorials on the war in Spain. For instance, On January 11, 1938, the thought was expressed that to those who sympathize with the poor, wretched people of Spain, who will lose and pay for the civil war no matter whether the Reds or the Fascists win, the news of the fascist garrison's peaceable surrender at Teruel must be welcome news. Here the word Reds is used for the Loyalists, a libelous and misleading appellation which both the United Press and the Associated Press have warned against and which only Hearst and the Catholic hierarchy have repeated. There is no reason except ill will and a desire to spread propaganda, which is the exact opposite of the truth, which can motivate anyone who refers to the Popular Front in Spain as communist or red. In the Daily News editorial, moreover, there is the added confusion of lumping fascists with the democratic Spanish people, who will lose and pay for the civil war together. A fascist victory must mean the exploitation of the Spanish people to pay for the war, because it would mean the restoration of the land and mine owners, the feudal, land-owning, stock-owning church and the exploiters of the agrarian population into power, whereas the victory for the labor unions and other elements chiefly constituting the Popular Front will mean that the war makers, the fascists, the rich, the landowners, mine owners and exploiters will have to pay for the war, not the victorious people. Since the news stories have already reported the means 30. By which the Popular Front is already enforcing such a social revolutionary economic program, there is no excuse for this confusion. Still more unfair is the January 17, 1938, reference to Spain. After denying the view of ex-Ambassador Dodd that America should do something about preserving democracy which the dictators are destroying, the Daily News editorial says, "Suppose England and the United States should go in together to save Spain. There would be a harsh dispute to begin with among ourselves on whether to save Spain from the fascists or from the Reds. When Spain was saved, would the Spaniards take democracy, or wouldn't they?" Again the Hearst, and purely Hearst, falsehood of the conflict in Spain being between fascism and communism is accepted, whereas no honest man has ever disputed the fact that the Spanish Republic is not communist or red, but a coalition which is overwhelmingly democratic. There were about 50,000 who voted the communist ticket in the 1936 election, and the party in 1938 boasted 250,000, a quarter of a million men and women out of the 12 million population then on the loyalist side of the front. Patterson's Daily News has been no more liberal or fair toward China than toward Spain. On November 25, 1937, for example, it declared editorially, "Looks as if China's licked." While we feel gloomy over the impending Chinese defeat, the editorial concluded, "It takes good soldiers to win a war. The Chinese haven't enough good soldiers. And the Chinese seem fated by nature to be a subject people. They always have been kicked around by their rulers, foreign or Chinese. The world is composed of natural-born masters and natural-born servants. This is the Nietzsche-Sclaven moral touch." 31. After announcing this social political philosophy which is at variance with the findings of the greatest thinkers of all time, the Daily News turns to the field it knows best, realistic commerce. If Japan wins, it says, it will probably build up a powerful mainland empire in China. With that empire we should do business. All the business we can, regardless of our disapproval of the way the land was acquired. About a month later the American gunboat Panay was sunk. The Daily News said editorially the Chinese are licked, but it also said two other things. It said in plain English that the Panay was convoying 3 Standard Oil Company vessels supplying oil to either Chinese planes or Chinese civilians, and it admitted that we have long backed up our business people and missionaries in China with armed force, recommending that we scuttle out of China. Isolationism at any price is the editorial policy of the Daily News. But when it comes to Mexico, there is no longer a question of sincerity, goodwill, or obscurantism. It is the editorial proof that the fine socialistic fervor that once coursed in Joe Patterson's humanitarian blood is very, very quiescent. Here again, as in the Times, the Herald Tribune, the Sun, the Hearst Press, and Harry Chandler's Los Angeles Times, the old battle of human rights versus property is decided in favor of property with all the high-sounding sophistries, euphemisms, and propagandist inaccuracies which money can command. The President of Mexico is continually attacked. Cardenas asks for it is the editorial heading on March 3, 1938, which begins with the story that Italian Bolsheviks seized the factories in 1920 and Mussolini's march on Rome put an end to that, for better or worse. I am pretty sick and tired of exploding this myth. I think that every intelligent man and woman in America knows that Mussolini did nothing of the kind and that he wrote 32. In June 1921 that Bolshevism is dead in Italy. But because it suits an editorial purpose, a well-known untruth is paraded to point a moral. The crux of the editorial follows. Mexican oil development has not been brought about by American or British or Dutch imperialists walking in with big guns and black snake whips to yank guitar-playing natives out of a state of primitive purity and chain them to derricks and tank cars. The foreigners bought their way into Mexico's oil fields with the consent of previous Mexican governments. They have paid Mexico royalties on production. Every reliable authority on Mexico has given the proof of the gigantic fraud by which the oil lands were stolen from the Mexican people and the bloodshed and murder by which they have been held and exploited by American, British and Dutch interests. Every person who knows anything about Mexico knows about this business, but somehow it never enters the editorial offices of the jingo newspapers. When Hearst and Harry Chandler demand invasion of Mexico, the reason is apparent. Both are large land, mine, and property owners there and fear socialization. But why should Joe Patterson publish such anti-Mexican propaganda? The largest American company operating in Mexico is the Hughes Teca Petroleum Company, one of the Doheny Group. In the suit of Hughes Teca versus the Compañía Mexicana de Combustible, it was testified that American corporations hired gunmen to murder the 4 Mexican owners of a well they wanted, that the last of the owners was shot, but not killed, and that the corporation sent a physician who poisoned the wounded man. Probably 90% of the titles of the Hughes Teca company are usurpations, one of the documents in the case reads. Probably 90% of all the oil titles held by foreigners in Mexico are usurpations, and illegal. But, continues the Daily News on March 31, the United States cannot afford to let Mr. Cardenas get by with his steal of Mexican oil. We use the word steal advisedly. About $500 million has been invested in Mexican oil. 33. Development, and of this amount Mexicans put up only 1%. Within a day or two after this declaration, the American Secretary of State declared the Cardenas Plan legal. It is not a steal. It is actually the carrying out of the 1917 Constitution, which restores the stolen mineral wealth to the nation and to the people, all the people instead of the corporations. The spectacle of that great imperialist nation, Tory Britain, protesting Cardenas' plan for repayment while refusing to pay her own debts, failed to impress Patterson's paper. Apparently private property, and not human life, is the utmost value in this materialistic world. I do not know how sincere Cardenas is. I have been in Mexico and praised Calle's plan, which turned out to be nothing but another looting expedition, and I have seen other noted Mexican leaders betray their people for money, but on the face of it at this moment it is apparent that Cardenas is trying to do justice to the Mexican people. He is trying to do something that the author of Confessions of a Drone was hoping would be done in 1906. But in the editorial column published on May 23, 1938, by the author of the Confessions, the red flag is pinned on President Cardenas. He is accused of acting on Trotsky's advice to put over a red readjustment. And, Patterson's paper concludes, we don't see how our government can afford to side with or encourage Cardenas, as our liberals and radicals are insisting it shall. Cardenas grabbed other people's oil wells. And this is very bad for the British and our own navy. The drone has now become metamorphosed. The little brother of the rich has become one of the lords of British and American imperialism. Or take the Patterson editorials dealing with economics. On December 30, 1937, General Motors Corporation is dealt with and defended against a daily worker proposal that in 34. Stead of declaring $64 million dividends to men who have done nothing, the 30,000 workers who make G.M. cars and who were fired that day, should be retained. On February 6, 1938, maldistribution of wealth is dealt with. I will not quote either editorial. It is true that the Daily News is aimed at the less than 14-year-old mind, but that is no reason for editorials being written by economic illiterates. On the other hand, the editorial writers of this same newspaper, once they are free to step out of the labyrinth of economics and international politics, where they are lost through ignorance or ill will, are fearless in their attack on public injustices and even the hypocrisy of fellow publishers. The News, for example, is one of the 3 or 4 papers of the country which has declared the publisher's use of the term freedom of the press a pious fraud. It is one of the few newspapers which has denounced the A.N.P.A. for its dirty work in continuing child labor, and it is probably the only newspaper which has exposed and demanded the abolition of the press subsidy by the United States government. Probably the bravest thing the News has done has been its editorial defiance of the pressure of the Catholic Church. This pressure is one of the most important forces in American life, and the only one about which secrecy is generally maintained, no newspaper being brave enough to discuss it, although all fear it and believe that the problem should be dragged into the open and made publicly known. In January 1938, the News, realizing that the annual child labor amendment would again be defeated, blamed the Catholic bishops of the state, and especially Bishop Edmund F. Gibbons, of Albany. It derided the propaganda which called the freeing of children regimentation or youth control and called the bishops misled. Nearly all radicals and many liberals, it continued, maintain that the Catholic hierarchy in this country tends to be more and more conservative, in some cases reactionary. Insofar as this is true, the explanation would seem to lie in the fact that many of 35. These ecclesiastics are elderly gentlemen who administer the properties of their dioceses, both in real estate and in securities, a function which would tend to give some of them the cast of mind of the conservative businessman. To criticize the Catholic Church is to invite a boycott, the withdrawal of advertising, loss in circulation and in revenue. It is the same when a newspaper prints news favorable to the labor movement. Nevertheless, it was the News which in the spring of 1937 dedicated the page opposite its editorials to a fair discussion of both sides of the labor problem. The economic battle page was the logical successor to the presidential battle page, which had in 1936 given Democrats and Republicans equal space to make and answer arguments. This is one of the most honest things that has happened in American newspaper history, and in a concluding chapter a challenge to the American press is based upon its willingness to open its columns to both sides of political and economic questions. Throughout the Roosevelt administration, the News has been one of the few papers exposing the hypocrisy of many of the campaigns against the president and his policies. Roosevelt was for taxation, but publishers, being human beings, were opposed to paying. Most notable Roosevelt haters are Colonel McCormick of the Chicago Tribune and the unspeakable Hearst. These men and the majority of publishers moved heaven and earth and 90% of the presses to attack the administration's taxation policy, using every argument which endangered pocketbooks and bought brains could produce, but Patterson said bluntly that almost the entire opposition to the president's taxation program arose from the selfish motives of the publishers. They are wealthy men. They feel that their money is menaced by proposed taxation, and they have therefore worked themselves up into the hysterical state of mind which confuses public welfare and their personal financial welfare. 36. When the 1938 reorganization bill was defeated, the New York Times followed its usual custom of asking the leading papers of the country to give their editorial views. The general public, of course, never knows which views are accepted, which thrown into the wastebasket. But the News has not hesitated to break another journalistic taboo, which is to keep quiet about the ethics of fellow newspapers. It attacked the Times, saying, "We're annoyed with the New York Times, which always asks us for advance proofs of our editorials on New Deal developments, then consistently fails to print the editorial or any part thereof. The Times, however, prints the Herald Tribune editorial or part of it on the same subject. Don't misunderstand us, we admire the Times greatly, and think it is one of the master newspapers of the world. But in this small and annoying particular, it is misrepresenting on occasion the reaction of the New York morning press to phases of the New Deal. Maybe the Times feels that the news is not a newspaper. That doesn't bother us. We've been condemned by experts. But after all, the news currently has 3 times the circulation of the Times and 5 times that of the Herald Tribune. If the Times pretends to collect cross-sections of press opinion on important national affairs and print them for its readers' full information, it ought to include the news opinion, or it ought not to telephone over to our newspaper shop for advance proofs. Equally frank is Patterson regarding the publication of Dirt, which was once almost a monopoly of the Hearst press and which has lately been charged to the tabloid press. At the end of the notorious Browning case, which reached the nadir of filth when the McFadden Graphic published composigraphs picturing the elderly Browning and the youthful Peaches, the Daily News said editorially, "Far be it from us to pin a lily on our coat. The news also has gone too far. As long as there is more newspaper circulation." 37. In more smut, some presses will be found to roll out the smut. We hate bureaucracy. We hate the suppression of free speech. But unless the minds of the children of New York are to be drenched in obscenity, it seems to us that censorship of the press as well as of the theater must come. There are many sorts of fake news items in the world press: the accidental fakes which all the vigilance in the world cannot prevent, the willful fakes which are connected with editorial policy, and semi-fakes which can be argued for a lifetime. The matter of news faking is never discussed in newspapers. But Patterson in this field is also an iconoclast. Said the News, April 28, 1936, "We're afraid it was a fake. We printed a story from a New England correspondent saying that $20,000 in Lindbergh ransom bills had recently turned up in Albany and in various Massachusetts towns. We are convinced now that the story was a fake. We are sorry to have published the story. We mention it in this public manner because we want to make it clear that this newspaper does not knowingly or intentionally fake news. We think any newspaper that does fake news is foolish. It is so easy to expose a fake news story, and as soon as the public finds out about it, the paper that published the fake loses some reader confidence. Repeat the process often enough, and the paper loses the confidence of all the readers except the natural-born and incurable suckers. We want our readers to know that the news published in this paper is always true to the best of our knowledge." Nevertheless, on the following September 4 the News devoted almost its entire front page to the following sensation: "Plot to kill F. D. R. Nipped Li alien seized with bombs." 38. The story, on page 3, was headed, "Red Bomber Seized in Plot to Blow Up F. D. R." And the story said that an alien radicals plot was nipped. In the New York Times, that same morning, there was a mere quarter-column story on an inside page. There was no mention of a plot to assassinate the president. But, on the other hand, there was the statement that among articles found in the shack, it was reported, were communist literature and several copies of the Moscow News. By evening there was no plot to kill the president, no Red, no communists, no Moscow News, nothing but an old man suffering apparently from a persecution mania, as the Post truthfully reported. But neither the News nor the Times apologized. This is one of thousands of episodes which illustrates the case against the American press today. It is no longer a matter of mere sensationalism, of yellow journalism, which so perturbed our fathers. It is now more a matter of distortion, coloration, a recklessness, if not a sinister intention, to blame aliens, Reds, communists, and in other instances, labor, liberals, and progressives for violence, plottings, and all the ills of a disturbed epoch. V. In the cases of the Hearsts, the McCormicks, and the rest of the reactionary majority of the A.N.P.A., the intention is more obvious every year. In the case of Patterson it is not bad will but confusion. Patterson still likes to pull down his slouch hat, pull up his coat collar, play the working man, go into the streets, mingle with common people, and find out what they do and what they want. He does not go slumming, like his sister Eleanor, he goes because of that old socialistic urge. He has always had a social conscience, he is by nature, by action, and by conviction democratic and equalitarian. 39. Writes Burton Rasko *, who has known J. M. P. for decades. He is impulsive, erratic, and impatient, unpredictable, a man who acts and works on hunches. He is devoid of all except the most elementary reasoning powers, and his mistakes have been made through the initial errors of assuming that he was thinking when he was merely feeling, and of attempting to apply a logical process to matters of pure instinct and emotion. His most charming quality is that of trying to live up to his principles. And half the time he does not know what his real feelings are, so numerous are they, so complex and so checked and leashed by obligations to his conscience, to his employees, to the handful of heirs of the Chicago Tribune properties, to his belief in his mission in the world and to his innate, half-repressed, half-satisfied quest for a full, free life of admirable action and true noblesse oblige. Patterson passed through the Northcliffe phase when he too thought he could be either a great power in politics or, failing that, the secret manipulator of the mannequins who play in the front pages of the nation's press. Patterson's slavery to the Northcliffe complex has not been long or important. He has seen service for a year in the Illinois House of Representatives, but he later quit his job as Commissioner of Public Works in Chicago when he learned that he could not beat gang politicians. The Northcliffe phase of direct action was knocked out by dirty politics, and the second Northcliffe phase, that of being the secret manipulator, has not superseded his old democratic Marxian experiences. In 1983 he went in as an ordinary reporter to interview the head of a New York bank on which there was a run. The great banker said the bank was sound. Patterson agreed. But suddenly he was back in his old soapbox days of Chicago socialism. He turned on the banker and gave him a tongue-lashing on the evils of the capitalist system. In his autobiography, Before I Forget, Doubleday Doran, 1937. 40. J. M. P. treats his employees better than 90 or perhaps 99% of the publishers of America. He is one of the few owners respected and liked by the newspaper guild. No one has ever accused him of double-crossing, nor have briefs charging violations of the law been filed against him. Some of the self-announced great liberal newspapers cannot make equal claims. The News is one of the richest newspapers in America, and its publisher could well afford to defy all the pressures which prevent our country from having a free press. He does defy more of them than 99% of his colleagues. But that is not enough. And it is a great pity. The matter of money is the chief obstacle to a free press, and no one has been more outspoken than Joseph Medill Patterson in exposing just that fact about his fellow publishers. And it is not a matter of money that keeps Patterson from producing not only a great newspaper but a free newspaper. A great free newspaper demands, if not a great mind, at least a social sense back of it, and Patterson has only good intentions, otherwise he is confused. He is just as courageous now as he was 30 years ago when he defied the social financial milieu into which he was born, when he became a socialist. He has not grown reactionary as the majority of publishers, editors, and famous columnists do when they gain fame, money and social standing. But somewhere between 1908 and 1916 there was a moral detour, and ever since then the Patterson psyche has been traveling nowhere amidst great confusion and spectacular headlines. Somewhere between his ivory tower and his soapbox there is still a chance that Joe Patterson will find himself. Chapter G. Power of the Middle West. Colonel Robert Rutherford McCormick is the only American press lord whom I know fairly well. I was employed by the Army edition of the Chicago Tribune for a short time in 1917, and by the Chicago Tribune Foreign News Service from 1G to 1928. I had never been to Chicago. Colonel McCormick required a weekly letter from each of his foreign service men and 2 or 3 times a year held a conference in a European capital, when he impressed us all by his willingness to listen to the views of his correspondents. He was modest, friendly, easy to get along with, and apparently one of the few press lords who had escaped the Napoleon Northcliffe power obsession. To us of the Foreign Service, the daily proclamation that the Tribune was the world's greatest newspaper was a daily joke. In the old days we had, in addition to the Manchester Guardian and the London Times, the Frankfurter Zeitung and the Corriere della Sera, the latter two alas now perverted by totalitarian systems. We also had a faint suspicion that the New York World, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Baltimore Sun, the Kansas City Star and the New York Times might dispute the claim. When we asked our Chicago colleagues for the basis on which it was made, they usually mentioned the campaigns against Boss Thompson and the fact the Tribune could not be bought by advertising or other interests. Today most newspapermen, including numerous Tribune employees, agree that if a vote were taken for the title the 42 World's Worst Newspaper, with the fascist press or concours, the ultimate choice probably would lie between one of the Hearst journals and the Chicago Tribune. In fact, in the mass demonstrations against the Hearst and McCormick sheets on Election Day 1936, it was becoming evident that the more hated of the two was the Tribune. My relations with Colonel McCormick and the Tribune were always good. On only one occasion was I aware that orders on how and what to write were given in much the same manner as the Goebbels, Chano, and Hearst propaganda bureaus issue daily orders. I received from Chicago a request for a cable on the failure of government-owned and operated railroads. Duplicates had been sent to all correspondents, and so far as I know the responses confirmed the implication. I knew nothing about the German railroads. I was not aware that Colonel McCormick was opposed to the continuation of government operation of the American railroads after the war and was bolstering his view with foreign illustrations. The information I obtained proved fairly well that the German government railroads were a success, and I so cabled. The next day I received a long message, this time from the Paris office, instructing me exactly in what I was to say, to wit, that the German railroad system was a failure, that the public was angry, that passengers paid too much, that freight rates were too high, that governmental bureaucracy was simply terrible, and that the whole idea of governmental rivalry with private money-making was simply not to the good. I could have taken these instructions, signed them and sent them back as a news story. It was just exactly what was wanted. But as this was the one and only case in which I realized that I was being intimidated and driven into that easy classification known as a journalistic prostitute, I made a thorough inquiry into the railroad business, and finding that my first cable was more than justified, I wrote a tremendously long story giving facts and figures 43. Fantly proving that government ownership and operation was 1,000 times preferable to private enterprise, and that it would be magnificent for all countries, including the United States, to take a lesson from Republican Germany. Need I tell my readers that my cablegram was never published? Moreover, in 1923, when I was finishing my visit to Russia, a colleague from the Paris office, temporarily presiding in Berlin, found to his venal delight that the German state railroads were bankrupt to the tune of millions of quintillions, and promptly sent a story to that effect. It made the front page. What the story did not explain was the fact of inflation, the daily catastrophic change in the value of the mark, which fell from 4 to 4 quintillion to the dollar, and which only for a few months caused a fictitious or bookkeeping show of failure. This same colleague had several years earlier visited Russia for the purpose of writing a series of articles denouncing the Soviet system. But every day of his stay convinced him of the value of the system he was sent to attack. On arriving in Riga, he began the first of a series of cautious cablegrams expressing his change of attitude, but despite care and diplomacy, he was caught writing contrary to the Tribune's anti-Russian policy and ordered to Paris. There he was placed against the wall. He was told to change his tune, or else. He tried to compromise with his journalistic ethics by offering to refrain from writing anything at all about Russia, but the Tribune bosses were not that easy. They not only insisted that he write, but that he write against Russia, and the poor devil, gray-haired, tired, his future unprotected and a family clamoring for bread, was forced to betray his friends, himself, and all the ethics of the profession for the price of his butter. The significance of the episode was not lost on the rest of the Tribune staff. I am not trying to make myself out an angel by contrast with this poor devil, I am merely trying to illustrate one of 44. The fundamental facts about American journalism today, the fact that the servants of the press lords are slaves very much as they have always been, and that any attempt at revolt is immediately punished with the economic weapon. But much more vicious than these cases is the majority of foreign correspondents who never have to be placed against the wall, who are never told what to write and how to write it, but who know from contact with the great minds of the press lords or from the simple deduction that the bosses are in big business and the news must be slanted accordingly, or from the general intangible atmosphere which prevails everywhere, what they can do and what they must never do. The most stupid boast in the history of present-day journalism is that of the writer who says, "I have never been given orders, I am free to do as I like." The German railroad order was the only one I received. In my 10 years with the Tribune, I was nominally head of the Berlin bureau, although I spent about 2 years in Italy, 2 years in Russia, a year with the French armies in Syria, and another year in the Balkans. On arriving in Germany with the American Army of Occupation on December 1, 1918, I found that my sympathies were strongly for the victims of both the German monarchy and the Versailles Treaty, and this sympathy I brought to Berlin when I took over the office in IG-20. The Tribune had been pro-German before we got into the war, and did not carry over the hatred which it helped create after we entered it. There was therefore nothing I could write about Germany which would offend the editors. In IG-2 I went to Russia to spell Floyd Gibbons, who had scooped the world on the vastness of the famine there. My approach to the Russian problem was from an entirely different angle than all the rest of my colleagues, who were either prejudiced or favorable before entering the Forbidden Land. My father had been a personal friend of Prince Kropotkin's, and himself active in the Friends of Russian Freedom at the time of the Revolution. 45. Of 1905, but my father was fundamentally a libertarian who believed in no party, although he had worked for the single taxer Henry George in 1886 and named me after him several years later. I was born and brought up in the libertarian tradition, and my whole quarrel with Soviet Russia, which certainly had more important quarrels on its hands at the time, concerned freedom for oppositional minorities, which had helped smash Tsarism, but which refused to accept the October Revolution. My contentions were based on my assumption that Russia was no longer threatened from without. I was told that the war was not over, that the bourgeois capitalist nations were plotting to smash the Soviet state, that Russia was surrounded by conspirators, that all the apparent anti-democratic and anti-libertarian measures still in force were necessitated by this unseen state of war which Russians felt then existed. How true that is can be seen today in the Berlin-Rome axis, and the open conspiracy of the fascist nations and Tory Britain to destroy Soviet Russia. But to me all looked peaceful, so I pooh-hooed the idea and departed from Moscow to write a series of articles saying that democracy was dead in Russia, that the Red Terror continued to take a bloody toll, and that the Third Internationale was a red plot to seize the world. No one on the Tribune ordered me to write these stories in this way, nor was the intangible power present directing me to write in accordance with the red-baiting policy of the owner of the paper. The great attack of the Hearsts, the McCormicks, the Rothermeres, and the Beaverbrooks has always been against Russia as an enemy of profit and property, whereas I heartily agreed to the Soviet economic system which aimed at the cooperative commonwealth and the eventual liberation of mankind from every social, economic, political, and moral chain. My criticism was of means, not ends. Nevertheless, it was criticism, and therefore it was played up in Chicago, and I got a bonus of $500 and a gold 46 pin from Colonel McCormick, which made me a member of his Eagles. In the course of my Berlin tenure all sorts of men came in with all sorts of stories, some free and some for sale. A White Russian offered a set of documents about some plotting in Europe. I cabled Chicago and was told the Tribune was not interested because the locale was too far away. Shortly afterward the White Russian appeared with documents about a red plot in Buenos Aires for which he wanted $5,000. He compromised, I believe, for 50. At any rate the story was accepted and published. Several years later, when H.R. Knickerbocker exposed the White Russian forgery factory in Berlin, it was revealed that the story was a complete fraud. This is but one of thousands of instances. A paper publishes what it wants to publish. If the story had been about a white plot against the Reds, and if the documents had been true, not forged, the Chicago Tribune would not have been interested, although the locale might have been as intriguing as Evanston, Illinois. Outside of the German and Russian questions, there were none in Europe which might cause difficulties between correspondent and publisher. In the case of Vincent Gian and an amazing story he wrote about the dogma of the transubstantiation of the Virgin Mary, it was a matter of pure error. He certainly did not mean to bring down the wrath of the Catholic hierarchy on himself and the paper. When I came to Rome to extricate him and appease the Church, I found that if one had taken the 6,000-word explanation of the case as prepared by the Monsignor who sold foreign correspondents Catholic news, and condensed it to a 300-word cable, one was more likely than not to produce a false impression and a news item offensive to the Church. In 1925, when through an error which escaped my Catholic assistant Cianfara and my Catholic advisor, Lord Hemphill, I used the words dispensation and indulgence as synonyms, a 47. Boycott was started against the Tribune by a Catholic sheet called Our Sunday Visitor, which caused me great annoyance. But when, a year later, I reported from Syria that there was an awful lot of religious intrigue in the political situation and the Druze rebellion which General Sarail, the Catholic hater, was fighting in the Near East, the Tribune published all my telegrams, despite the fact that almost every newspaper in the world is scared to death when any religious sect is mentioned critically. There are many more illustrative episodes. The reader may gain the impression from them that the Chicago Tribune is not as bad as it has been painted, and perhaps after all it should not be given worst place among American newspapers. The fact is that I have written considerably about my personal experiences to show that there is no personal feeling in the matter of criticizing this powerful newspaper and its publisher. I have studied the Tribune in America as any stranger from Europe would. I know of no newspaper which is so vicious and stupid in its attack on labor, no paper so consistent in its red baiting, and no paper in my opinion is such a great enemy of the American people. Here follow some of the reasons. If no newspaper in America has such an unbroken record of labor baiting as the Chicago Tribune. Today its enmity to the vast majority which constitutes the laboring class is cloaked in many kinds of hypocrisy, but there was once a time when the Tribune was more honestly the organ of the rich, the employers, and the exploiters, and when it demanded the shooting down of workingmen who wanted a better world for themselves, and recommended starvation for those whom the greed of the industrial system kept from exercising their right to work. Joseph Medill, it is true, was against slavery, and for 48. Lincoln. He supported the president in his bitter fight against the Supreme Court, not sparing the English language in his attack on the 9 old men of his time, but when panic, the inevitable result of war, followed in 1873, and the country was overrun with the unemployed, whom the newspapers called tramps, the Chicago Tribune * had a unique plan of dealing with them, where one is not a member of the Humane Society. It was this: to put a little strychnine or arsenic in the meat and other supplies furnished the tramps. This produces death within a comparatively short period of time, is a warning to other tramps to keep out of the neighborhood, puts the coroner in good humor, and saves one's chickens and other portable property from constant depredation. In the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Tribune editorially approved the police plan not to fire a warning round over the heads of the workingmen but to aim low. Chicago is too far advanced to permit her bad elements to interfere with her interests, the Tribune wrote, and urged the formation of vigilantes to supplement the police and militia. 10 days after the Tribune editorial favoring the murder by poison of unemployed, a mass meeting was held where Albert Parsons denounced the capitalist press for its attack on the working people, and particularly the Tribune, which he declared always evaded the labor question by branding a mass meeting of workers as a gathering of communists. At that time men worked 12 to 14 hours a day and, said Parsons, the bosses took 5/6 of the profits. The use of new machinery was to blame. Wages were being reduced and men laid off everywhere. The next morning the Tribune, which approved of the importation of scabs and thugs, demanded that the railroad men who would not take wage cuts and dismissal notices, step out of the way. If they will not step out voluntarily. 49. They must be made to by force. Strikers were called the scum and filth of the city. It was an open class struggle, with no euphemism and hypocrisy. Capital and labor were at each other's throats. Parsons and others were arrested. On July 25 the Tribune reported that capitalists would offer any sum to see the leaders strung up to a telegraph pole. On the very afternoon in which this hope for hanging was expressed, the police attacked a gathering of 3,000 workers at Halsted and 16th Streets, killing 2 and wounding many. Over the story of this massacre the Chicago Tribune put the headlines: Red War. Desperate contest between rioters and police on Halsted Street. An assembly of the communists swiftly smashed by the police. In this news story the Tribune referred to the peaceful workmen as thieves and riffraff, cutthroats and bandits, who showed all the elements of extreme viciousness incident to riots. Throughout this epoch of unrest, the climax of which was the Haymarket bombing, the newspapers of Chicago, and principally the Tribune, were the chief instigators of class hatred, intolerance, and warfare. Labor then did not exert any pressure on newspapers, and advertisers did not appeal to the poorer people. The press in those days made no pretenses. It was for the rich and against the poor. Time after time the Chicago Tribune urged the authorities to break up workers' meetings with violence, with gunfire, and if necessary with dynamite. Police Captain John Bonfield frequently sent his men to beat up workingmen and arrest speakers because Mayor Harrison refused to call for federal troops to do so. On May 3, 1886, at the McCormick Reaper Works, a fight occurred between the strikers and scabs, the police killing many of the former while defending the latter. On May 4 a quiet meeting occurred in the 50. Haymarket, the mayor being present and instructing the police to return to their stations. Bonfield, to show his authority, kept them harassing both speakers and listeners. The bomb, which was thrown by a person who has never been identified, killed 7 policemen and wounded 67 others, a sensational crime which aroused the whole country, but no emphasis was ever given in the news to another fact, that there were between 2 and 3 times as many workingmen victims as police victims. Whoever set off the bomb spilled more labor blood than police blood. But the newspapers eagerly started the red-baiting hysteria, they yelled for bloody revenge, they faked news about discoveries of plots and dynamite everywhere, they tried the case against the Chicago anarchists, not one of whom was guilty of the bomb throwing, found all guilty, sentenced all to death. The atmosphere was hysterical, it was made so by the press, and the leader in rabble-rousing was Joseph Medill, who, despite the historical fact that the Illinois industrial worker of his time had at his disposal an annual sum of $81 compared to the state's appropriations for individual paupers of $95, sententiously announced that the poor had only to blame their own improvidence and misdirected efforts. Half a century passed before the Haymarket affair could be judged impartially. The executed labor leaders raised to martyrs in the cause of justice and progress, and the newspapers of the time given their full share of the blame for the massacre. It took considerably less time, thanks to a newsreel, to come to an honest judgment on the Memorial Day massacre of 1937 outside the Chicago plant of the Republic Steel Company, and here again it was the notorious labor-hating Chicago Tribune whose conduct was more reprehensible than all the other newspapers of the country. Every serious study of labor troubles in the history of the nation has proven that in the overwhelming majority of 51 cases the forces of law and order, so-called, are responsible for initiating violence. On the other hand, every study of the press shows that the newspapers generally lie when it comes to reporting the war of capital versus labor. Some of these lies are not told maliciously because in many cases newspapers remote from the scene honestly publish lying reports they believe are honest. Frequently it is impossible to get at the truth. But the Chicago massacre was filmed by the Paramount Company, and a description of the private showing of the film before the La Follette Civil Liberties Committee, reported in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch by Paul Y. Anderson, forced the release of this newsreel, and its general showing also showed up the American press for its complete failure to tell the truth about this bloody and brutal event. The Chicago Tribune praised the policemen, who now stood revealed as ruthless murderers, because they protected life and property, but the Senate committee's report proved that there was no call to protect life and property. The police and the Tribune charged that the workers intended to storm the Republic plant, but the Senate investigation proved this charge false. The Chicago Tribune, even after the showing of the film, called the police heroic, but the official report called their actions more brutal than crimes committed during the World War, and more cruel in the treatment of wounded. The La Follette Committee proved that police officials lied both at the time of the massacre and at the Washington hearings, but the Tribune remained faithful to the police. The Chicago Tribune and the police, who needed a scapegoat to hide their murders, charged Reds and Communists with inspiring or leading the workmen, but this charge was proven absolutely false. The Tribune continued to attack John L. Lewis, head of the Committee for Industrial Organization. One of its charges against the labor leader's style of living was sent to 52. Robert S. Allen, co-author with Drew Pearson of the Washington Merry-Go-Round. Allen replied, "The fact that such a story has appeared in the Chicago Tribune should be enough to stigmatize it as a lie. I wonder if that rag ever prints a word of truth about anything except racing and baseball results." The New York Times, the New York Herald Tribune, and many more conservative and reactionary newspapers whose household gods are the same which business and the police worship, in the case of the massacre of C.I. 0. Workers in Chicago did condemn police violence and did call the police the instigators. Usually these papers blame the victims of violence, and when that is too palpably a falsehood, ignore the matter of blame. The Chicago Tribune was the only big newspaper which stuck to its police guns. It thereby added another claim to the title of world's worst newspaper. If no newspaper has been as persistent in its red-baiting campaign as the Chicago Tribune. Red-baiting itself may be legitimate even if all baiting is unethical. Editorially, newspapers have the right to attack and defend. But red-baiting from 1917 to date has generally been accompanied by every sort of fakery that has helped discredit the press of the world, as was so amply proven by the Lippmann-Merz exposure in the New Republic in August, IG-20. The paper chosen for a test was the New York Times, which enjoyed a reputation for accuracy and honesty, say about 1,000 times greater than that of the Chicago Tribune, and the Times, in its chagrin, changed its policy. The Tribune did not. In the old days, when no one dared criticize, it published the same sort of colored, distorted, and fraudulent news. 53. Which Lippmann and Merz spotted in the Times. Much of it had Associated Press credit lines, and many items were based on well-informed sources or an official of the French Foreign Office, but they were lies nevertheless, as history has proven. On August 2, 1921, the Tribune published what it said was a photograph of Soviet soldiers turning a machine gun on a crowd of men, women, and children. This picture had been printed in the Tribune 4 years earlier, and actually represented a World War scene, as the paper acknowledged. From the I-920s to the present day, the Tribune has continued to print rumor and gossip, much of it proven false, from Riga, Helsingfors, Reval and other places, all purporting to tell the uncensored story about Russia. Ever since Colonel McCormick withdrew the present writer from Russia in 1923, he has had no representative there, and has relied upon sources outside the nation, which sources have been generally discredited throughout the world. Every man who worked for the Tribune in Europe knew that it was not necessary to investigate a story if it was anti-Soviet. Every fake, forgery and lie that appeared in the European press, which in many instances was paid to lie, could be copied and sent out to Chicago. Stories about other nations and other economic systems required confirmation. Not so stories about Russia, provided they were intended to harm the enemy of the profit and property system. Among the Tribune's enemies today is Professor Schumann of Chicago University. The Tribune loves to bait him. Can it be that this is petty revenge for a study of Tribune news made some years ago? Professor Schumann found that in October 1925, the Tribune reported that Soviet fights famine as grain myth explodes, that starvation threatened the doom of Soviet, that Siberia had revolted. In 1926, some of the Tribune stories which history has proven false. 54. Exaggerated, biased, and colored, included one, on March Loth, in which a secret report shows Russia near collapse. This was the year in which Romania hears of widespread Russian revolt, the same Romanian revolt that brought us all to the frontier several months later and which turned out to be a Romanian Foreign Office lie. The Tribune also scooped the world on Odessa troops' mutiny against Moscow regime and trade, industry totter. On August Loth, the amazing story appeared that in Soviet Russia red factions grasped for power. Then the Reds were not in control, or what? 3 days later the Tribune revolt had reached the heart of Russia itself. The Reds, believe it or not, reinforce Kremlin fort as mutiny grows, and 8 days later there was a crisis. The year 1927 was a year of nothing but revolts in the Tribune. Revolt against Soviet begins, April 9. The Red Army was fighting South Russia on the 19th, but troops were called home as revolt rises on the 21st. In July the Tribune manufactured a new famine, in October industry faces swift disaster, and in November hundreds died in Ukraine riots. Romania hears. Romania and the Tribune always heard the same stories. They were the same lies. Concluding his study of the Tribune, Professor Schumann says no inquiry into the factual basis of these news items would seem to be required. Suffice it to say that all of their reports of mutinies, revolts, and uprisings were wholly without foundation, so far as the writer has been able to ascertain, and that the remaining headlines differed only in the degree of their inaccuracy. The total picture presented is completely at variance with the facts and is obviously calculated to discredit the Soviet regime. In August 1932, the Finnish police found a group of insane grave robbers who performed obscene rites with dead bodies, whereupon the Helsingfors correspondent, aware that the colonel loved such stories, added to it a line saying, 55. That the persons arrested call themselves proletarians, and one is said to be a communist. During the excitement over the Weyerhaeuser kidnapping, the Tribune printed a front-page story purporting to be an interview with a Washington state police official who said that radicals interested in the lumber strike were being investigated for connection with the crime. The official may have said so, but it was a pure red-baiting sensational story, which in time proved false. In the North Pole flight from Moscow to the United States, the Tribune saw nothing but a red plot. First it reported that it was time to lend the greatest support to the waning C.I.O. movement, and later it reported in a terror-stricken editorial that John L. Lewis attended the banquet to the heroic flyers who timed their flight to land in America when Lewis and his C.I.O. needed something to distract the public attention from their violent activities and take some of the curses off the red purges which filled the world press. On November 13, 1937, the Tribune reported from London the discovery of a plot by German agents to assassinate Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin. Confessions of 2 alleged German spies arrested in Leningrad early in the fall are said to have compromised Litvinov, Soviet Commissar of Foreign Affairs, and to have been the real reason for the reputed arrest of 3 Soviet ambassadors. But despite the Tribune discovery, Litvinov has not been executed. A happy combination of Roosevelt baiting and red baiting was attempted by the Tribune in August 1986, when it reported sensationally, but under a Riga dateline, that Moscow has ordered Reds in the United States to back Roosevelt against Landon. To this story the Chicago Daily Times, only supporter of the president, replied with a front-page editorial saying, "If the Tribune, or any other newspaper, can prove to the 56. Satisfaction of the American Society of Newspaper Editors and the American Newspaper Publishers Association that the Tribune's dispatch from Donald Day, dated Riga, Latvia, August 8, with its heading, "Is True, the Times Will Donate $5,000 to the Work of the Freedom of the Press Committee of the American Newspaper Publishers Association, of which Colonel McCormick is the head, body, and feet." Moscow called the story a fake. Colonel McCormick refused to make a statement. He never took up the challenge. But, acting under the freedom of the press for publishers, he ordered one of his cartoonists, who today are almost unique in upholding the tradition of prostitution of talents in newspaper offices, to draw a picture of Soviet Russia shouting orders to American Reds to stop Landon. And Landon's partner, Colonel Knox of the Chicago Daily News, published an editorial a week after the $5,000 challenge for veracity had been made, in which it was said that, in plain English, the Communist International at Moscow has authorized American communists to vote for Roosevelt, in order to play up to other American radical groups and to defeat Landon and Knox. Needless to say, Hearst played up the same hooks. Colonel McCormick's sympathy with the reactionaries and the Red Baiters is also shown in his association with the Sentinels of the Republic, with Harry A. Young, and his endorsement of M.R.S. Dilling. When Senator Black's committee investigating lobbying took up the Sentinels of the Republic, it exposed, as the chief backer, a family named Pitcairn, and a series of letters. President Alexander Lincoln wrote to W. Cleveland Runyon that, "I think that the Jewish threat is a real one," and Runyon replied that the old line Americans of $1,200 a year want a Hitler. The entire propaganda of the Sentinels was shown to be subsidized by big business, by Irene DuPont, Alfred P. Sloan, E. T. Stotesbury of the House of Morgan, and Raymond Pitcairn, a Philadelphia industrialist. The 57. Moral supporters, the Black Committee found, were Al Smith, John J. Raskob, William Randolph Hearst, and Colonel R. McCormick. McCormick hates Justice Black more than any man living. Colonel McCormick's testimonial endorsing the Red Network appears on the cover of the third edition of this thoroughly unreliable red-baiting collection of hate and prejudice. In his pamphlet Plotting America's Pogroms, John L. Spivak names Harry A. Young as one of McCormick's protégés, who supplies the colonel with a great deal of his inside information about communists and Jews. The names Dilling and Young are further linked by the La Follette Civil Liberties Report, from page 321 of which I quote, "National Labor Relations Board Report: Patriotic associations as undercover agents spy and strike-breaking agencies not infrequently assume the masks of patriotism, ultra-Americanism, or some form of public service. They sometimes set up affiliates under patriotic camouflage or sponsor citizens' committees for an alleged public purpose. Conversely, organizations actually or originally patriotic have been known to engage in industrial espionage and strike-breaking. The most insidious and reprehensible form of activities in this mixed field is that represented by certain associations whose purpose is private gain, and whose methods include making business by spreading scares or actually fomenting disturbances. The most frequent guise for these associations is some form of red hunting. The sustenance of such associations is usually from industry and finance, and its services may include strike-breaking. A typical concern of this sort is AV. The American Vigilant Intelligence Federation, with offices in the Chicago Tribune Tower Building, Chicago, which is the expression of its honorary manager, one Harry Augustus Young. Exposed frequently in the past dozen years by the Chicago Federation of 58. Labor, its record was written into the investigation of the Congressional Committee on Nazi and Other Propaganda, whose report, issued February 15, 1985, stated concerning certain allegedly patriotic associations, many are in reality the breeding places of racial and religious intolerance, and their financial statements show them to be petty racketeers. The report names American Vigilant Intelligence Federation as one such. Young and his colleague, Nelson A. Hewitt, were associated with M.R.S. Albert W. Dilling in compiling a book called The Red Network. McCormick's endorsement of this work says, "I am glad to have it for reference and trust that the book will have a large sale so that Americans will know who are the enemies of society within our gates. You are to be commended highly for the patriotism and devotion to the welfare of your country that enabled you to publish this book." Colonel Robert R. McCormick, publisher of the Chicago Tribune. Europeans were fond of calling pre-Depression America the land of unlimited possibilities, the land of unheard-of paradoxes, and it is still that in many ways. It is the richest land in the world, the only land outside Russia which can supply every one of its inhabitants with food, clothing, and shelter in abundance, and it leads the world today in unemployment and misery. It is also the land in which the publisher of a newspaper that violates all the canons of journalism is the Lord Protector of the freedom of the press. Sincerity, truthfulness, accuracy, impartiality, fair play, these canons never thunder on the Tribune. When Roosevelt was nominated for a second term, Colonel McCormick wrote to his excellent managing editor, E. S. Beck, a letter which editor and publisher, applauding, quoted under the heading, "Col. McCormick orders strict impartiality during campaign." The letter was posted for all to read. It demanded complete unbiased reports with an effort toward equal coverage subject to news value. But the letter also states that Roosevelt in his first term tried to control the Washington correspondence, and it concludes with the remark that there will be so much Roosevelt news created by his commissars that it will be necessary to see that Landon gets a fair share of that total. But the Roosevelt stories must be adequate and must be written without any animus against him. What followed is pretty well known to everyone. Every day the Tribune editorial page was a biased attack on Roosevelt with the heading "Turn the Rascals Out." Every day the Tribune telephone operators said "Good morning, Chicago Tribune. There are only 43, or less, days left in which to save the American way of life." Every day truthfulness, accuracy, impartiality, fair play, and decency were flouted in the most vicious campaign against the president. On October 24, 1936, editor and publisher, which by the way draws a considerable amount of its revenue from Chicago Tribune advertising, courageously enough reported that the Chicago Daily Times had published the story of how the Tribune had faked a photograph and a news item in its attempt to hurt Roosevelt. The president had visited Chicago. He had ridden through the streets, and he had spoken. But the Tribune, whose publisher is the spokesman for the freedom of the press, found that the public was not as enthusiastic as some imagined. It published a picture of a street filled with Roosevelt buttons apparently discarded by hundreds of persons to show their antagonism to the president. The caption read, 59.60. Roosevelt buttons intended for coat lapels land on ground. A rag picker helping himself to Roosevelt buttons on a street near the Loop yesterday. Apparently the buttons were tossed aside by pedestrians to whom they were handed by women members of Young Democrats of Cook County, who made wholesale distribution. Tribune photo, story on page 18. The rag picker shown in the Tribune photograph is Charles Palick. Charles Palick has made a signed statement to the effect that he was paid 25 cents to act in this photograph. A witness has corroborated the story. The Chicago Daily Times in addition published the statement that the buttons were strewn about by the Tribune photographer for the purpose of producing a fake. But when editor and publisher * asked Colonel McCormick for a statement, all it was told is that Tribune photographs are always authentic, nothing more. Toward the end of the campaign, President Roosevelt's name did not figure in the news for days on end. Everyone knows that the campaign was one of the filthiest in American history, but few outside Chicago know how much responsibility for making it so lies with the Tribune. On the day following the 1936 elections, even Mr. Hearst tried to make amends and cover up his stupidity, but the Tribune was unrepentant. It began the campaign which it now continues against every liberal and progressive measure which the administration has proposed. Wrote William T. F. Jug, editor of the Progressive, The Chicago Tribune is once more conducting a campaign against the Roosevelt administration, which for viciousness was only exceeded by its memorable attempt to defeat Roosevelt for president. The Tribune, which always hypocritically poses as the great defender of the highest standards of journalism, is now resorting to practices which violate every standard of decent. 61. Journalism. The Chicago Tribune is the most vicious and unscrupulous newspaper in the United States today. Under the Medill Trust, Colonel McCormick and Joseph Medill Patterson have become equal millionaires, and have increased their millions through their successful conduct of the Tribune and the New York Daily News. $3 or $4 million net profit a year has been a recent average. In 1933, when most newspapers were pretty deep in the red, Chicago reported $2,200 and New York, with the feature syndicate's profits included, $3,800,000 net. In boom years the profit has been $10 million. McCormick and Patterson are so rich they could afford to provide America with two great newspapers equal and perhaps surpassing the Manchester Guardian. Patterson in fact does have a sort of social conscience. He is evidently a man of goodwill, and without having a messianic complex he has a desire to help his fellow men. On the other hand, in a period of 10 years I have never heard McCormick express any concern for anyone, and no actions of his newspaper have betrayed either a social conscience or even a social understanding. There are of course the Tribune crusades. A safe and sane 4th of July. Lower taxation. Modified spelling reform. Big Bill Thompson. To bring the horse back to the farm. Americanism. Freedom of the press. The Chicago School Board. The Tribune has conducted campaigns which have made the people of Chicago believe it is their great, fearless defender, devoted entirely to the common good. But as the Tribune has grown richer and richer, the crusades have grown weaker and weaker. They no longer ever endanger a dollar of advertising money or any other profit. The Tribune's fight against the school board was always cloaked in altruistic verbiage. The board at one time included Jane Addams, Louis F. Post and Raymond Robbins, three persons whose integrity could never be questioned, but 62. The Tribune for years continued its gutter-sniping journalism against them. It claimed it was doing a public service. But the few who knew the facts believe that the entire crusade was caused by the Tribune's disinclination to pay what the board thought a fair price for the land on which the Tribune downtown building stood. The Tribune crusade against Senator Black becoming a Supreme Court justice was said to be in the public interest. The public of course does not know that Black had previously attacked the Tribune. Here is the Congressional Record Report. Senator Wheeler had just explained how subsidizers of the Liberty League made contributions in the form of loans so that the losses could be written off the income tax returns. Senator Black then said, "Of course it is necessary to invent many new methods." The Chicago Tribune several weeks ago were required to pay back some $300,000 or $400,000 by reason of the fact that they had had some kind of a corporation, and they had manipulated and managed it around until they thought they were not obliged to pay. Perhaps they thought they could keep on doing that until there would be some administration which would not make them pay it back. Mr. Wheeler, the senator, does not intimate that the Chicago Tribune would do anything illegal? Mr. Black, on February 12, 1936, that was published in a press dispatch. Of course, I would not intimate that. But it was indicated, not only indicated, but it was true that they had been forced to pay this income tax by reason of the fact that the scheme and device which had been arranged had been stricken down by the Board of Tax Appeals. The public reads the Tribune's attacks on Secretary Ickes and perhaps gets the notion that the paper is brave and unbiased, but it cannot know, because the Tribune has suppressed most of the story, that Ickes, who once was employed 63 by the Tribune, has bitterly attacked it. Ickes, at Northwestern University, declared that he suspected Colonel M.C. Cormack of suffering from political frustration, and added, "I assert the fact to be that the Chicago Tribune, in giving expression to the envy and malice that poisons the mind of its publisher, has slandered the President of the United States, that it has deliberately made misstatements of fact with respect to his acts and purposes." Its news has been colored by insinuations, innuendos, and falsehoods. It is interesting to note that Colonel McCormick is now content to sit at the feet of his rival publisher, William Randolph Hearst, and eagerly pick up whatever journalistic crumbs may fall from that gentleman's table. The Tribune is erupting Hearst and front-page editorials. Every one of these ponderous and pontifical pronouncements that I have read has been based upon a false premise or has drawn a false conclusion. Colonel McCormick published a front-page editorial on October IITH, which sought to create the impression that Mr. Roosevelt and other members of his administration are allies of the Communist Party. This bogeyman with which to frighten the moronic mind was first raised by Mr. Hearst, so that here also we find Colonel McCormick sneezing when William Randolph takes snuff. In making this statement about President Roosevelt, I charge Colonel McCormick with insinuating what he knows to be false. Of course it is safe and sane to campaign for a safe and sane 4th of July, and there the Tribune was successful. The campaign to bring the horse back to the farm is a whim of the horse-loving colonel, and although the McCormick cousins who manufacture farm tractors and the various automobile makers did not like it very much, there was no advertising boycott of the Tribune. In fact, all Tribune crusades ever since McCormick took sole charge of the paper. 64. In 1925, have not endangered a penny of profit, although they may have sounded magnificently defiant to the Chicago public. It is extremely difficult to come to a conclusion on the motivation of the McCormick Tribune. Although the colonel may be politically frustrated, it cannot be said he suffers one of the Roy Howard, Paul Bloch, Hearst, and Northcliffe complexes. He is too shy of contact with human beings and too arrogant in his dislike of the people ever to think of becoming a public figure, nor does he enjoy secret manipulation of political events. Power, money, fame, egotism, do not seem to be the colonel's motives in making his newspaper what it is, and revenge may be the reason for the personal feuds with certain notable men. The Tribune used to advertise that it is not a philanthropic institution. Nor is it a religious or a political institution. It is a commercial institution, and the colonel himself has said that there is venality in almost everyone's life, but both statements also fail to explain the Tribune completely. The matter is perhaps one a psychologist should investigate, but the fact that confronts the Illinois public is that it must get its morning news from either the unspeakable Hearst or from that unspeakable Chicago Tribune that even the newspapers themselves condemn, as it was recently referred to in the Congressional Record. Chapter 4. Little Lord Northcliffe. Paul Bloch is a little man with a big complex. Like Northcliffe, Hearst, and numerous others, some in high positions of sane respect, others in forgotten hoosgows, Paul Bloch has a nicely polished Napoleonic egotism. This ego runs to things big. He cannot sleep in a little room, he cannot ride in an ordinary sleeper, or in a small automobile. When he stops over in a city he rents a suite of 3 to 7 rooms for himself alone, he has his own private coach to attach to regular trains, and his automobile is the biggest made. Paul Bloch, like his numerous colleagues, loves publicity. He loves his picture in the paper, loves to see his name in print, loves to read about himself, and when no one puts his picture in the papers, and no one writes about him, he buys space in papers throughout the country, and publishes his editorials broadcast, with his signature in nice big letters, the most readable part of the advertisements. He also insists in basking in the flashlight. He is always present when the photographers let go their bombs, and if he is not the object of their bombing, he must be second high man. On the occasion when Hoover, as president, paid a visit to Newark, Mr. Bloch in his easy neo-Napoleonic way, called up his city editor and said, "Get me into the president's car for the parade tomorrow afternoon." But neither the city editor nor anyone else could get Paul Bloch into the Hoover 65, 66 car, and yet no one dared defy the pre-Waterloo dictator in the main office. So someone brilliantly called up the police department and told the man covering main headquarters, an old-timer who had heart trouble and who never so much as walked up the stairs, to see to it that Paul Bloch got into the parade, and into Hoover's big car. The reporter told the captain, and the captain detailed 5 men. At exactly the moment when the parade reached the Newark building, the reporter shouted, "Make way for Paul Block, make way for Paul Block," and 5 policemen, with Block in the center of a flying wedge, broke through the crowds on the street. As they rushed the presidential car, at the head of the procession, the United States Secret Service operatives for a moment thought it a plot to assassinate the chief executive. Even the blue police uniforms did not disarm them. "Make way for Paul Block," shouted the reporter. The wedge got to the Hoover car. But Hoover would not stop. For a second the wedge, with Block in the center, remained in the middle of the street. Headed by Deputy Chief of Police John Harris, it finally broke through the crowd and got to the president's automobile, the Block police reporter still shouting, "Make way for Paul Block," but the police found the car full of notable persons. No one knew who Paul Block was. The police officer in charge of the safety of the president, Lieutenant William F. Gannon, of the Newark force, however, was impressed with the publisher's name, and Harris of course was doing his best to get Block into the car. But since this was physically impossible, it was decided that someone would have to be put out. The man chosen to be the sacrifice was Senator Joseph Frelinghuysen, of New Jersey, whom Hoover himself had chosen to ride with him. Frelinghuysen was put. Little Lord Northcliffe, 67, out, Block was pushed into his seat, and the procession moved on. This is not the first instance in which Paul Block got what he went after. Every reporter who has worked around the country knows many towns in which there are these little press lords who exercise their authority in this fashion. As a rule they cause more laughter than harm. Paul Block is the only publisher in America closely associated with William Randolph Hearst. In 1936 the New York Post called him a Hearst stooge, which he let pass, but in 1938, during the excitement over the appointment of Senator Black to the Supreme Court when Robert S. Allen wrote that the expose of Justice Hugo Black's one-time membership in the Ku Klux Klan was a deliberate conspiracy. Parties to the conspiracy were the Hearst stooge Paul Block and others. Block sued Allen and the nation for $900,000 libel damages. Block and Hearst have engaged in numerous newspaper deals. Time claimed, April 4, 1938, that partly with Hearst money, Mr. Block acquired 9 substantial dailies by 1931, and for many years before becoming a publisher Paul Block Associates handled Hearst advertising. In 1927 Block and Hearst invaded Pittsburgh and the result was a slaughter of the press. In recent times the Leader and Dispatch had already been destroyed as rivals, and now Block bought the Post and Sun from the trustee of the late president of the Farmers National Bank, and Hearst bought the Gazette-Times and Chronicle-Telegraph, 2 previously amalgamated newspapers owned by the Oliver family, which was associated with the steel industry and the Senate. The Post-Gazette became the unique Pittsburgh morning newspaper, and the Sun-Telegraph became the unique rival for the Scripps Howard Press in the evening. In 1937 another Block-Hearst deal took place, which editor and publisher reported involving more than $2,500,000 with Block obtaining complete control of the Post-Gazette. 68. And Hearst regaining possession of the Milwaukee Sentinel, which he merged with his Wisconsin News. Editor and publisher, September 18, 1937, quoted Block saying that Hearst helped finance his purchase of the Pittsburgh Post and Sun 10 years earlier, and that when the Pittsburgh deal was consummated Mr. Hearst retained a considerable amount of stock in the Post-Gazette on which Block had an option. In 1931 Hearst announced that the Los Angeles Express would be merged with his Evening Herald, to be known as the Evening Herald and Express. He said, "It was I who prevailed upon Mr. Block to enter the Los Angeles newspaper field. As a competitor of mine in other cities I had learned to admire and esteem him highly. We are also pleased to announce that Mr. Block will become a director of the Herald and Express." In the following year Mr. Block's name came up in the case of the mayor of New York, when testimony was given that the two had a joint stock exchange account. The New York Evening Post * reported the case as follows. Paul Block, newspaper publisher and intimate of Mayor Walker, prefers to wait until he is called by Samuel Seabury, chief counsel of the Hofstadter Investigation Committee, before making an explanation of the joint account which he and Mayor Walker shared from February 1927 to August 1929, and from which the mayor cleared $246,692.76 without the investment of a cent on his own part, as the mayor testified before the committee yesterday. The paper quoted a person in a position to speak with authority to the effect that Bloch received no favors in return, and added, "Mr. Bloch feels, it was said, there is no reason in law or ethics why he cannot give earnings in cash or stocks to whomever he pleases." 69. Mr. Bloch was associated with State Senator John A. Hastings in a chemical company which planned to produce a tile for use in subway stations. In the 1936 campaign, Bloch was almost as partisan as Hearst in his defense of Landon, despite the fact that the Republican candidate for president administered probably the worst snub ever given this squat, sallow, bald little punch, as Time called him, when he refused to let Bloch hitch his private car on the Landon special train. Nevertheless, about 7 weeks before Election Day, Mr. Bloch let the Hearst American publish a scoop interview in which he said, "I have never felt more certain of anything in my life than the defeat of President Roosevelt. By mid-October people will wonder why they ever had any doubt about it. Roosevelt will be defeated by two things: high taxes and increased cost of living. Every working man is now being taxed annually $20 in indirect taxes." Bloch, like all publishers, is supposed to know what the people think and want. He once wrote to Arthur Elliott Sproul, who asked for his autobiography, that his hobbies were newspapers and friendships. He said he had never started a newspaper. "I have another ambition which I probably will never fulfill, mostly because I cannot afford it, and probably am not capable of it, namely to start the publication of a newspaper. The reason for this is because I have bought a newspaper which was in a receiver's hands and have been lucky enough to build it up so it is successful. I have consolidated papers. I have bought newspapers. However, I have never started a newspaper. That would be a great thrill, if it would not break me. However, as already mentioned, I probably will never do it. I like progressive newspapers, but not sensational ones. I would not know how to publish the latter kind. However, for that matter, there are lots of things I do not know. The modesty is false. Mr. Bloch thinks very well of him. 70. Self. And while it is true that he has never started a newspaper, it is also true that he has killed off many. His original business was advertising. Advertising is either the first or one of the first enemies of a free press. The transformation of a big advertising man into publisher has been no credit to the free press. But to his credit it must be said that Bloch has never made his sheets as bad as Hearst's. Chapter 5. California Press and Landlord. The story of Harry Chandler's rise to fame and fortune is usually told in the Horatio Alger manner, with the heavily emphasized moral that America is still the land of golden opportunity, and if one combines brain work and leg work it is still possible to become a millionaire, and in this case, a press lord. The success story in brief is that of a New Hampshire Yankee lad who had to quit Dartmouth on account of his health. He went west in the days the West still called. Eventually he became a circulation hustler for a Los Angeles newspaper, came to the notice of Colonel Harrison Gray Otis, who owned the Los Angeles Times, became general manager of the paper, married the boss's daughter, inherited the Times, the ranches, the Mexican acres, the millions, and the policies. In those days circulation routes were bought and sold, and with his first money Chandler acquired a Times route with 1,400 names and supervised the delivery of papers. With the approval of this newspaper he later acquired the circulation route of the Herald, and also of the Express. There came a quarrel between Otis and his partner, H. Boyce, who then started the Morning Tribune as a rival, and began to cut down on the income of the Times. And then it was that Chandler made the plan by which he became famous. As he himself boasts, I went to General Otis and told him the situation. He said I couldn't do it. I told him I could, and not only that, 172. But for the time's sake I should. My scheme was to starve out the Tribune. With 2 of the 3 morning papers' distribution systems under my control, it would be simple to play them together against the Tribune. If a Times subscriber quit, we could swing him to the Herald, whereas he might have gone to the Tribune if left alone. If a Herald subscriber quit, we could swing him to the Times. Of course, no one but General Otis would know of my connection. The Herald routes were to be handled through a dummy. The scheme, which is legal and shrewd and supposedly good business, succeeded in 2 years in crowding out the Tribune. Boyce never knew what ruined him. When he was forced to sell out, he got no more than 5 cents on the dollar. Colonel Otis had tried to buy the defunct rival, but someone under an assumed name had succeeded in getting in on the ground floor. Otis was discussing the matter with Chandler, when Chandler admitted it was he who was now the owner of the Tribune. After that, it was natural that Otis made Chandler his manager and finally his successor. Harry Chandler continued Otis' policy of attacking labor, his antagonism to the Mexican Republic, his general obscurantism. Otis made a policy of perverting the news concerning labor. He published every item which could be twisted and colored to misrepresent the trades unions and all movements by working people throughout the world which aimed at a better life for themselves and their children. Otis, of course, had a reason for his mad hatred. His paper had been bombed in the midst of a labor war. But Chandler continued the policy of labor baiting, and also Otis' antagonism to the Mexican Republic, and in fact all of Otis' reactionary and obscurantist ideas. And yet, according to editor and publisher, the Chandlers, a visitor at the Times plant learns, are fine people with old-time ideas. Humanitarians, from time immemorial, have dreamed of the emancipation of men and women from the drudgery of 73. Daily work. The machine and power age of today has made that possible. With the ultimate development of machinery and the elimination of profits for a few owners, it will be possible to provide all the food, shelter, clothing, and even luxuries for the entire American population, with the reduction of the working week to 10 or less hours. At the present moment there are 13 million persons who have not the opportunity to work even 1 hour a day. Under the ideal system everyone will work only a few hours, and all will have economic security and leisure for physical and mental improvement. But so reactionary is the Los Angeles Times editorial mind that even a shortening of working hours is disapproved. The inevitable result of too much spare time in the case of at least the majority of the workers, the Times editorializes, would be to steer them into the only diversions they know: pool, poker, drinking and petty agitation over fancied grievance. It would be a tragedy to wreck the whole economic program for a few hours more leisure hours that nobody would know what to do with. Evidently Los Angeles Times editors have never done a day's physical labor in their lives. Being the enemy of labor, Harry Chandler has been the enemy of the newspaper guild since it began as an AF of L affiliate, and more intensely since it joined the C.I.O. On September 22, 1935, the Los Angeles Times published from Portland, Oregon, a news story which is notable for its misstatements regarding the guild. Most newspapers make at least a pretense of confining their unfair reporting, misstatements, and anti-labor bias to the editorial page. The Times states in its news columns that Seattle radical organizers are at work here. The newspaper guild, one of whose purposes is to control news of radical activities by advising editors, has about 20 members in one office. The news item boasts that recent Portland strikes have been promptly 7-4 nipped in the bud, and hints that should the provocation be sufficient, the governor was anxious to see just how good the National Guard is. So violent did Chandler become in his tirades against Seattle labor dominated by Dave Beck that he painted a picture of the city going to rats and ruin. This was too much for Hearst's Post-Intelligencer, where the guild strike was on. Publisher John Boettiger, defending Seattle, accused Chandler of being grossly unfair and misleading and hitting below the belt. The criticism is significant in that it comes from a Hearst paper. At Christmas time, 1937, the clerks of the May department store who had been trying to get more than 30 cents an hour and some improvement in working conditions without of course the support of the press thought it opportune to go on strike. The Los Angeles papers, led by the Times, headlined this demand for better wages as assassination of Santa Claus and murder of the spirit of Christmas. The liberal news participated in this anti-union campaign. All these newspapers were carrying a full page of May department store advertising at the time. Naturally enough, a few newspapermen thought there was a financial connection between back-page ads, editorial support, and front-page hysterics. Old man Otis had 650,000 acres of land in North Mexico which he got from Diaz, the dictator. At the time Diaz was pocketing the money and literally and figuratively selling out his country. When Diaz was overthrown, Otis couldn't get his cattle out in time. He immediately began a campaign for the annexation of northern Mexico. Failing in that, he favored the formation of an independent North Mexican Republic, a buffer state, in which his cattle lands would be safe from the Carranza reforms. And Chandler consistently has carried on a campaign against the Mexican Republic. Upton Sinclair has told the story of how Chandler was once indicted, charged with conspiracy to ship arms into Mexico. 75. And how he was acquitted. Chandler remains one of the largest landowners in Mexico and California. According to the conservative Weekly Time, July 15, 1935, Chandler has proved himself an inspired capitalist. In 1899 he launched a syndicate which bought up 862,000 acres in Lower California. He and his associates built Hollywood, founded a vast agricultural colony at Calexico which produced $18,000,000 worth of cotton in 1919. He owns a 281,000 acre ranch in Los Angeles and Kern counties stocked with fine cattle, a 340,000 acre hunting preserve in Colorado, an interest in another 500,000 acre sporting preserve in New Mexico, is officer or director in 35 California corporations, including oil, shipping, banking. The whisper, "Chandler's in it," signifies a good thing to most California businessmen. Throughout the valleys where Chandler and his associates own and control California crops there is terrorism and the nearest approach to fascism in the United States, outside the Hague domain in New Jersey. There is child labor and even peonage. There is starvation in the midst of plenty. There is vigilantism, tarring and feathering, bloodshed, and violence. There is also big money for the Chandler crowd. No one has ever heard Chandler say anything which could be interpreted even vaguely as humanitarian, altruistic, liberal, or progressively intelligent. But there must be something in him outside the shrewd Yankee trader who slyly put a rival out of business so he could buy the ruins at 5 cents on the dollar and become a big shot. If you ask Los Angeles Times employees about the boss, they answer that last Christmas he distributed a bonus of $197,000 among them. Somehow the question of money and human dignity get badly mixed up in Los Angeles. Chapter 6. Lord Howard and his empire. The repudiation of the Hearst press, now general, is the climax of decades of criticism and doubt. The attack with rotten eggs, stones and curses against the Chicago Tribune and other reactionary Chicago papers on election night was a sudden outbreak of long-repressed mass disillusionment and indignation. These facts indicate that the American people are following Europeans in realizing that the press is a powerful force affecting their lives, and that frequently it is an inimical force. The time has not yet come when the enlightened, liberal and progressive American public will be ready to throw stones at the windows of the Scripps Howard newspapers, call Howard the names they called Colonel McCormick, and boycott his merchandise. But the time surely has come when all of us who are interested in a free press and not the Publishers Association commercial idea of freedom of the press should no longer fool ourselves by counting among the liberal and progressive forces in America. The entire Howard outfit, the 24 papers, the United Press, the N.E.A. feature syndicate, the radio stations, forming what President Coolidge called the world power, influential beyond the dreams of any of its founders. To all these enterprises the time apparently has come for liberal-minded men to say hail and farewell. Individual newspapers, especially those in the more progressive Middle West and Far West, seem to follow the old Scripps ideal, but the management itself has gone conservative. 76. 77. When Edward Willis Scripps founded the Penny Press, now the Cleveland Press, in 1879 he had to borrow the money. Today the empire Howard controls is worth about $100 million, of which $28 million is real estate, plus another $I for goodwill. About a third of this empire was built up by Scripps, who became a multimillionaire without ever losing his integrity. He realized from the first day that it was almost impossible to have a free press unless advertising was practically eliminated. He wrote Lincoln Steffens he intended to prove it was possible that the people can have a free press, not only without having it subsidized or endowed, but a free press that will not only support but magnificently reward those who conduct its various units. Steffens found him sincere and not cynical. Steffens said that Scripps avoided other rich men so as to escape being one. He knew the danger his riches carried for himself, for his papers and for his seeing. Throughout his lifetime Scripps stuck to his ideals, which were, public service, positive justice as between man and man as men, the promotion of the equality of opportunity, the putting into the homes of workers who had little time to read of honest, fearless thought in clean and concise form, impartiality incorruptible by social, political, or financial influence, and the square deal all round without fear or favor. United Press men for a generation said Scripps endowed the newspaper institution with a soul. They spoke of the Unipress soul without blushing. The soul of this empire died in 1926. Robert Payne Scripps, the frustrated, sensitive son of the founder, became the largest stockholder and apparently the inheritor of the liberal tradition. He said of the Scripps-Howard chain of newspapers, "The dictionary definition that appeals to me as applying to the kind of newspapers that my associates and I are trying to produce runs this way, befitting or worthy of a man of free birth, free, not servile or mean, not narrow or contracted in view, broad-minded." 78. Free from bigotry, not bound by orthodox forms in political or religious philosophy. I would add economic to political and religious, so as to embrace all of the principal phases of life in this developing society of ours. In Bob Scripps the liberal spirit, if not the soul of liberalism, flickered intermittently for a little while. None doubted Bob's sincerity, but all realized that the other partner, Roy Wilson Howard, who in 1912 had become head of the United Press and in 1922 made a partner in the Scripps empire, was now its dominating leader and would-be dictator. This is the same Roy Howard who told the Chamber of Commerce of Denver on the occasion of a banquet given him to honor the establishment of a Scripps-Howard newspaper that "We are coming to Denver neither with a tin cup nor a lead pipe. We will live with and in this community and not on or off it. We are nobody's big brother, wayward sister, or poor relation. We come here simply as news merchants. We are here to sell advertising and sell it at a rate profitable to those who buy it. But first we must produce a newspaper with news appeal that will result in a circulation and to make that advertising effective. We shall run no lottery." Here in the statements of intentions we have a pretty fair history of the rise and fall of the Scripps-Howard Press. The elder Scripps twice tried adless newspapers because he knew that no free press can ever exist which owes a first allegiance to business. He supported labor unions in general and raised money for picketers, and he was not afraid to dedicate his press to the workingman. The younger Scripps lived in the shadow of his fatal illness, but he wanted a press befitting a nation of free men. And the present head of all the newspapers, news services, radio stations, and other means of manufacturing public opinion in America, says we are here to sell advertising. That all-revealing statement was made more than a decade, 79, ago. Then, as Silas Bent reported, Scripps-Howard men were fighting editors, and these papers not only fight on their own account but put their strength joyfully behind other fighters. Even today we hear of Ohio and other journals carrying on a crusade against corrupt politics or for a better economic world, but with the disappearance of the Scripps family from the directorate as well as the Scripps soul, the fighting spirit is also disappearing, and many crusades recently engaged in become open to a search for a financial or political personal advantage as vital cause. No such doubts clouded the Scripps era. The Grim Reaper has played the role of Santa Claus for Roy Howard. He has delivered him a new journalistic empire unspoiled by traditional journalistic idealism. Free at last from the Scripps bonds, from the utopian idea of a newspaper defying advertising and business, Roy Howard has begun to follow Hearst in red baiting and labor baiting. He has begun the suppression of his highly paid columnists, has altered their views, and he has gradually changed the policies of his papers from liberal to phony liberal and eventually to a more honest anti-liberalism. He has done so at a critical time in our history when everyone with a minimum of intelligence, not only writers, is taking sides, and when it is easier to see the right side on which there is always butter, than the left, which is not only unbuttered but perhaps not enough to sustain existence. People take sides, and in the process a large number change viewpoints, so that it is fast becoming impossible to see the literary and journalistic woods because of the thousands of lost leaders hiding among the renegade trees. But in the case of Roy Howard, no Browning can sing of his leaving us just for a handful of silver or for a ribbon to stick in his coat. Money and power, as shall be explained later, are the dominating motives in this man's existence, but it is not a matter of 30 pieces or, in fact, lost leadership. Roy Howard, the Scripps partner, as a leader of liberal 80 thought and progressive politics in America, is and has been an accepted myth. Had he been that, it would be easy to say he sold out, he abandoned his followers, he betrayed the usual newspaper slogan of truth, honesty, public service, the welfare of the common people. But Roy Howard cannot be accused because he has never belonged to the Scripps movement, with which he has always been associated and to which his only relationship was journalistic marriage. It is the public which made the mistake of confounding a marriage of convenience with a union of liberal minds. The Scripps Howard outfit did have an ideal, a program which it respected, and a crusading spirit, but no one can accuse Roy Howard of giving more than a Bronx cheer sort of adherence to during the Scripps lifetime. The Scripps soul and the Howard police reporter's soul coexisted for decades without influencing each other. From his youth, Howard devoted himself to making money and gaining power. Only so long as the old Scripps brand of liberalism paid, did he stick to it. After all, every newspaper and every affiliated enterprise which Scripps dedicated to the common people had paid 6% per annum or more, and there was no reason to change the policy. Not for a long time. The change, which is now obvious, did not come, as many, including Howard employees, believe, with his opposition to the Roosevelt administration reforms, the NRA, the ill-fated, and hypocritical, Publishers Code, the NLRB, the Wagner Act and other social economic developments which directly affected the pocketbooks of publishers and drove them in a raging stampede against the New Deal. Actually, the change came 10 years earlier and was the result of the campaign of the elder La Follette for the presidency. The Scripps Howard editors were for Robert La Follette in 1924. Their selection was natural, in harmony with Scripps family liberalism, but Howard went along reluctantly. No one expected La Follette to win, but it was a good 81 fight. The Scripps Howard press had to its credit a fine showing in all its towns and a real victory in Cleveland, where the press, the largest and most powerful of the journals until the formation of the World Telegram, carried the city for the progressives. The shouts and editorials of triumph made Scripps Howard men feel good, all but Mr. Howard. He was not looking at the election returns, he was looking at the box office. Business, advertisers, the supporters of the Republican and Democratic parties, had attacked the chain in its vulnerable spot, the till, and the Cleveland press had lost a tremendous number of advertisements and a lot of money. Howard learned in 1924 that it does not pay, in dollars and cents, to be liberal. He learned then what all publishers know now, that there is little money in the liberal center, no money whatever in the liberal left, boycott and blackmail for the radical left, and that the big money is on the right, in the conservative, Tory, and finally in the fascist right. It took Howard a longer time than most newspaper publishers to find this out because up to then he had seen Scripps making millions under the banner of liberalism. Scripps Howard editors are supposed to have the right to vote on their choice for president, and in 1928 the majority declared themselves liberally on the side of Al Smith, but Howard was for Hoover, and it did not take much maneuvering to bring the editors into line with the boss. The chain supported Hoover. 4 years later it would have been suicidal to renew the support, and Howard very wisely went over to Roosevelt, to whom he remained faithful until Rooseveltian legislation, alienating the affection of most big business, made an enemy of between 70 and 85% of the press in 1936 and at least 10% more in 1938. In the final 10% the most powerful element was Howard's 24 newspapers. And now it must be noted that Roy Howard has also been playing a behind-the-scenes role in American politics. Up. 82. To the time of the war, and for some years after it, he had been content with being a newspaperman. He still considers himself a working reporter and would not hesitate to cover a fire if he found himself exclusively present. But Howard is also one of many newspaper editors and publishers who suffers from the Northcliffe complex. Northcliffe himself suffered from Napoleonic delusions and went entirely insane. Let me digress for a moment to say that while sane he wrote enthusiastic recommendations for a journalistic union, and after he went crazy he wrote violent attacks on the union, which the anti-newspaper guild forces, including editor and publisher, are quoting today, apparently not knowing the later quotations are the ravings of a man about to die. Northcliffe, the Napoleonic publisher, wanted to rule Britain, and the greatest disappointment of his life was not being named prime minister in wartime. But the Northcliffe phase which American editors copy is the make or break power behind the scenes, the role Northcliffe always excelled in and boasted most about, and whose chief hero and victim was Lord Kitchener. Like Northcliffe, in the anonymous phase, Howard also is trying to make himself and his press so powerful that he can name presidents and plot the course of administrations, with no one but his mirror to applaud him. He had tried, in 1932, to name as Democratic candidate for president his own company's attorney, Newton D. Baker, which would have allied him with the Wall Street movement to stop Roosevelt, and with Tammany, and a year later he was attacking Tammany in his support of LaGuardia. This was pure opportunism. However, it is more and more in the field of labor that Roy Howard pursues his Northcliffian if not Hearstian way. He is no longer content with publishing newspapers, and everyone knows that one of the greatest powers in the world lies in the hands of those men who have the right to pick and choose even truthful news, but he must play a part. 83. In pulling strings and shaping events, invisible like all gods. National politics was fun, fed the ego, and held out hope of profit, but ever since the labor movement began to open its political eyes, and especially from the day labor became a financial issue in editorial offices, Howard has been a maker as well as a teller of the news. He instigated, for example, the blast against the Screenwriters Guild which Rupert Hughes signed in May, 1936. Hollywood Variety takes the credit for this exposure of hidden activities and secret diplomacy which now characterize Howard methods. The Hughes pronunciamento is not only stale today, but its stupidity proven by passing time. What is important is the fact that Howard not only ordered it but suggested its tenor. He had telegraphed a request for 50,000 words from Hughes stating that only about 25 words printed here, your statement, Screen Guild's closed shop policy would create writers' Soviet. This attempt hogtie and standardize creative writing. He likens the screenwriters with the newspaper guild, saying net effect of their success would be guild dictatorship of American press on parity with communist, fascist or Nazi unilateral press dictatorship abroad. Difference be here, guild would dictate policies, owners retain responsibility and foot bills. Would like you incidentally point out menace to democratic institutions of attempting limit editorial expression to proponents of any one school of political or economic thought. When Hughes obliged, Howard repaid him by a telegram of thanks which concluded, am asking the press associations to watch your efforts tonight, which I think are of vital importance to real liberty of the writing craft and honest-to-God freedom of expression. Hughes got the headlines, but the Screen Guild got a raw deal, and this seems to be part of the publisher's idea of honest-to-God freedom. The episode cannot be dismissed as picayune. It illuminates in fact the entire new economic and political policy of 84. Roy Howard, the triple policy of attacking labor, of manufacturing news, and of working the Deus Ex Machina racket. The 4-year war which Howard has waged against the newspaper guild is likewise no intramural affair, but part of the general policy. When the guild was started, it was the natural expectation of all concerned that the Scripps Howard outfit would be the first to recognize it. It is true that the minimum wages demanded would go harder with this organization than with most others, because, as I can testify from personal experience on the United Press, newspapermen were paid in 3 kinds of coin, 2 of which were neither negotiable nor good for taxes. These were first the privilege of working for a liberal service and therefore escaping the old-fashioned charge of being servants of vested interests, or as the phrase went up to the 1920s, prostitutes of the press, and second, the byline. Thus Westbrook Pegler in 1917 wrote war correspondence at a minimum wage, but via his signed stories got a good-paying job with the Chicago Tribune, from which the United Press had to buy him back at an enormous salary. But we thought highly of Scripps Howard then, because it did not suppress the news, or pervert the news, and we frequently refused better money from reactionary papers. The guild minimums were not excessive. The guild program seemed to be just the thing for the Scripps Howard outfit to make its own. But 1934 ended without any results, and February, 1935, began 3 years of shadowboxing, stalling, and straddling, for which Roy Howard alone is blamed. Hearst is considered a straightforward, square-dealing, pleasant, liberal-minded, fair dealer compared to the evasive Howard. So far as New York is concerned, the situation was dramatically exposed in midsummer 1935 when the Post, announcing its complete recognition of the Guild, published an editorial openly suspecting the World Telegram of hypocrisy. 85. In its fight to change the Wagner labor bill and its attitude toward the newspapermen's organization. This editorial gave notice that the Post was willing to take the place of the World Telegram as the one liberal newspaper of the metropolis, and that the wheelhorse of Scripps Howard liberalism was decidedly on the opposite road. A year later Howard was still issuing statements and making charges which the New Republic showed were nothing but straw men and inventions, and it exposed the fact that Howard had circulated his fellow publishers with these unfair diatribes. Hearst had used them as a warning to his employees given by a liberal. Howard's idea was to bargain with his own men. In other words, he favored the company union, which labor and the liberal press then denounced and which has since been held unlawful by the Supreme Court of the United States. In the midst of all this headline making by Howard, it may be noted that pay raises from about $2.50 to $5 a week were quietly made to United Press men without their asking for them. In April, 1937, the World Telegram signed a contract with the Guild covering wages, hours, and working conditions but omitting the preferential shop, or, as the majority of publishers inaccurately called it, the closed shop. In October, when United Press men voted 277 to 84 for joining up with the Guild reporter said the vote meant that the publishers have failed to impress Unipressers with their falsehoods about the Guild threat to freedom of the press. From now on it was a pretty straight war of thousands of Scripps Howard employees against Mr. Howard, and falsehoods is one of the mild terms now frequently heard. Ostensibly it was a conflict about the 5-day week, minimum wages, layoffs, pay cuts, and all the other troubles which affect the $100 million Howard empire just as they affect the $2 billion Ford empire. And so we come to 1938, when the Guild by bitter experience has 86. Learned that its chief enemy is Roy Howard. And the Guild also sees the intriguing fingers of its enemy in many affairs, and notably in its first metropolitan test of strength, the Brooklyn Eagle strike, when Jonathan Eddy, executive vice president of the Guild, accused the big publishers of supporting the Eagles' Mr. Goodfellow for the purpose of breaking the unionization movement in New York. Mr. Howard, Eddie wrote in the Guild Reporter, January G. 1938, is probably the greatest of the adepts at stirring up weaker, I refrain from saying weak-minded, publishers to pull his chestnuts out of the fire. The picture today is one of the biggest publishers attempting to incite the smaller ones, whom they regard as suckers, into pulling the big fellow's chestnuts out of the fire as a matter of principle. From fighting the C.I. Guild there is but one step to fighting the C.I. movement, and from there the steps become openly anti-labor, red-baiting, reactionary, and eventually fascist. Howard has now taken several of these steps. Chapter 7. The Light That Failed. Employees of the Scripps Howard newspapers throughout the United States were the first to realize that the Howard policy had won, that changes were being made, that the swing to reaction was definite. The public did not know much about it. There were and still are liberal and progressive editorials alternating with reactionary and obscurantist editorials, and frequently the spirit of lusty Scripps pervades the news columns too. When Howard engaged Benjamin Stahlberg to write a series of articles purporting to expose the C.I. by charging communist intrigue or control of the new great liberal labor movement, the organization's spokesman replied by calling Stahlberg a poison penman. The communist organs labeled him America's No.I literary stool pigeon, and Robert Forsyth coined the phrase parlor fink. Mr. Stahlberg was deeply hurt and very angry, especially over the general accusation that he was a renegade socialist. He contends he wrote the articles to help certain C.I. leaders, his friends, purge the movement of the communists in time. But that is not our concern here. Our concern is the motive of Mr. Howard. Howard advertised Stahlberg as a radical who would tell the inside story of the C.I. The connotation being that he would attack, and attack he did. Now, of course, under the American tradition every man has the right to speak and publish, although that right cannot be well exercised when it opposes a corrupt political machine such as those in Jersey City or Newark, or fascist. 87. 88. Groups such as the American Legion of Terre Haute and Tampa, and in thousands of other cases. Nevertheless, Mr. Stahlberg has the right to criticize and Mr. Howard the right to attack. And their critics certainly have the right to question the ethics of both. Mr. Stahlberg's only possible excuse for doing these articles for Howard would be that he was unaware that Howard today is in the same class as Mr. Hearst. I cannot imagine any ethical writer doing such a series for a Hearst newspaper. It may be good business to have a literary agent sell one's output without consideration of the character of the journal which will publish it, but it is another to sell oneself to Mr. Hearst for the purpose of defaming a labor movement. There is an ethic of place as well as an ethic of words. If Mr. Stahlberg did not realize he was being made the usual Howardian catspaw, and that the difference between Howard and Hearst today is frequently only in size of type, it would be nice to hear him make a public explanation. The Stahlberg series marked the emergence of Howard as one of the leaders in the anti-labor movement in America. The fitting accolade was given by Tom Girdler, who was delighted to find a radical like Benjamin Stahlberg. Pointing to the insidious communistic influences in the C.I. as revealed in the Scripps Howard press. The Girdlers and Weirs and Liberty Leaguers everywhere approved Stahlberg and Howard, but there were, as expected, numerous protests and demands for retractions and correction from the unions. How did Mr. Howard reply to the latter? Did he grant them the inviolable right of redress which is inherent in freedom of the press? Did he even make a pretense of publishing the rebuttal? The answer is, yes. He made a pretense. In every city where one of the 24 Scripps Howard papers is published there was a chance to test the code of ethics of the press. In New York City, for example, Michael J. Quill, international president of the Transport Workers Union of America, informed Lee B. Wood, Executive Editor. 89. Of the World Telegram that Stolberg twisted facts and published vicious and obvious distortions and untruths. Quill continued, we request that you publish this letter. We deem it our duty to allow an official spokesman designated by the C.I. 0. to use an equal amount of space in your paper. At a time when the progressive labor movement is waging a serious fight for organizational unity, economic security, industrial democracy, and political liberty, its enemies are expected to produce their Girdlers, Hagues, Berghoffs, and Stolbergs. Your paper has chosen to share the disgrace of the Hearst press, serving as a channel for their hatred of labor and progress. If the World Telegram does not make amends for the series of articles by M.R. Stolberg, it will remain condemned in the eyes and in the minds of its readers as being guilty of suppressing the truth and of disseminating calumnies, lies and misstatements about the American labor movement and its most progressive leaders and institutions. M.R. Wood, or M.R. Howard, or both, refused to give the C.I. 0. the space requested. And worse than that, they printed only a part of Quill's letter, suppressing the demand for space and the paragraphs cited above. In San Francisco, Mr. Howard's News has always enjoyed the support of labor and with enthusiasm after the 1934 strike. When its managing editor, Frank A. Clarvo, received the Stolberg series, he cautiously prefixed the announcement that the San Francisco News and other Scripps Howard newspapers are publishing the Stolberg story of the C.I. 0 as a matter of historical interest. But even that was not enough. The Stolberg articles dealing with the Pacific Coast differed from the originals. In the World Telegram, for instance, Mr. Stolberg came to this conclusion about the situation on the coast. The resulting bitterness is incredible. It broke up the powerful Maritime Federation of the Pacific, which today is on its last legs. 90. Perhaps the union there is centripetal. At any rate, in the news the Stolberg verdict of history is different. It reads: the resulting bitterness is incredible. It threatens to break up the powerful Maritime Federation of the Pacific. There is no mention of last legs, not even penultimate ones. There are an additional score of instances in which supposed facts and stated opinions are changed or deleted in California. When Stolberg accuses Bridges of being devious, of playing both ends against the middle, of fighting the C.I. 0, and California unions of being up in arms against Bridges and John L. Lewis showing signs of regretting the appointment of Bridges, all these references are missing in California. Obviously one of these two Howard papers is not publishing the facts, uncolored. In Toledo, Ohio, John Brophy, National Director of the C.I. 0, told a huge meeting that an erstwhile liberal chain of newspapers which has capitalized over the years on a reputation of being liberal and progressive hires a renegade radical to do the dirty work of besmirching the labor movement. The labor movement must serve notice to the newspapers which discredit labor. This speech was delivered on January 21, 1938. It certainly was news in Toledo, but Howard's Newsbee, which carefully reported the meeting, suppressed all criticism of Stolberg and the Howard chain. Whether an Ohio speech is still news in New York is open to question. If the World Telegram had never printed a line about it, no professional newspaperman would have found fault. But what happened in New York was this: the World Telegram did not print the news on the 22nd, the 23rd, or the 24th. But on the night of the 25th, after numerous C.I. and other publications had accused it of suppressing the news, the World Telegram carried a few paragraphs. Here is one of them. Brophy's speech. These papers claim to be liberal. But when the test comes, they capitulate to the doctrines of Hearst. They become anti-labor and anti-liberal. Well, we are finding out who are our enemies. 91, World Telegram. He did not mention the Scripps Howard newspapers by name, but described the group as an erstwhile liberal chain which has now accepted the doctrines of Hearst and said we are now finding out who are our friends. Friends, or enemies. In Akron, the Industrial Union Council went on record condemning the recent series of articles by Benjamin Stahlberg in the Akron Times Press and other Scripps Howard newspapers as prejudiced, distorted, and inaccurate, and charged that their publication was prompted by Mr. Roy Howard's intense hatred of the C. I. 0. in general and the American Newspaper Guild in particular. Elsewhere similar actions were taken. In the C. I. 0. press, the comparison between Hearst and Howard was made frequently, with the intimation that the labor boycott, which has caused Mr. Hearst a considerable financial as well as moral headache, might sometime be invoked against Hearst's would-be successor. But Mr. Howard has not been frightened. In fact, it would not surprise anyone in the newspaper game to learn that the chain's advertising solicitors are using this threat from the C. I. 0. as a means of selling more space to big business. Red baiting is also a means to good business. In the case of Simon W. Gerson, a reporter on the Communist Daily Worker, appointed to a city job by Borough President Stanley M. Isaacs because of his fitness and despite his political associations, the World Telegram indulged in the usual Hearst style of journalism. In the office of the paper, the order was given to get Gerson. There was no longer a pretense at publishing straight news, there was a crusade on, and news was manufactured in just the way Hearst, waging a 92 campaign against imaginary Reds in the schools and colleges of America for several years, got his reporters to try every known trick, to fabricate a story where none existed. But apparently the Howard boys have not yet learned all the Hearst tricks, their journalistic hearts may not be in their work, and their journalistic tongues are surely in their cheeks. About the most sensational item which Mr. Wood was able to show Mr. Howard was one saying that 2 months before his appointment, Gerson wrote an article in which he urged the Communist Party to continue an active recruiting drive after election. It was discovered today. One of Mr. Wood's great discoveries. And this is followed by another sensational discovery, namely, that Gerson is under fire by the American Legion and numerous other patriotic, civic, and religious groups. For some 20 years the Scripps Howard papers were among the few which from time to time showed up the excesses of the Legion, its provocation of violence, its denial of civil rights to minorities, but today it cheers the same organization which is notoriously the stooge of big business and according to General Smedley Butler the biggest strike-breaking agency in America. The religious groups are not mentioned, because the Howard sheet knows it will do its baiting campaign no good to say that certain reactionary Catholic organizations and publications are in this business. Nor are the professional patriots named, because in almost all cases such patriotic organizations are found to be the subsidiaries of labor-hating big business organizations. Everyone who knows anything at all about politics knows that red baiting is not just red baiting, it is the first and sometimes the last but always the most important weapon of reaction. It is in fact so important that Mussolini invented a communist menace in 1925 as a reason for his attack on labor and the cooperatives in IG. Other dictators use red baiting, with or without reason. Hitler had at least some 7 million communist voters to blame for his party's anti-93 communist policy. But since we are no friend of Japan's, we can see in her Red Scare as an excuse for her attack on China the utter falsity and hypocrisy of raising the red banner in attacking one's enemies for egotistic, financial, or political purposes. So with Mr. Howard. The policy of pinning the red label on one's adversaries, which was also adopted by American business, and notably by the National Electric Light Association's fight against public ownership, is now a Howard policy in fighting the progressive labor movement. He has not yet reached the dictatorial heights of attacking all labor and all liberalism as red and subversive, but he is undoubtedly well on the road. An indication can be seen in the distorted reporting of all recent campaigns in which labor, the labor parties, and especially the progressive C. I. 0, has participated, and the general attack on pro-labor legislation. Thus, in recent months, the Scripps-Howard papers in many cities have burst into violent attacks on secondary picketing, that is, picketing of advertisers, which is a matter much closer to the newspaper pocketbook than picketing in general and all the pro-labor legislation which has marked the halting march of the New Deal. In all the recent election tests, the Scripps-Howard headlines and the Hearst headlines could well have been substituted, because they tell the same story of C.I.O. Plowed under, Lewis rebuffed in bid for power, labor turns in Pennsylvania and New Deal repudiated. Should the New Deal, labor, or the C.I.O. make any progress somewhere, that fact is not suppressed but so minimized that the lay reader will not be impressed by it. He is either muddled or misled or left ignorant of the facts, when the facts are available to every reporter. The World Telegram headline C.I.O. Candidate trails Martin in Oregon vote, May 21, was soon enough corrected when Hess defeated Martin. But in Pennsylvania on 9/4. May 9 the paper saw L's victory as the political plucking of John L. Lewis eyebrows. The political menace of the C.I.0, the editorial continued, is over, and so is Mr. Lewis hoped that he could scowl his way to political power. The election, the paper suspects, is a turning point in America's labor movement, a turning away from the false path of politics and back toward unionism's true objectives. The facts are that a swing of 33,000 votes would have elected C.I.O.'s Kennedy. The fact is that Kennedy carried the entire state of Pennsylvania except the two reactionary cities, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, where the old corrupt and contented Republican and Democratic Party machines have seldom been rooted. Kennedy carried the rural population but did not do too well in his own mining towns where he felt the antagonism of the A.F.L. But generally speaking, the labor movement in politics, despite all its defeats, is getting along remarkably well, and 10 times faster than the British Labour Party went in its long fight for power. The Scripps-Howard press can speak of nothing but labor defeats, but an inquiring reporter at the United States Chamber of Commerce or the National Association of Manufacturers will hear quite a different story about the march of labor into national politics. Big business is scared. But it is willing to face the situation rather than distort the news about it. If the test of a free press is its resistance to pressures, money, usually in the form of advertising, is still in my opinion the medium of greatest pressure, but, on the other side, reader pressure is becoming more and more apparent. There are racial, religious, and patriotic groups as well as political groups which either directly influence the press or by the very fact of their existence scare our editors into euphemism, hypocrisy or silence. Pressure need not necessarily be sinister. Surely the labor 95 unions which began a peaceful boycott of Hearst in 1934 were acting in their own defense and merit the applause of all people who believe in the economic weapon rather than the violence which is usually the employer's weapon. Today the labor pressure on newspapers is growing, and will become powerful when labor grows more aware of the fact that the press has in most cases been its greatest enemy while pretending to be its greatest friend. But the biggest pressure group in the nation today is Catholic. When Haywood Broun was fired from the Old World 10 years ago, it was for writing a piece beginning "There ought to be a place in New York City for a liberal newspaper" and ending with a description of selfish pressure groups which make cowards of editors and destroy the courage and tenacity of the press. Admitting the danger of generalities, concludes Broun, I would contend that the Irish are the crybabies of the Western world. Even the mildest quip will set them off into resolutions and protests. And still more precarious is the position of the New York newspaper man who ventures any criticism of the Catholic Church. There is not a single New York editor who does not live in mortal terror of the power of this group. If the Church can bluff its way into a preferred position, the fault lies not with the Catholics but with the editors. 10 years ago the Catholic Church was on the defensive. Today it is on the aggressive, and there is 10 times the fear of it there was a decade ago. Father Curran, of the International Catholic Truth Society, God Save the Mark, changed the policy of one newspaper because he controlled $20,000 of business, New Republic, December 30, 1936, and had the effrontery to boast of this outrageous attack on the freedom of the press. But it is general Catholic pressure, not $20,000, which frightens if it does not wholly corrupt many other newspapers. It was no surprise, then, to see Roy Howard's newspapers suppress Pegler's column, Spring 1938, in which this pug. 96. Nauseous writer, himself educated in a Jesuit school, very rightly attacked Franco. The Catholic Church in America, with few exceptions, has supported that child murderer, and 2 cardinals have defended Franco. Hayes prayed for him at a time the Pope openly demanded that Franco stop the murder of civilians. If I were a Spaniard who had seen Franco's missionary work among the children, I might see him in hell but never in church, concluded Pegler in the column the Scripps Howard papers did not have the courage to publish. Fellow newspapermen sympathize with Howard in the Pegler case, because every reporter knows how deep and vicious is the hatred which press criticism of any religious sect always causes. The World Telegram is no braver than the Old World, which lived and died a liberal newspaper, in withstanding Catholic pressure or other pressures for that matter, and no one expects any American publisher to do otherwise. But it is quite a different matter when the Howard papers begin suppressing their columnists because of liberal views which differ from that of our silk-hat and white-spatted Napoleon. Most of the daily columnists are conservative and reactionary, a necessary requirement for getting into the big money. Most of them speak as oracles of reason, common sense, good sense, and of course, straight American liberalism. Only once in a while do they write that way too. In many newspapers which buy several of the notable columns, there is usually an editorial foreword absolving the publisher of sharing in the views of the writer. In M.R. Howard's papers there is no such foreword, but there is, on the other hand, considerable suppression. Thus when General Hugh S. Johnson, for once forsaking obscurantist fields, writes of John L. Lewis, that same Lewis of the C.I.O., of which the Howard-hated newspaper guild is a part, that he is one of the best and that the American people would be better off if more of our leaders in both 97 political and business fields were more like John Lewis, M.R. Howard promptly suppresses General Johnson. The public of course did not know of this. But a still greater mystery is General Johnson's statement about a week after the suppression, in which he claimed he is uncensored. On April 28, 1938, he boasted that although he had split with Roosevelt, he had not joined forces with the Roosevelt haters, and added, "I don't have to." In the freedom of the American press, which still prevails, and the liberalism of the Scripps Howard newspapers, of which I am an exponent, I am permitted to say whatever I please. I may be backed up against the front door, but I have at least the assurance that what is said here is influenced by nobody. I wouldn't trade my job for anybody's. It couldn't happen in any other country. That is why I think the relatively new institution of columns is worthwhile. I read all my contemporaries, but apparently not his own. At least not the suppressed columns. Haywood Broun, one of the few syndicated non-reactionaries, is not only suppressed from time to time for expressing ideas which Howard doesn't approve, but his daily copy is actually censored by Lee Wood. So crude is the Wood pencil that World Telegram employees have numerous samples of paragraphs which don't make sense because Wood has not censored well, and also another before and after series in which Wood, or Howard, has mowed Broun down between the first and second editions. Raymond Clapper, Washington columnist, and Dorothy Dunbar Bromley, who has just left Scripps Howard for the more congenial atmosphere of the Post, have also been suppressed for expressing the mildest of liberal ideas, and even the artists have felt the reactionary whip. In fact, the troubles which Kirby and Wertman have had may illustrate perhaps better than the news columns the fact that Roy Howard has developed an antisocial conscience. When a Wertman picture is suppressed because a strike breaker says even a good 98 scab can't find work now, such action must put the suppressor in the class of scab employers. And according to The Nation, Roland Kirby, a very forceful cartoonist who thoroughly believes in middle-of-the-road liberalism, has been forced to share in Howard's anti-Gerson red baiting campaign by drawing a picture for which he later apologized in a letter to a friend. The public never knows about news censorship. But when columns are omitted, even laymen begin to ask questions, and the letters are beginning to worry Howard. He has been forced to make personal replies. Here is one of his typical explanations. If by the terms curtailed or blocked out you mean to inquire whether columnists writing for the World Telegram are having their matter submitted to a censorship calculated to controversial statements or statements in opposition to the editorial policy of the paper, we'll say that the answer is no. The World Telegram fee is available for its use each day, the signed product of some 25 columnists whose stuff is contracted for by the paper. Space limitations make impossible use of any given day of much more than half of this stuff. In the selection of that matter use, the same test of quality, importance, interest, and readability is applied as in the case of all other editorial matter. As publishers of an independent paper, which is our objective, the World Telegram welcomes the presentation of conflicting ideas and viewpoints, the presentation of which we regard as the most desirable function of a truly independent press, which must be the foundation of an intelligently functioning democratic system. It is no use going to the length of refuting this statement. When Mayor Haig raved for an hour at a recent mass meeting, it was a World Telegram representative, Ed Johnson, who involuntarily spoke the one word which destroyed the entire Haig oration. Mr. Johnson said nuts. And to Mr. 99. Howard, the newspapermen who have seen this letter simply say nonsense. TP. Life does not give most men any choice whatever, but to few and notably to leaders of public opinion, it frequently offers the alternative of loot or laurels. For editors and publishers the choice is hard because the newspaper business has become a big business, and the basis of big business is loot and not laurels. The greatest documentary exposure of the financial corruption of the majority of the newspapers of America is the 72-volume report of the Federal Trade Commission, which accuses the National Electric Light Association, the Propaganda and Bribery Department of the Public Utilities, of poisoning the mind of the entire people through its $25,000 a year newspaper advertising fund. The NELA at its annual conventions boasted that it had reached 4/5 of the press, but this figure may be slightly exaggerated. They did reach a majority. The corruption fund, it was disclosed at one of these conventions, was actually taken from the victims' pockets. The managing director of the NELA urged his associates to spend lavishly because the public, perennial suckers, always footed the bill. His actual words were, "All the money being spent is worthwhile. Don't be afraid of the expense. The public pays the expense." The head of this organization, which the Federal Trade Commission so thoroughly exposed, was Merlin H. Aylesworth. When the NELA was disbanded, Aylesworth went into straight selling of advertising, and he has been so successful in advertising that a few months ago Roy Howard appointed him publisher of the World Telegram. If Roy Howard had searched the whole world over for a gesture to show the world of big business that it had won and the last 100 trace of Scripsian idealism was gone, he could not have done better than to choose the former director of the biggest propaganda fund that ever fought the free press of America. Under the Aylesworth regime, for example, a story which makes the front page of the Post becomes merely financial news on page 23 of the World Telegram. Defendants in proceedings. Under the Aylesworth regime, the World Telegram makes a weekly hero of Bruce Barton, who in addition to being a congressman is the chairman of the board of Barton, Durstine and Osborne, distributors of enormous advertising money. I have not kept a file but recently noticed the following items. May 2, Barton backs plan to reduce taxes for job creators. May 2, nation must take middle road now, Barton believes. June 1, Barton demands wide reforms of auto insurance. June 6, Barton urges recess study of 7 deadly sores. Mr. Barton is also Public Relations Advisor of the Republican National Committee, and according to the Guild Reporter he has sent Republican propaganda to editors with his advertising card attached, and doubtless the publishers got the idea. I cannot give the details here of the Scripps Howard wars against Governor Davie of Ohio and certain whiskey distillers, nor do I care to speak in favor of Davie, but the governor produced the letters from the Cleveland press to Schenley distillers to back up his statement that it is fully evident. 101. That the motive back of the Scripps crusade was not a moral regard for the political welfare, but it was a strictly cash register crusade. It is hard to imagine Scripps Pear or Phils ever being mixed up in such events and charges, with all their crusades in behalf of labor and the underdog and clean politics and a better America being challenged as inspired by the money till and not the Scripps soul, but it is the expected behavior of an Aylesworth Howard regime. I have no space for many more examples which show how this great newspaper chain, which E.W. Scripps founded in his quest for the laurel, has become under Howard's rule a means of dragging in the advertising loot. But one more interesting fact must be stated. Many years ago, when Collier's was fighting the bad medicine men, it branded the Proprietary Association of America, which controlled $40 million worth of newspaper advertising, an organization of quack doctors and patent medicine makers. Now the National Advertising Department of the Scripps Howard newspapers has become an associate member of the Proprietary Association for the purpose of cooperating with the Advisory Committee on Advertising. Mr. Scripps said there could not be a free press if it depended on advertising. Mr. Howard joins the medicine ad men. Mr. Scripps founded a newspaper to serve the working man. Mr. Howard attacks labor. The younger Scripps restated the policy of liberalism. Mr. Howard suppresses the liberal columnists. The elder Scripps shunned the rich, but through a consistent and honest policy built up a $30 million business. His present successor has achieved a pinnacle of fame by being listed with the Mellons, DuPonts, and other multimillionaire legal tax dodgers. Editor 6 Publisher, December 12, 1936. 102. There is almost nothing left of the Scripps empire. Buildings, business, machines, material things worth millions, but only a few cents worth of spirit, and that flickering in few of his 24 cities. And the symbol, the lighthouse. It still stands on the editorial page of all the Howard newspapers, casting two-dimensional beams, right and left. But that light years ago showed Howard that the loot was to be found at only one end of the beam, the right, and he has never returned to either left or center. The light itself, the Scripps light, is dead, another light that failed. Chapter 8. A Jewish Press Lord. There is only one metropolitan newspaper in America which is not run for money or the hope of making money or the personal advancement of its owner. It has a circulation of more than 250,000 copies daily, is worth at least $1 million, has given away about $1 million, pays its scrub women $37 a week, encourages genius and the arts, and doesn't give a damn for all the advertising in the world. This paper, one of the few non-commercial journals in the world, is the Jewish Daily Forward. Abe Cahan, its elected editor and publisher, can be discharged by a vote of his colleagues, but in every sense of the word Abe Cahan ranks as one of the press lords of America. He was born in Vilna, Russia, the son of a Hebrew teacher, in 1860 and arrived in the United States in 1882. He had no intention of becoming a Jewish editor, his first ambition being to shine in the English language field, and the second, and greater ambition, to devote himself to novel writing. He wrote The Rise of David Levinsky, which in addition to being an important contribution to Americana is a good novel, and also Jekyll. These works of fiction show that he was on the road to becoming a major American novelist when the insistent pressure of all his friends who knew he was a journalist of the first rank, forced him into the editorship of the cooperative Jewish Daily Forward. He had tried the Sun first, then the Evening Post, then the Commercial Advertiser, where Lincoln Steffens gave him the job. On these three newspapers he learned the American. 103. 104. Style of journalism, and it is precisely because the Forward, under his direction, was American in spirit despite its foreign language, that it became so great a success. The Forward was founded in 1897. In the previous year Daniel de Leon in Chicago split the socialist and labor movement by moving far to the left, whereupon Meyer London, Dr. Isaac Auerwich, Abe Cahan, and a few others organized the Social Democratic Party and began publishing the Forward as a counter-attack to de Leon's Arbeiterzeitung. No stocks and bonds were issued. A board of 9 managers formed the Forward Association of 20 persons. Only members of the Socialist Party can be elected to the governing board when they are approved by a 2/3 majority of its members. No one can invest in the paper, and there are no dividends. But there is an enormous profit. In good times it runs up to $250,000 a year. This money has been used to make the Forward a better paper, to publish a Chicago edition, to help great men in need, and in the distant past to help the labor movement in the United States. In other words, it once gave its readers, mostly trade union men, the money it made from advertising and from their subscriptions. Mr. Cahan did not remain as editor once the paper was started. He quit in order to write novels, but in 1902, when the circulation was only 7,000, he was asked to save it from ruin. He called the board together and berated it for filling the paper with polemics, with Marxian dialectics, with nothing but abuse of the capitalists, and with a lot of propaganda. A third of a century later, reminiscing for a reporter of editor and publisher, Abe Cahan told what a sensation his introduction of American-style journalism created in the East Side of New York. "We sent out after human interest stuff and played it up," he said. "We started a sports page. What a hullabaloo that raised! We made the paper as lively as possible, and made a 105. Complete metamorphosis from the dry political tract it originally was. People like our paper and read it. I can remember one story I got about an Italian barber down on Broome Street who fell in love with a Jewish girl. She was very pretty and he was just crazy about her. But her mother was religious and wouldn't hear of it. Finally the mother gave in and said they could be married, but the barber would have to become a Jew. And then the old lady made him learn Hebrew and pray every morning with a cap on his head. The poor man couldn't get his breakfast until he prayed. But the girl had a brother named Joe who was born here in America and he didn't pray. The barber said, "Why doesn't Joe have to pray before breakfast?" That made a great stir when we printed it. Some people were shocked at reading such a story in a socialist paper, but people talked about it, and it brought readers. It was fascinating work. Abe Cahan combined human interest news with crusading. His first big campaign was against the sweatshop in the needle trades. The needle trades unions today are still the largest supporters of the Forward. One day he published a feature story urging mothers to give their children handkerchiefs. But indignant socialist leaders demanded of him what the relationship was between the manifesto of Karl Marx and handkerchiefs for East Side children. Cahan replied, "And since when has socialism been opposed to clean noses?" Cahan invented letters from the lovelorn. His department in the Forward was called a Bindlebrief, meaning a bundle of letters, where men and women told their troubles and got advice. In addition to marriage and divorce, there were thousands of letters discussing the problems of behavior of immigrant Jews in the New World. In recent times Cahan has been attacked bitterly by the more radical labor movement, and by various socialist and communist organizations who do not believe in his socialist lob program. His journalistic and political policy is as follows. Things should speak for themselves. The first thing to report is the truth. The Forward is a party paper, but it is first of all a newspaper. I think that party affiliations of newspapers are compatible so long as the newspapers remember their primary purpose. Compared with Yiddish, the English language is like a millionaire compared with a pauper. When I was young, socialistic ideas were considered as dreams. Now you hear them from our most renowned representatives in public life. The New Deal was excellent as far as it went, but it did not go far enough. It will come up again because there will be another depression sooner or later. Capitalism spells depression, and the number of people on relief is bound to grow. It is possible that this country will work its way into socialism without a party. But there will be a third party, and it will be the greatest one. Things are developing in that direction, and a progressive spirit is noticeable in the land. We are working for a change to a better organized economic system. But we are willing to work at a reasonable rate. We aren't damn fools. We don't think the whole building can be pulled down and changed overnight. But despite lip service to socialism, Kagan and his paper have taken the road to reaction. They had always represented the conservative wing, had fought de Leon, Debs, Haywood, Norman Thomas, they first supported, but from 1921 on attacked Soviet Russia, using all the propaganda and Riga falsehoods long before Hearst and McCormick. At the same time, wages of the big editors increased regularly. Kagan now gets $20,000 a year. Worse yet, the Forward has become commercialized. It publishes the usual bad medicine and other advertising, and it has accepted the ads of corporations whose union men were on strike. On more than one occasion, workingmen have smashed the Forward office windows. 107. In 1922, editor Villard of The Nation called the Forward the best newspaper in America. In 1985, The Nation said that those who had praised Kagan and his sheet were usually unable to read Yiddish and pass judgment. The Nation now compared the Forward to the red-baiting Hearst rags, and said Kagan had learned little in 40 years. In 1936, Kagan and his old guard were expelled from the Socialist Party. Liberals have long ago given up the Forward. Radicals regard Kagan as a typical rich bourgeois renegade. In the past year, Mr. Kagan has faced a great problem in the trades union situation. The young radical of the 188Os had come up against the CIO industrial union idea, militant labor, the sit-down, and a new radical movement which he would have been the first to support in his youth. Now, celebrating his 78th birthday in midsummer, 1938, he was unable to bring himself to the point of endorsing John L. Lewis, but he joined with the Stradlers and Redbaiters in hinting at communist control of the new labor organization. In the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union, one of the largest component parts of the CIO, there was considerable anger over a statement Kagan made to the New York Times directed against Sidney Hillman, the union's president. Kagan was reported saying, "I feel that Mr. Hillman's attitude toward the communist movement is objectionable and irresponsible. Mr. Hillman is not a communist, but he does not mind playing with communists when he considers it to his political advantage to do so." This statement was used by all that part of the press trying to make the CIO appear communist-dominated, and by the Redbaiters who had tried to smear Hillman and other progressive labor leaders. The radical of 40 years ago hasn't kept up with the times. Only those who expect miracles nowadays are surprised and shocked. Lord Baltimore. If integrity is a luxury, it was well exemplified in the case of Van Leer Black and the Baltimore Sun papers. The Sun and Evening Sun of Baltimore have always been prominent among the few really great newspapers in America which can be compared with the Manchester Guardian, the old Frankfurter Zeitung, the dead New York World. All these papers, by the way, were rich men's newspapers, the Guardian owned by C.P. Scott, the Frankfurter by Sonman, the World by Joseph Pulitzer, and the Baltimore papers by Black. Black was probably the richest individual in the state of Maryland. He was president of the Fidelity and Deposit Company of Baltimore, director of the Consolidated Coal Company, the Massachusetts Mutual Life Insurance Company, the American Ship and Commerce Corporation, American Sugar Refining Company, the Chatham Phoenix National Bank and Trust Company of New York. But did Mr. Black present his editors with a list of these corporations with instructions to treat them as sacred cows? Did he instruct his editors to color the news to suit the sugar company or the shipping company? He did not. He not only told his editorial writers, editors, and reporters that they must cover the news truthfully as most editors do, but he proved to his staff that he was not bluffing as so many others are doing. The question of the man's integrity is well illustrated in one of the West Virginia coal strikes, where the worst features of labor war in America were to be found, with violence, bloodshed and murder commonplaces. Mr. Van Leer Black was not only a stockholder in one of the companies, but he was an operator in this field. But that did not deter him from sending two men, a staff reporter and a radical labor advocate, to write the story of the strike. Mr. Black made a bet that when the stories came in, the one from the regular staff man would turn out to be more radical than that of the radical labor advocate, and he won. But it is to be noted that, 1. The staff man knew he would not be fired no matter what he wrote as long as he was convinced it was the truth, and, 2. That the coal operator published in his own newspaper damning, but truthful, reports against his own profit interests. Van Leer Black began life as a clerk. In his youth he was interested only in business and finance. He became director of banks, shipping companies, insurance firms. He insured himself for $750,000 and his hobbies were yachting and airplanes. It was as chairman of the board of A.S. Abelco, which published the Sun papers, that he became identified with journalism. He never interfered with the capable men he hired to run the papers. It is quite possible that he would not have interfered had the editors made the paper reactionary and servile, but since it is the natural habit of American reporters to produce as free a newspaper as the owner permits, and since in this instance the owner was sympathetic, the result was two great newspapers. Unfortunately, Van Leer Black disappeared from his yacht one night in August, 1930. Alive, he had furnished the world press with many stories, notably his 13,000-mile flight to all parts of the world, but in death he furnished a sensation. However, it was soon proved that although he was a drinking man, he had not been drunk and there was no probability of suicide. The accident had tragic effects on the Sun papers. In the autumn of 1936, when the reactionary papers joined 110. Like howling wolves around a single victim, the New Deal, the two most important deserters from the liberal Democratic camp were the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Baltimore Sun papers. Said the Sun. The Sun now states that in this campaign it is unable to advocate the re-election of President Roosevelt. The statement is made with regret. The Sun stands for competitive capitalism. It is the system which most effectively uproots the unfit, the unworthy, the lazy. It is the system which gives place to the vigorous, the competent, the purposeful. It is the system which constantly provides room for originality and thereby constantly enlarges achievement. It is the system which carries technological advance to its rational conclusion of lower prices and increased mass consumption. Even as distorted in recent periods, it has produced in this country a degree of well-being which has never been equaled, and in that well-being all classes of men have shared. Within this system labor may organize and exercise its rights to bargain collectively. This system of competition is, moreover, the protection of political liberty. It is the best protection for the ordinary citizen, the working man. It is the economic freedom of competition which guards political freedom. 6 weeks later, or just before the dawn of Election Day, the Baltimore Sun announced that it could not support Landon either. But reaction has run the chariot of the Sun ever since. One of its signs was the appointment of H.L. Mencken as editor of the Evening Sun. One of Mr. Mencken's stunts was to publish 6 columns of dots on the 7-column editorial page with the announcement that there were 1,075 dots, one for every federal government's immense corps of job holders. If there were no job holders at all, every taxpayer's income would be increased 27%. Such is the bill for being saved from revolution and ruin by Wonder Men. 111. In midsummer 1938, Mr. Mencken, retiring as editor, but continuing as columnist, went to Germany for his holiday. The Sun papers still produce excellent pages, still employ numerous editors and correspondents noted for liberalism and intelligence, but there is no millionaire owner today to encourage the staff to produce a great newspaper at the price of disagreeing with the forces of that competitive capitalism which the staff approves and which it claims uproots the unfit, the unworthy, and the lazy, and which in practice has always kept the American nation a third ill-fed, ill-clad and ill-housed even in the good old days of the liberal Van Leer Black. Chapter I. The American Thunderer. Many persons in addition to its owners believe the New York Times is the best newspaper in the world. They point to its leadership in international news, its completeness in national news, its impartiality, decency, honesty, and other virtues, but the more they pile on the praise for this newspaper the more they condemn the press in general, because, all in all, the New York Times is not good enough. The Times does not color and suppress the news in the way most papers do, but it knows how to bury unpleasant items and play up pleasant ones, which is a confession that bias and partiality weigh the news there just as they do in the Hearst press. The editorial page, Mr. Sulzberger assures me, is purposely kept weak and dawdling so as not to affect the news. If a strong editorial stand is taken, every employee from Washington to Moscow will be influenced in how he writes and what he sends. If no editorial policy is emphasized, the staff will be unprejudiced. That is Mr. Sulzberger's theory. He thinks it is working well. Others think it is not working at all. I am absolutely sure that Mr. Sulzberger has convinced himself that he has made the Times completely free, liberal, and impartial. He not only says he is a liberal, he is devoted to liberalism, he is impassioned for democracy, and he cannot possibly see that he is a conservative, and that there is much about the Times that is not only conservative but Tory, and Toryism means prejudice, bias, unfairness to lib 112. 113. Aerialism and democracy, unfairness to labor, to all progressive movements and their news, and to the forward march of civilization. It is perhaps a job for a psychologist to explain the behavior pattern of the publisher of America's most important and powerful newspaper, to relate education, environment, and upbringing of the man to his confession of liberalism, his delusion in believing that he is producing a great liberal journal, his transcendental failure to do so, and his magnificent success materially. As a reporter, it is merely my job to try to get at the facts, and the most interesting in my opinion is the fact that the publisher believes in his own liberalism. No liberal in the past or today has ever considered the Times or its owners as fellow travelers. The evidence has been against them. A test for not only a liberal press but a free press can be made by an examination of its news on labor. It is not required that a newspaper claiming to be liberal should also be pro-labor, although that exists among magazines, and would not be held against newspapers. When, however, a newspaper slants its news or its headlines or selects news and plays up news which is inimical to labor, it can be said that that newspaper certainly is not liberal, it may not even be fair. As for red baiting, that attitude puts the Hearst stigmata on a newspaper and requires no more condemnation. How then shall we judge events of May, 1938, when big business, which the La Follette Committee had proven the enemy of labor, and William Allen White had admitted engaged in class warfare with labor, began to demand the revision or repeal of the Wagner Act, the annihilation of the National Labor Relations Board, the outlawing of secondary picketing and perhaps all picketing and sit-down strikes, and in short the repeal of all the gains labor had made not only under Roosevelt II but in a century. The American press, with the exception of a small minority, fell in with 114. The plans of big business. A resolution tentatively adopted by the Chamber of Commerce for an investigation of the National Labor Relations Act made the front page of the Times with a 3-line head. The same day when Knudsen of General Motors predicted a governmental curb on industrial unionism, the World Telegram went into 3-column hysterics. The Post published only a 1-column head over a short piece, and Hearst went saffron with a story headed U.S. Must stop violence by unions, says Knudsen. The Times the next day, May 6, Again front page the story Labor Act repeal asked by Chamber, which was followed on June 3 with a front page story Roosevelt is reported planning revision of National Labor Act. This last story was immediately denied, but all are overplayed anti-labor news items. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court had decided several cases in favor of the law. In the McKay case, the court recognized the continuity of employment while workers are on strike. The Times said editorially that certain provisions of the Wagner Act had been held legal, but the country, it seems clear, is coming more and more to recognize that it is the Wagner Act itself, rather than merely its administration by the Labor Board, that is fundamentally in need of change. If by the country the Times means its clients and supporters, the editorial is a fact. If it means 5 million organized workers, every liberal-thinking man, it is talking nonsense. However, it is a tragic fact that the anti-labor press of the country has built up quite a powerful revisionist following even among ignorant workingmen for whose benefit the law was made. Nor is this the first instance in which a majority of newspapers has so influenced public opinion that the people have acted against their own good or selfish interests. In the general strike of 1934, when the publishers of San Francisco, with the exception of the Scripps Howard News, conspired to break labor, Hearst ordered the press to play up. 115. The story of how Britain broke its general strike in 1926. If one searches the columns of the Times, one will find the coincidence in its use of the British story and an editorial on how it was done. Moreover, the Times went the Hearst crowd one better with a story headed "Cleveland Broke. Strike with Army." On every possible occasion the Times writes an editorial against picketing. And now that labor has taken to picketing advertisers, the Times joins with the cheap newspapers in a concerted battle to outlaw this weapon. The Times bias goes over into its letter department. Here are some samples clipped in November 1, 937, WK. A. WRS that the public is annoyed by silly demonstrations. Foolishness. Nuisance. Richard Janes says the automated picketing is not justified because the strikers are a minority. WH. B, who should get a high post when fascism arrives, declares he makes it his business to patronize struck establishments. RJ. Derby writes, I have been doing the same thing. M. FF says neither yea nor nay. R. C. O'Brien says picketing promotes disorder. Cyril Brown proposes licenses. Only one letter takes the side of labor. Can it be that no Times readers are pro-labor? The present reader wrote numerous letters under numerous names and got many friends to write in. But not one letter out of 20 favoring picketing was published. Here is one of the suppressed letters. To the editor of the New York Times. Reading all the letters from Times readers protesting picketing, I begin to wonder whether an impartial poll of public opinion would agree with them. All the courts where the issue has been raised have ruled picketing legal. One higher court has ruled. 116. Picketing legal in time of no strike. There can be no question that those who would deny labor the right to picket are advocating illegal methods. More interesting I find the mentality which expresses itself in patronizing struck shops to show a contempt for labor and its methods. I have never been able to find an American who admitted himself a fascist, but this is obviously the fascist mentality and the fascist method. After all, it was Squadrismo, or the violent arm of Mussolini's fascist movement, which smashed strikes and picketing and the cooperative movement in Italy, while in the employ of the employers' associations. I am indeed surprised to find so much fascist mentality in America proclaiming itself American. Grant Singleton. New York, November 28, 1937. The Times had no room for pro-labor letters, but it found room for a story headed J. L. Lewis to move near White House, beginning, John L. Lewis will move 3 blocks nearer to the White House Monday. This story, it must be admitted, is a good story in the Hearst style. It means nothing. But a Hearst writer could make a sensation out of rumors of Lewis' alleged desire for political power, and the Times makes the insinuation. Again, on the occasion of a Lewis broadcast in which he spoke of the slaughter of workers paralleling the massacres of Ludlow and Homestead, the Times asked editorially why he did not include Heron. Why should he? The La Follette Committee had supplied the evidence, which the Doubting Times puts in quotation marks, of massacres of workingmen by police and by company forces. The fact that workmen had once fought among themselves is totally irrelevant. That was not part of the labor struggle. Anti-labor and red baiting go together. The Times is anti-labor, and there is a lot of evidence with which to build up a case of red baiting. Here is an example. On August 26, 19355, the Times had a story. 117. See clue to firebug in nurse's notebook. Denver police find leaves at 3 Blazes and suspect communist group. The police chief, Captain James E. Childers, was quoted saying it is possible that a communist organization with a hatred of religion and of men who own large buildings and hotels is attempting to spread a reign of terror. 3 Catholic churches had been set on fire. To publish such charges against a legal, recognized political party is not good journalism. One cannot imagine the Democratic Times ever referring to a Republican organization as engaged in arson. And to publish the true story the next day without reference to the red-baiting lie of the previous day is not fair journalism. The fact was that a pyromaniac, a boy named Warren Kramer, confessed setting 24 fires for fun. Again the Times, October 14, 1936, had a scoop with a wild tale about hundreds of communists running wild in the textile district. Commissioner Valentine, who in his time had conducted numerous red raids, called the stories a lot of bunk. The Times kept quiet. A later Times scoop, with the 2-column head, Miss Point's disappearance laid to kidnapping here for Soviet, made the front page in the midst of a spy scare. There were columns of sensationalism credited to the Italian radical leader Carlo Tresca, who is anti-Soviet. Miss Point's attorney, Elias Lieberman, is also quoted. The next day the World Telegram quoted the attorney saying the story was purely imaginative, and by the time Tresca came before the investigating grand jury the Times polished the story off with about 6 inches of police reporting. There was nothing to the story. The red-baiting boomerang did the Times no credit. Neither did its December 17, 1937, story of the arrest of a burglar which it headed Red Leader. 118. Arrested in social tax thefts. It was a good story, but as Cyril Brown once said in Berlin, the best stories are not necessarily true. There are many other illustrations. Nevertheless, I would not say that the Times is now one of the most impassioned red-baiters, as Oswald Garrison Villard found it was in reporting the 1G steel strike, nor is it consistently red-baiting today as it was when campaigning against Charles A. Lindbergh, Sr. It has dropped its red-baiting campaign against Russia. But it somehow cannot escape fits of red-baiting. The test will come soon because labor is inevitably going left and business corporations, as well as cheap-jack politicians, purposely confuse militant labor with red ideology. One of the tests by which a reader can tell whether the press is not only liberal or conservative, but fair to its customers, is the manner in which it reports Congressional and Federal Trade Commission investigations. Throughout our history, and we have only to think back to those of most recent date, notably the Teapot Dome, the Nye munitions and the La Follette civil liberties investigations, these extramural activities by committees of the Senate and the House have unearthed tremendous scandals, the worst corruption, the most flagrant examples of injustice and law-breaking, and they have also supplied the press with many of its most prolonged sensations. It would have been natural to suppose that the newspapers, many of which also engage in attacking vice, corruption, and law-breaking, and all of which protest their aim is to serve the American public by telling it the truthful facts of public life, would have welcomed all congressional investigations and notably those which supplied the biggest headlines. But the opposite is more often true. Of course, the exposure of the $25 million press corruption fund operated by the National Electric Light Association got little if any. 119. Space in the newspapers because so many of them were directly involved, but when merchants of death were exposed, and a member of the cabinet caught taking $100,000 bribe, that was news that sells the papers, that rivals wars and lovers' quarrels. The press has not been friendly. Senator Wheeler, during the Black Lobby investigation, invited his colleagues not to get too excited about what the newspapers say about these investigations and investigating committees, suggesting that an examination be made of the cartoons and editorials which were published about Senator Walsh, which would show that the press of the country was almost unanimously against the committee and strongly denounced my colleague. Yet after the investigation was over and after the situation had been exposed and it was known that Fall had accepted money from Doheny, then the same respectable press which had denounced Senator Walsh during the time the investigation was going on, after the public had been aroused by the exposures made by the committee, all proclaimed Senator Walsh as a great man. Likewise in the so-called Doherty investigation, which I helped to conduct, every paper in the United States, almost without exception both the old guard Democratic papers and the old guard Republican papers denounced me, denounced the investigation, and wrote editorials upholding and supporting Harry M. Doherty. Until after the investigation got to the point where the papers could not any longer stand it, that continued, and eventually they were compelled to switch over. As a matter of fact, during the investigation the Associated Press would carry what the committee brought out during the hearings, and above that they would carry every night a story as to what Doherty said, and what his comment was upon the committee's hearings. They repeatedly through the press denounced me for not calling Doherty, and when I finally did ask him to come before the Com. 120 committee, and he refused to come, there was hardly a single editorial denouncing him until after he had been reluctantly thrown out of office by President Coolidge. Almost the entire press of the country was against both the Walsh investigation and the Doherty investigation. If it had not been for those investigations, most of those men would have continued to hold public office. Most of them would have continued to carry on their thievery. Most of them would have gone on exploiting public domain, and most of them would have gone on debauching the government of the United States, and yet I say it is a sad commentary that the press of the country, both Republican and Democratic, denounce every investigation carried on by the Congress of the United States. I wish to say, for my part, that I feel that one of the most beneficial things the Senate has done since I have been in Congress has been to expose corruption and crookedness in high places, and likewise to expose the corrupting influences that are used to oppose the passage of legislation in the interest of the masses of the people of the United States. The Senate has done more, in my opinion, to preserve a democracy in this country through those investigations than almost anything else. If it were not for the investigatory powers of Congress and the fear of exposure on the part of some individuals high up in some of the industries of the country, our government would not last very long. I think the members of the Black Committee are to be congratulated upon the work they have carried on, and I do not think they should take very seriously what Mr. Hearst says, or what the owner of the Washington Post, Eugene Meyer, says. The people of the country desire to have these things exposed, and they desire to have crookedness shown up. Senator Wheeler's statement can be backed up by historical facts. The Pujo, the Pecora, the Nye munitions, the Walsh and the present La Follette investigations, to name 121. But a few, have produced the evidence of corruption and frequently resulted in good laws. A crook named Fall went to jail, but the big businessmen who bribed him were unfortunately not discovered by the Teapot Dome investigation. Yet in this instance, as in almost every instance without exception, the New York Times has begun by ridiculing the investigation committee and ended by minimizing its findings. I know of no big newspaper in America which has so bad and consistent a record in opposing investigations. I cannot imagine why this is so, except perhaps the fact that every investigation exposes the corruption of men and organizations who represent power and riches, and the Times is fundamentally the paper of the people of the same class of society. I have already told in Freedom of the Press how Mr. Oakes had boasted that American newspapers, with whatever faults and defects they may have been charged, are not open to the accusation of venality. Just before a Senate committee heard Frederick Bonfils of the Denver Post admit he had blackmailed oil men for $1 million to suppress the first news of the Teapot Dome scandal, and John C. Schaefer, then owner of the Chicago Evening Post, Indianapolis Star, Muncie Star, Terre Haute Star and Rocky Mountain News, testify he had received $92,500. Oaks Times even then declared that the senators making the investigation acted like men who at heart are enemies of lawful and orderly government, suggesting that the object of the probe was to paralyze the administration, to terrorize members of the cabinet, to break down the efficiency of the government. Mr. Oaks Times called the investigators scandalmongers and assassins of character. This was absolutely false. The investigators, as we now know, sent criminals to jail and saved the oil reserve for the United States Navy. If the Times was at fault in the Teapot Dome case, it was even more culpable in the Nye Munitions investigation when its great and good friend, the J. P. Morgan Company, was discussed and found. 122. An important factor in bringing America into the World War. This is a complicated subject and I offer an enormous documentation to any student seeking material for an interesting thesis. Here I can give only a few facts concerning the Times. In the autumn of 1935, Senator Nye recalled the fact that President Wilson had admitted that the World War was a commercial and industrial war. To state that America went into the last war to help American commercial and banking interests is in itself too bold a statement to command a hearing. Nye continued in a radio address, adding that it was necessary to state the step-by-step course through which these commercial and banking interests led us to war. This he proceeded to do. He discussed at length the Morgan credits and the tie-up with the State Department. Finally he read the famous page telegram which warned of a great panic because the approaching crisis has gone beyond the ability of Morgan and urged our going to war as the only way in which our present preeminent trade position can be maintained and a panic averted. And so, concluded Senator Nye, into the war we went. Not to make the world safe for democracy but to prevent a panic. The Morgan firm was scheduled to give testimony early in January, 1936. In December, 1935, Kenneth Crawford, staff correspondent of the New York Post, wrote a story with the banner line "Allies' loans put U.S. into war," and Raymond Clapper, Scripps Howard staff writer, appeared in the World Telegram under the headline "Inquiry to Show Morgan's Strong Factor in War." From that time on the Times began its defense of Morgan. Take for example the papers of January 7. The Times has Morgan defense financing in war and the Post has Morgan accused of hampering probe. The testimony of the 8th was worth headlines in every newspaper that night and the next morning. Here they are. 123. Post. Morgan gave U.S. secrets to English in 15, Nye says World Telegram. Morgan interests spared in 363 million war sales N. Y American. Morgan arms sales aided war, Senate probers charge N. Y. Sun. Senators read Morgan cable inviting Britain to buy arms plant here in January, 1916 NY Tribune. Morgan shown averting tie-up in war supplies from U.S. to allies in 16 NY Times, Allied financing arms plant deals told by Morgan. The Tribune published no editorial. The Post said we don't believe that J. P. Morgan and co. deliberately set out to involve this country. Morgan was merely the instrument by which the United States was linked to Europe's cataclysm. The World Telegram, asking for measures against a repetition of a world war, says that Morgan showed how the fortunes of his house, deeply rooted though it was and is still in the economic life of this country, were involved with the war fortunes of the Allies. The Times on the 8th tried the comic approach. In its Topics of the Times column it said, "It really wasn't the munitions makers and bankers who took us into the war on the side of the Allies, but the theatrical managers and equity. Because there were nearly a dozen English shows recently in town." But the next morning there was a leading editorial, "Senator Nye may be an amiable and sincere gentleman, but he is a little on the credulous order. He swallows scandalous rumors greedily, and puts the plate of evidence away untouched. In several addresses during the past summer and autumn he recited charges against J.P. Morgan and Co. That firm had, according to the senator, followed an iniquitous course all through the first years of the Great War, and had finally, in a desperate effort to 124. Collect its foreign loans, dragged the Wilson administration and the country into the war. When the actual test of these assertions came before the Senate committee, a plain tale put most of them down as wild or ridiculous. The editorial attack on Nye and defense of Morgan continued almost daily. In the committee's discoveries, the sensational disclosures which were making banner lines throughout the world were called familiar history, and the proceedings possibly a little wearying. In instructive irrelevancies it was stated that the committee delving into the affairs of the Morgans has taken up questions which are irrelevant and immaterial. Everybody can see that and infer what was the motive for it. Some senators still believe in a kind of political demonology. To them it seems impossible that important events can have happened without a sinister and wicked person controlling and directing them for his own nefarious reasons. In Inquiry Unlimited, January 16, The Times suggests that the hearings having proven dull, be discontinued. One reason, states the editorial, is that their personal and financial sensations have all been exploded, with little or no damage. It maintains that the endeavor to prove that only the profit motive drew the United States into war in 1917 left the committee confused and baffled. Of the falsification regarding the secret treaties charged to Wilson, the editorial said irrelevant if true, and more matter of that kind will soon justify the committee in putting up the shutters. That same day the Topics of the Times said with its usual elephantine attempt at humor that the shrewd men on the Nye committee will not be deceived by Morgan's statement in favor of the purple heather and grouse shooting in Scotland. This grouse situation must be looked into. In defense of the Times it could be said that its treatment of Morgan was not as servile as that of other newspapers, if that fact can be a defense. The Sun, January 15, 1936, Re. 125. Reported that Nye exonerates Morgan of wrong, and the Herald Tribune, on the 19th, in a leading editorial, Morgan turns the tables, said. Mr. Morgan, to his credit be it said, has turned the tables on Senator Nye and the other inquisitors who, during the last few weeks, have been doing their best to prove that he was a liar, a scoundrel, a traitor and a bloodthirsty and greedy knave. As the committee's work is approaching its end, Senators Nye and Clark are the discredited ones, and Mr. Morgan's integrity and character have been blasphemed before the nation. May the senators' experience serve as a warning that the country is tired of smearing campaigns even when the objects of vilification have for so many years been maligned, misrepresented, and manhandled, as is the case with the members of the House of Morgan. The climax to the Times campaign against Nye came when the inquiry ended and the senator gave the lie direct to a Times editorial. This paper had said, February 9, 1936, under the heading "An Inquiry Ends Well," that Nye had predicted he would prove inter alia that the Morgan firm, in order to save its own loans, had used its powerful influence to induce the Washington government to take this country into the struggle against Germany. The Times adds, the prolonged and searching investigation utterly failed to prove that there was any real foundation for these charges. Indeed, the inquiry ended on a sort of jovial note of congratulations between M.R. Morgan and his friend Nye. Such an outcome is of great public benefit. It verified the statement made by one of the committee's own examiners. I don't see that the Morgans did anything wrong at all. It is easy to imagine the disturbing effect if a contrary result had been reached. People would despairingly have concluded that there was something rotten in the whole banking business. As it was, the firm under scrutiny was shown to have conducted its affairs honorably. The 126. Way in which it emerged from the investigation without the smell of fire upon its garments is a good thing not only for J.P. Morgan and Co., but for the country. This editorial is at variance with the Nye statements, acts, and reports, as well as historical accuracy. Senator Nye electrified a large audience by publicly denying the Times statements and views. Morgan was not cleared, there was no whitewash, there was no jovial note of congratulation but a formal diplomatic handshake, and exactly every item the Times said was not proven had been proven. There appeared one day last week, said Senator Nye to an audience which applauded him and booed Morgan and the Times, in the greatest independent newspaper in the country, the story that our examination of the Morgan partners was concluded with a handshaking all around and a general agreement we had wound up by whitewashing the Morgan interest. There is not a single member of the Senate Committee of Inquiry that believes the inquiry has afforded a clean bill of health to the House of Morgan. It would not be fair to say that the House of Morgan took us to war to save their investment in the Allies, but the record of facts makes it altogether fair to say that these bankers were in the heart and center of a system that made our going to war inevitable. Essentially, this was the report of the committee. It found that the House of Morgan held a key position to influence government policy in the first years of the war, and while it did not drag the country in, it helped steer the nation into a position which made its entry inevitable. Two historians who are expert on this subject agree. Walter Millis writes that great sections of American industry and finance led by the Morgan firm devoted themselves to establishing the economic complex which tended constantly thereafter to thrust the nation more and more deeply into an economic alliance with the Entente and consequently nearer 127 and nearer to war with Germany and Dr. Harry Elmer Barnes, who believes that the communists must have shouted with joyous derision when the Morgan testimony ended, says that the evidence produced by the Nye Committee and Baker's latest volume on Wilson make it perfectly clear that no single factor was so powerful in bringing the United States into the World War as the bankers' pressure on the government to permit the extension of unlimited credit to the Allies. Obviously there is no personal devil. Obviously it is not J.P. Morgan who took America into the war, but something even bigger than Morgan, and that something of course is a combination of big business, finance capital, and the profit motive. Since it is a fact that the Morgan House has no financial interest or any control over the Times, it is only fair to infer that it is the Times' general interest in the same ideals which Morgan represents which drove it editorially to the limit of distortion and unfairness in discussing the Nye investigation. Coincident with that event was a series of letters begun by the Morgan partner, Thomas Lamont, which sought to exonerate the bankers. I can state on my own authority that the Times suppressed numerous letters taking issue with Lamont and published over a long period many letters supporting him, all of which Morgan republished and distributed. Some of the letters dealt with a matter of historical fact: did or did not Woodrow Wilson in his St. Louis speech in July 1 G1G, admit that this was an industrial and commercial war? I had first come across this statement in Falsehood in Wartime, by Lord Ponsonby, and verified it in the columns of the New York Times of September 6, 1G1G, where the story is on the front page and the text on page 2, column 4. I sent this important fact, which would have decided the controversy, to the Times, and my wife wrote another letter which she signed Helen Larkin and mailed from another town. But the Times suppressed both and let 128. The controversy continue although it had the solution in its own files. The solution, however, was not gratifying to those who want to preserve the myth of patriotism about the World War and who are fearful of having economic truth published. On April 8, 1936, the Times made an occasion for again denouncing investigations in general. It said that in the long run the abuse of powers of investigation carries precisely as great risk for the radical or the liberal as for the reactionary or the conservative. Today it is the power trust or the bankers' lobby that faces an investigating committee which makes its own rules and intimidates its witnesses. Tomorrow it may be a socialist newspaper or a strike committee. The investigation of the power trust, it so happens, brought out the evidence of the $25,000,000 a year bribe fund to corrupt the American press. The investigation of the lobbies, of the banking system, of the munitions industry, of big business and its employment of thugs and murderers as strike breakers, and in fact all investigations of the recent past and present have had the approval of all liberal elements and nothing but the disapproval and at times sabotage from conservative and reactionary elements, notably the press. Socialist papers, strike committees, have nothing to fear from a congressional investigation. The Times argument is nonsense. But the meanest of all Times editorial attacks was made in December 24, 1937, when the La Follette Civil Liberties Committee, having published 14 volumes of testimony and documents which constitute the most complete indictment of American big business as a lawbreaker, through the employment of thugs, the use of violence, and the denial of civil rights to American labor, added to the evidence a list of 2,500 individuals or companies using spies. There were exactly 8 challenges, of which 6 were immediately answered by the documentary evidence. One case was Ad. 129. MIT as mislisted, the company should have been charged with employing a guard, not a spy. In one instance the committee was looking up the facts. At most the committee could have made 2 mistakes in 2,500 investigations. But the Times, traditionally hostile to all investigations, attacked without getting the facts or reading the documents. The senators would not let the challenge go unanswered. Here in parallel columns, slightly abbreviated, is the Times editorial and the reply. Hair-trigger charges. The La Follette two-man committee accused 2,500 business firms of employing labor spies. It mentioned these companies by name. Several of them immediately protested that they never used spies of any sort. In reply to these protests, Senator La Follette blandly admits that he never really checked the matter up. The committee, in short, admits that no careful check was made regarding any individual firms, yet it did not hesitate to defame each individual firm by accusing it of employing spies. In the face of this amazing admission, what confidence can anyone place in the committee's report? Defending the industrial espionage report. This wholly unwarranted effort to impugn the credibility of an 18-month study by this committee, so fully and accurately reported in your news columns, is based upon the inference that numerous employers have successfully denied statements in the report. Since the middle of last March to the publication of the report, only one firm protested to this committee that it had been improperly listed. In the investigation of such magnitude, where the very nature of the activities examined were shrouded in secrecy and duplicity, so small a number of complaints is in itself evidence of the thoroughness and care with which the committee has undertaken its work. That more protests were not filed is surprising. The IN 130 formation has been checked against all available data. The committee has additional data in its files. Out of the 8 firms either denying the accuracy of the committee's list or requesting further information, 6 were found in the committee's records either to have used industrial espionage or to have contributed to an association making espionage services available to its members. The others had used guard services. In view of this record and the report of the committee, we can see no basis for the unwarranted inferences drawn by the New York Times in its recent editorial. Sen. Robert M. La Follette, Jr. Sen. Elbert Thomas. Moreover, the Times charge that La Follette blandly admits he never really checked the matter up is not true, neither is it true that the committee admits no careful check was made regarding any individual firms. But it so happens that the list of 2,500 firms represents what has been called the Blue Book of American industry. It includes the largest advertisers in the Times and other papers, notably General Motors, Chrysler, General Electric, Borden, Kellogg, National Dairy, Quaker Oats, Swift, National Biscuit, Frigidaire, Aluminum Co., Lever Brothers, Parker Penco, Standard Oil, Bethlehem Steel, Pennsylvania Railroad, Consolidated Gas, Radiocorp, American Locomotive, Pullman, A&P, T-Co, F. W. Woolworth, Montgomery, Ward & Co., numerous big advertising depart. 131. Men's stores such as Jimble Brothers, Lord & Taylor, John Wanamaker. But I would not accuse the Times of venality. Neither would I say that it is just a dozen coincidences that in a dozen cases the same paper has been defending men and corporations who are the outstanding symbols of the big business system, and who are almost always guilty of unsocial acts. Surely it is no exaggeration to say that the Times policy in all these instances has been that of a reactionary paper. The liberal press, notably the New Republic and Nation, have in all these instances accused the Times of unfairness. I bring this matter to the attention of M.R. Sulzberger as refutation to his claim, made to me personally, that the Times is a liberal newspaper. It is not. It is a reactionary newspaper. Moreover, it is at times even worse than reactionary. At times it is obscurantist. Mr. Sulzberger repeats M.R. Oak's statement that the press is not venal. The point need not be argued so far as it affects the Times. The Times is not venal. It does not suppress news at the request of advertisers, it does not violate the ethics of journalism for pay, and it frequently prints news which both advertisers in the Times and the wealthy class with which the Times is associated would have preferred to have suppressed. How then account for the following facts for the few examples which I quote out of a dossier of several hundred, all gathered since 1935 when the Times was criticized in Freedom of the Press? On the morning of November 25, 1937, readers who bought both the soi-disant Democratic Times and the Republican Herald Tribune found these items. Herald Tribune. Times. Chrysler cuts. Chrysler cuts work. Payrolls, auto. Production off. 132. The Herald Tribune heading in 3 lines, in large type, was followed by a long story and most important of all, was sensationally played up on page 1. The Times story was a single line head, followed by 3 or 4 inches of news, and completely buried alive on page 32, bottom. If the Herald Tribune can be accused of overplaying the story because of its hatred for the administration, the Times on the other hand can justly be accused of semi-suppression of an important news item. Whether this was done out of friendship for the administration or respect to a big advertiser we do not know. But the episode is typical. Continuing the comparison of the Liberal Times and the Tory Herald Tribune, here are 2 more startling instances. One concerns the arrest and imprisonment of Haywood Broun, president of the Newspaper Guild, during a strike in Milwaukee. Both papers carry the same Associated Press report. But the Times did not have courage to include this paragraph. Anyone who thinks we have a free press is not a wise newspaper reader, he, Broun, said. Newspapers are the first line of defense of entrenched capital, and William Randolph Hearst is the epitome, the symbol of entrenched greed in the United States. Of course this statement may have been cut for lack of space in reporting the suicide of George C. Hansen, famed American diplomatic troubleshooter and former consul general in Moscow. The Times had about twice as much room as the Herald Tribune to reprint Hansen's last letter, first published in the Bridgeport Times-Star, in which he accused New York bankers of meddling in State Department affairs for their own advantage. But the Times suppressed the name of the bank. Times. The sources and motivation of these charges I can only conclude are not disinterested. I would hesitate to believe that the bank is attempting to interfere with American government appointments. 133 Herald Tribune. The sources and motivation of these charges I can only conclude are not disinterested. I would hesitate to believe that the Chase National Bank is attempting to interfere with American government appointments. May Day is always a difficult time for the Times. On that day, rather than Labor Day, organized labor generally marches in New York City, and the left-wing elements of labor usually predominate. In 1936 the Times reported 40,000 march here in May Day parade, quietest in years, whereas the Post, favorable to labor, reported that between 200,000 and 250,000 marched. May Day 1938 was even worse for the New York Times. Mr. Ernest Meyer of the Post suggested that the tabulators should have gotten together on this because the results were, Times, 50,000, Sunday News, over I0000, Herald Tribune, between 50,000 and IOOOOO, and the Communist Daily Worker a triumphant 200,000. Mr. Meyer said that the matter was of no tremendous significance because among papers of such various shades of political slant, one cannot expect a united front of adding machines. In December 1937, the Federated Press, the Guild Reporter and the New York Post joined in accusing the Times of suppressing that part of the speech by Mariner S. Ecclesiastes, chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, in which he expressed opposition to the repeal of the Undies tribute profits and capital gains taxes, two things which both Mr. Sulzberger and the Times editorial policy are bitterly decided upon. It is interesting to note that both the Associated Press and the United Press placed Ecclesiastes' remarks on profits and gains first, but the Times' leading paragraph said, "Labor 134 and industry were warned today that restrictive practices raising cost were responsible for the present decline." It is also interesting to note that other newspapers opposed to the administration and the taxes carried fair headlines. Here are some examples compared to the Times. Baltimore Sun, Ecclesiastes urges retention of profit tax principle. Washington Post, save principle of profits tax, Ecclesiastes pleads. New York Times, Ecclesiastes urges cut in building costs. 1. In all primary voting and elections since the labor movement began to enter politics, the Times has also had considerable difficulty in reporting the facts and commenting on them fairly. In Pennsylvania in May 1938, for instance, the headlines and editorials of the Blue Stocking Times and Yellow Hearst sheets were almost identical. Apparently their anti-C. I. 0. policies do coincide. But comparing the Times with the pro-administration Post, it is obvious that one of the two is far from being fair or accurate. The Times headline was, "Pennsylvania results blow to New Deal and its chiefs. Republicans see new hope. Lewis prestige hit." And editorially the Times said, "Another C. I. 0. campaign has come a cropper. The attempt to use industrial unionism as a means of acquiring political power has failed ingloriously. Mr. Lewis has been rebuffed by the Democratic voters. His candidates ran behind even in some of the coal mining districts." The Post, denouncing the pitiful efforts of the Tory press to find a New Deal defeat in the Pennsylvania election, put forth these claims. 135. The New Deal gained ground. No vestige of a New Deal reverse can be found. Almost 1,300,000 voted in the Democratic primary. The highest previous Democratic primary turnout, in 1934, was 569,000. The C.I.O. made a sensational showing. Try to find this in the reactionary press. Kennedy carried the entire state outside of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Most startling, the C.I.O. candidate carried the rural counties. He lost the election by less than 66,000 votes. Kennedy lost solely because of the opposition, machines' power and labor's split. Other unions did not support C.I. 0. The New York Daily News has already exposed the Times' opinion of the press department for failure to print the news editorials after asking for them repeatedly. A similar charge against the Times could be made regarding its letter department. It is not conducted fairly. I have mentioned this fact to Mr. Sulzberger and found he is under the impression that there is no gerrymandering going on in those columns, but from personal experience as well as the reports of numerous persons I can produce considerable evidence that the same sort of editing, of selection and of suppression, goes on in this harmless field as elsewhere. Needless to say, the majority of letters published are innocuous, favorable to the policies of the Times, or generally reactionary. Liberal letter writers have the utmost difficulty in crashing the Times. Is Mr. Sulzberger aware of the fact that Malcolm Cowley, of the New Republic, John Langdon Davies, the noted British writer, Lillian Hellman, James Waterman Wise, Richard Watts, Jr., of the Herald Tribune, H. V. Kaltenborn, and others have been refused permission to answer Ellery Sedgwick in the letter columns of the Times. Then there is the matter of delay. The Times news columns called the International Labor Defense a communist left-wing organization. Its head, former Congressman Vito Marcantonio, immediately wrote to say, this statement is incorrect. The ILD is not affiliated with any political 136 party, nor does it inquire into the political affiliations of any of its 300,000 members. Ethically, the statement should have been given the same space and place as the original story. It certainly should have been published the next morning. But the Times letter editor kept it 7 days until its timeliness was over. Under Mr. Oakes, the Times valiantly defended the American oil interests and attacked the liberal labor reformist anti-dictatorial regime of Carranza, Obregon, and Calles. It did not demand invasion and annexation, as the Chicago Tribune did, but it upheld the dollar sign just as vigorously. Mr. Oakes probably did not know that one of his correspondents in Mexico City was accused by the Mexican government of telegraphing biased anti-Mexican news because he had been refused an oil concession. In 1927, Mr. Charles Mers, who had collaborated with Walter Lippmann 7 years earlier in exposing the perverted news and downright lies about the Russian Soviets in their first 3 years, made a survey of the news from Mexico. He showed that the Times story, "Spread of Disorders Alarms Mexico," was nothing but a murder and 2 holdups in 3 days, a record far below Chicago's. When the oil laws were put into effect, the Times headline was "Mexico is pictured on brink of revolt." January 24, 1927, the Times had a story of a big effort to overthrow the regime, which was nothing but a statement from Adolfo de la Huerta, who was in exile in the United States. On March 31, 1938, under the liberal Sulzberger regime, I find this story, "People of Mexico held misled on oil." The Cardenas government had finally put into effect the constitutional rights of 1917, which Calles made a bluff of enforcing in 1927. British and American oil interests whose holdings had been proven 90% usurpations, and who were now legally dispossessed, were attempting to use the Foreign Office and the State Department and to threaten with armies and navies if their private property was harmed. 137 It was the old story of private property vs. human rights, and as usual all the material interests, including of course the press, were aligned against human interests. Fortunately, however, the Roosevelt administration is not playing the game of the British Foreign Office as regards Mexico. But the Times is still anti-Mexican. Under the headline quoted, which does not say who holds the Mexican people misled on oil, the Times news columns, after stating that there is a censorship and that the people do not know the facts, adds that this is the conclusion reached by oil companies here yesterday. There is no further indication of what oil companies or what officials. The story remains anonymous. It is moreover tendentious and purely propagandistic, as any members of the Institute for Propaganda Analysis at Columbia University can testify. It ranks with Hearst's anti-Mexican tainted news. The Guild reporter calls attention of all American newspapermen to the fact that the Times headline "High Court Passes Closed Shop Issue on March 1, 1938, was absolutely correct, and that in a late edition this head was changed to "Transit Workers Lose in High Court," which, says the reporter, created a false impression. Dorothy Dunbar Bromley tells the story of the Keep America Out of War Congress of IOOO delegates in Washington, at which American diplomatic intrigue with British Tories was incidentally exposed. The Associated Press sent out the news. The Times is of course pledged to Anglo-American friendship *. It failed to mention the event for 3 days. The Herald Tribune did publish a story following cabled requests from noted participants. The Times also likes to minimize scholastic peace movements. Its April 26, 1936, editorial said that the anti-war demonstrations that year were not so large and impressive as had been predicted, whereas the facts announced later. But it is not connected with British interests, as is frequently charged. 138. Showed that 500,000 had participated, or double the number of 1935 and considerably more than predicted by student organizers. For a final example of the handling, or rather mishandling, of news, here is the instance of a famous speech by Senator Borah. Credit must be given the Times for publishing Borah's statement that the most revolting instance of mass murder in all history was that committed by the Catholic General Franco, who sent his aviators to kill innocent women and children in Guernica. Guernica, he added, was not a single instance, it was simply a culmination of a long line of unspeakable atrocities by the Spanish clerico-fascists and their German and Italian fellow murderers. Credit must also be given the Times for publishing that part of Senator Borah's statement in which he avers that the advocates of fascism are insidious, subtle, and powerful, plus in America, that fascism has far more supporters in this country than communism and they are much more active and much more adroit. But the fact still remains that the Herald Tribune published the following paragraph and the Times did not. It read: "The centralization of wealth and the centralization of political power go hand in hand to form the basis for fascism." Here, in other words, was an instance where the tremendous pressure being put forth by the American Catholic hierarchy to suppress all news unfavorable to Franco, whom even the Pope himself has rebuked for his massacres, has failed to operate, whereas wealth and power, which have no official or organized pressure group working in the Times office, but which nevertheless pervade the very air, were effective in editing the news. The Times is of course a big business. It represents an investment of millions, a gross income of between $20 and $30 million a year, and a net profit of several mil. 139 lions a year. But that fact is not as important as the fact that in addition to being a big business organization, it is the organ of big business. To be liberal, a newspaper need not be the enemy of big business, but it must at least be free to criticize. The Times has never attempted that. It takes the part of attorney for big business. Whatever laws are the enemies of big business are the enemies of the Times, whatever actions are favorable to big business receive the applause of the Times. It opposes every congressional investigation. It opposes the laws which the American Federation of Labor and the Committee for Industrial Organization favor, and when the Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Manufacturers express a wish, the Times turns a somersault. Can all these things be coincidences? Every employee in every department knows that the Times is the organ of big business. When the editor of the letters department destroys 99% of the letters favoring picketing and fills his column with letters 99% of which oppose picketing, he is not doing so under instructions from Mr. Sulzberger or Colonel Adler. He is doing so because he is a smart man and knows where the capitalistic butter is churned. Very rarely is the bias flagrant. The lay reader may not notice it at all. The Times, for example, can give nice space to Tom Girdler, one of Labor's chief enemies. Girdler says foes of capitalism air June 5, 1938, and no space to more important minds. The Times has tried to explain away its failure to publish the news of the impending failure of the Bank of United States, but it had nothing to say when Guy Fawkes in the New Yorker caught it protecting the successor to Charles E. Mitchell at the National City Bank by misquoting him. The Times believes it is good news that the Roosevelt administration is settling its controversy with the public utility industry, and on May 26, 1937, the Times Pub. 140. Lished a column report of a statement by its financial editor under the heading, "Capitalism is seen on firm base again. Sound working system held responsible for recovery and advance by a d. noise. God's in his heaven. All's right with the world and the Times." In concluding my criticism of the New York Times in Freedom of the Press, I said that, a wonderful opportunity presents itself to Messrs. Arthur Hayes Sulzberger and Julius Oakes Adler, whose names now grace the masthead of the Times. If they have the character and courage and an enlightened intelligence, they can easily surpass their predecessor. They must not, as so many Times men do, merely worship at the shrine of Adolph Oakes. Oakes did many things to make the Times the most important paper in America, and that is no mean accomplishment, but there are still vast improvements to be made, not so much in quality of news but under the headings of the canons of journalism: sincerity, truthfulness, impartiality, fair play. I hope to see the Times someday as great as it is important. I think that the Times today is a greater and more influential newspaper than it was under Oakes. One reason for its advancement is the retreat of many other great newspapers. The number of journals which want to be great, instead of great money makers, grows fewer every day. The pressures increase. Fear increases. Political activity of publishers increases. The free and independent journals decrease. The Times, despite all its faults, grows more powerful because while it is not the liberal leader its owners say it is not retreating with the majority of rich newspapers. Without denying Mr. Sulzberger's sincerity and intentions 1. I still think it fair to say that the Times is not liberal or impartial, and open to hundreds of questions under the canon fair play. I do not ask of Mr. Sulzberger that he publish a liberal paper, I ask him only to publish a newspaper. I ask him to publish a newspaper which will make it impossible for me or anyone else 5 years from now to publish another chapter of criticism such as the foregoing. Chapter 2. The Sun Grows Cold. William T. Duart, publisher and president of the New York Sun, is a commendator of fascist Italy and a lit.d. of Union College of Schenectady. In making a Doctor of Letters of the eminent journalist Dr. Dixon Ryan Fox read the following citation: a publisher rising from a minor clerkship to command an enterprise of national influence, an instance of what sheer ability and ambition can accomplish in the American environment, now developing a great newspaper to new levels of public usefulness, not only as a diary of events, but as a medium of cultural instruction and an instrument of investigation, throwing the light of the sun upon sinister obscurities in our political and social practice. Bearing great responsibilities with poise and patience and discharging them with courage and understanding. Otherwise William T. Duart's name is rarely seen in his or anyone else's newspaper. He is an avoider of publicity. He has no political ambitions, does not want to rule anyone nor enjoy secret power behind the scenes. He is content to make money. On one occasion, however, Duart was very much in the news. He was recently listed among the numerous multimillionaires in America accused by a Senate committee of setting up holding companies for the purpose of avoiding taxation. It was surprising how many administration-hating, tax-hating newspaper owners there were in that list. Duart replied with a front-page statement in his own 142. The Sun Grows Cold. 143. Paper which was not without prejudice. It stated that the Sun was incorporated in Albany in 1926 with 30,000 shares of preferred, or A, stock and 20,000 second preferred, or B, stock, par value $1.00 a share and 100,000 shares of common. Duart had bought the paper from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, to whom the arch newspaper wrecker Frank Munsey had willed it. Employees of the Sun were permitted to buy preferred stock at 8%, and 350 now own some. The second preferred and common stock have never paid dividends. The facts, concludes the Duart statement, are repeated here so simply that anybody with a greater intellectual capacity than a Mongolian idiot can understand them. Even a Treasury expert should grasp the truth about the New York Sun Inc. 3 days later, Under Secretary of the Treasury Roswell McGill informed the Congressional Tax Avoidance Investigating Committee that tax experts were absolutely correct in listing the New York Sun Inc. as a personal holding company. He made the same statement about Consolidated Publishers, Inc., a Paul Block company. We of course cannot tell what the motives of the owners were in organizing these companies, McGill said. We know only what the result was: substantial savings on taxes. Besides the Duarts, William T., Jr., and Thomas W., the following persons own 1% of the Sun stock or more: Frank M. O'Brien, editor; Keats Speed, managing editor; Edwin S. Friendly, business manager; Franz Schneider, Jr., Gilbert T. Hodges, Herbert B. Fairchild, Edwin A. Sutphin, and Robert H. Davis. The C.W.H. Corporation owns all of the stock owned by all the previously mentioned Duarts plus Mary W. and Mary Duart. There are no bondholders or mortgage holders listed in the sworn statement which the paper files annually, but Ferdinand Lundberg in his America 60 Families challenges these affidavits. He states that the Sun executives are understood to have obtained the money to buy the 144 paper for a reputed $11 million in the form of a loan, a large part of which is still said to be outstanding, from the Guarantee Trust Company. This loan does not appear among the admitted obligations of the Sun Publishing Company because it was privately made to the leading stockholders. Franz Schneider, formerly financial editor of the Sun and the Evening Post, is president of Newmont Mining Company and, while still a journalist, was on the J.P. Morgan list of privileged characters who could buy Morgan offerings cheaply. He bought IOOO shares of Morgan Standard Brands and many other stocks while financial editor of the Sun, enough to make a profit of almost $6,000. The Sun, says Lundberg, is regarded as a Morgan House organ. No one in Wall Street disputes that charge. In appearance, the Sun is the most conservative newspaper in the metropolis. But this sobriety of type, this restraint with headlines, does not mean that Duart cannot beat Hearst at his own game. For example, the well-known chain tax hoax of the 1936 presidential campaign. It was during the Republican propaganda attack in which regimentation and dictatorship were charged to the Democrats that John D. M. Hamilton accused the Social Security Board, which by the way had been sponsored by both parties, with planning to tag and chain every working man and woman in America. There was no truth to the story, of course. But the photographs of men wearing chains and license tags with numbers, one of the greatest newspaper hoaxes in history, is generally discredited to Hearst, whereas the Sun was equally if not more guilty. In fact, the Nation charges the Sun with first publication. Its November 2 issue had as headline, "New Deal will tag workers." The Sun used two photographs, one of the metal tag itself and one showing a tagged worker. The difference between the Sun and numerous corrupt newspapers which used the photographs was that the Sun used probability in its captions, the yellow press used certainty. The Sun said, "Such a tag has been prepared. The Sun grows cold." 145. And submitted to the Social Security Board for approval. The totally corrupt press inferred the tag was already approved. Throughout the campaign, the Sun ran a boondoggling department. It chose an activity of the New Deal daily for attack or derision. It ridiculed the expenditure of $10,000 for a dam at Boulder, Colorado, because it would take a tidal wave more than a mile high to reach the town. An investigation showed that raging floods had menaced the town every spring. It ridiculed the expenditure of money to renovate reference books in libraries. It sneered at every public welfare undertaking. 2 years later, an impartial survey of work from land reclamation and power plant construction to sewerage systems installation, not to mention the salvation of human material in the CCC, PWA, and WPA, testified to the magnificent achievements of the Sun's boondoggling. Probably the nadir of the ridiculous was reached by the conservative Sun in a story which indignantly told how one man tried to pull a Landon sunflower button off another's lapel. A big head and almost a column text that was not yellow journalism, Hearst style, but something new in blue stocking sensationalism. The Sun also accepted a paid advertisement from a cockeyed cartoonist named Percy Crosby, who stated that a vote for Roosevelt in 1936 is a vote for bloodshed in 1937, who called the president the keeper of a Washington reptile house, and who concluded, "The time may come when defense is imminent, that time when we must fight for our very homes. If such time comes, then it would seem that the best philosophy under such a condition would be, never wound a snake, but kill it." For printing this advertisement, the Sun was paid $3,200. The Wall Street bankers and brokers commuting to Montclair, New Jersey, and Bronxville, New York, read the Sun almost exclusively. I have traveled in coaches where 90. 146. percent of the passengers were of this type, and a large part of the conversation was wish fulfillment. I have heard bankers openly advocating the assassination of the president. Such hatred, publicly expressed, such bloodthirstiness, I have never heard in the trenches. Perhaps a mob of Southern gentlemen intent on lynching speak that way when they are drunk and hysterical. But these men are the aristocrats of America, at least the commercial aristocrats. They are members of the same class whom Haywood Broun describes as listening to one of Roosevelt's fireside chats and using language which he could not reprint in his daily column. In the letter columns of the Sun one can find some of this obscurantism and hatred. There the men who sit at radios and curse the administration of our nation can voice their opinions, provided of course they do not violate the law. They must restrain themselves. So every day with almost no exceptions there are letters abusing Roosevelt, Wallace, Ickes, Hopkins, and all the New Dealers in every printable term. If, as a test, a reader should every day for a month, as a journalism student has done, send in a letter in praise of a New Deal action, he will find that none will be printed. In the Sun the reader will find a letter saying that labor is tired of strife caused by the one-sided Wagner Act. Labor, in other words, is tired of the Magna Carta of labor. In the Sun letters defend Mayor Haig of Jersey City. Just before the Supreme Court declared leaflet distribution part of the freedom of the press, one John Eogan Kelly wrote a letter to the Sun defending the forceful deportation of outsiders who had come to the Jersey town interfering with legitimate business. Efforts at unionization become communistic intrusion, and labor becomes Reds. The demand for civil rights is called simian chatter in a 3/4 column letter in the Sun which says free speech is not denied in Jersey City because c. 0. Organizers are allowed to speak freely if they retire to their own headquarters. And as for literature distribution, Jersey City has a city ordinance. The Sun grows cold. 147 against it, and that's that. A letter protesting that leaflets have the same rights as copies of the Sun was not printed. If you bait the Reds you make the Sun letter columns, if you uphold the Constitution and the Supreme Court in favor of a baited minority, you do not. Where Hearst is vulgar, the Sun is blue-stocking in its red baiting. Like Hearst, Duarte is for the fascists in Spain. The Sun headlines and the Hearst headlines speak of the Loyalists as Reds, whereas no newspaper in the world which can make any claim to journalistic ethics has ever done so. The Sun reporters are stockholders. They share the anti-labor bias of their bosses. The newspaper guild has made no headway in their reactionary stronghold. In its place there is the Sun Editorial Employees Union, a makeshift organized when the Wagner Act made a company union illegal. Numerous concessions were made by Duarte, but Sun employees refused to recognize that it was the guild's success as a powerful national body which forced the concessions. However, Duarte, thanks to this union and the stockholding feature, has succeeded in isolating his men. No sound of the March of Progress can enter the ivory towers on which the Sun never sits. Generally speaking, it may be said with fairness that the Sun is the leading anti-labor newspaper in the East. In the West, the Los Angeles Times had an established law to publish all news inimical to labor and to labor unions and to suppress all news favorable to unions or to the liberal labor movement. Under General Otis it was without doubt the most perverted big newspaper in America. On the Sun there is no general order to blacken labor, but any reading of headlines and stories will show that of all the New York newspapers the Sun is most consistently inimical in every way. If, for example, there is a dispute among the taxi drivers and acid is thrown, the Sun headline does not accuse a rival union or a non-union man, but it accuses labor. Labor. 148. Vandals attack 41 cabs reads the two-column front page heading on a relatively unimportant item in the May 6, 1938, issue. Labor vandals deface house reads an item in the November 22, 1937, issue. The juxtaposition of labor and vandalism creates more than an implication. In truth, there is no justification in the stories themselves for the headlines. Vandalism has been committed. In no instance are the vandals known, and the reporters who wrote the stories, although unfriendly, are not faking. In the first instance the victim is the Allied taxicab system, but only the headline suggests who the aggressor is. When on the following day Eugene Connolly, director of the Transport Workers Union, Taxicab Division, protested the Sun's headline and stated that anti-union fleet operators have in the past resorted to such tactics, acid throwing, in an attempt to turn public sentiment against the union, but in this instance the acid thrown may well have been committed by racketeers trying to muscle in to convince operators they need gangster protection. The Sun did not publish the story. In the case of the house defaced by 12 splotches of red aniline dye, the Sun told sympathetically the story of a Dr. Welton who claimed he treated the poor free and was hurt by the fact anyone should attack his non-union, picketed, $20,000 redecorating job. An even better example of colored, half-true, prejudiced, tendentious and propaganda news was the Sun coverage of the Seattle labor situation in 1936. The employees of the Hearst Post-Intelligencer had walked out for good cause and the paper suspended peacefully. There was no violence. Everyone knew that if violence could be provoked it would help Hearst. But the New York Sun actually published a news item which was an approval of planned violence. It said, August 13th, something is going to happen soon and it promises not to be pleasant. The conservative citizenry is slowly gathering its forces and the day is not far distant when those forces will strike hard. Seattle is still American. 2. The sun grows cold. 149. Strike hard, in other words, to use violence, break the law, is in the mind of the Sun a symptom of Americanism. In this same dispatch it is reported that a new daily paper is planned in the Northwest. Liberal and progressive forces were behind it. But the Sun, without any evidence, begins by calling the proposed rival to Hearst a communist-affiliated newspaper, proceeds to the projected radical communist organ which is an untruth, and concludes with the New Communist Daily, which is a falsehood. In its summary of the situation on October 11th the Sun headline said, "The forces of law still abet New Deal racketeers," and the story opened with a remark about New Deal labor racketeering forces. The writer, Guy W. Beardsley, then attempts to link the New Deal with communists, then predicts that this is Republican weather along the Pacific coast and quotes a professional straw vote proving that there is a decided swing to Landon, and gives his own opinion that Hearst made many Republican votes throughout the state the day the New Deal racketeers closed his newspaper, and every day it stays closed Republican prospects throughout the state get brighter. The election proved the whole Sun story ridiculous. On the home front, here are Sun typical anti-labor headlines and stories. November 30th, 1937, police smash C.I.O. Attempt to get foothold in Jersey. December 16th, Labor's friend berates Labor. December 17th, U.S. committed to open shop labor policy. January low, 1988, Frey links C.I.O. to communism. City. The first item refers to the violent attack on a group of Union men who were kidnapped and deported after being arrested for distributing leaflets, a Jersey City crime which 150. The Supreme Court held legal. The news story referred to the C.I.O. and so-called liberal organizations. When in January, 1938, Mayor Haig called a meeting in the Armory to listen to his bad grammar fascism, the Sun reported 7,500 persons present. This was untrue because it was a physical impossibility. As Haywood Brune reported, the hall was filled, but 15,000 persons would be a fair estimate as to its capacity. The Sun always slants the news in favor of the most reactionary mayor of the country. The item headed U.S. committed to open shop labor policy is a phony. The United States is not committed to an open shop labor policy. The other two items are typical cases of the Sun using any and all items as whips against labor and especially against the C.I.O. Never friendly to the American Federation of Labor, the Sun now employs their reactionary leaders whenever it can to abuse the more progressive union. How far prejudice and unfairness can be carried were illustrated when the Sun took a full-page advertisement in the Daily News to advertise a story headlined, "The Most Horrifying Murders of the Century in America," which turned out to be an account of a fight between miners in a labor war of 15 years ago. It was known as the Heron Massacre. The purpose of the Sun rehash of stale news was merely to harm John L. Lewis, who is head of the Miners' Union. The Sun is so rabidly anti-labor that it goes in for crusading. Crusading has been from the earliest days of American journalism associated with public welfare, the objective being the exposure of evils, whether in men or in systems. The Sun is probably the unique example of the reactionary crew. The Sun grows cold. 151. Seder. It exposes, for example, issue of November 17, 1937, the fact that labor reaps its first fruits since election of LaGuardia. In this story it is said that the estimates of a tunnel contract exceed the original by $7 million, that sum represents the first fruits plucked by labor due to an increased wage scale. The Sun claims the wage scale will be higher than elsewhere, and because of the labor costs the tunnel will stand the city's taxpayers approximately 30% more than had been anticipated. It will cost those taxpayers who have found no way of dodging taxes. In the issue of April 18, 1938, the Sun boasts of the firing of a Negro C.I. 0. picket in Harlem because of alarm over the Sun's recent exposure of picketing abuses. These are the only two crusades the Sun reader has been able to detect in as many years, but perhaps they are enough to warrant a lit.d. for throwing the light of the Sun upon sinister obscurities in our political and social practice. Who knows? In establishing the Voice of Business edition, Duarte declared that many of us have been led to believe that serious and constructive journalism is losing ground, that playing up the frivolities and foibles of humanity is the formula of the day. Well, here is the answer, written in a manner to give heart to the newspapermen of America. It is a lesson which should not be lost on those who would worship the false gods of journalism. The special edition runs to about 150 pages and is a magnificent advertising scheme because it gives steel corporations, cannon makers, bridge builders, and great utilities which have nothing to sell direct to the public a chance to spend money in what is known as goodwill advertising. Who can tell whether it earns the goodwill of the public? But it certainly does of the publisher. In the Sun Business Edition, January 4, 1986, it was announced that outstanding authorities would present the facts and philosophies of the American system of industrial. 152. Democracy, sic. Here is a sample fact and philosophy written by an eminent authority. 2% control the wealth. What of it if they do? The point the eminent authority, one Charles H. Franklin, makes, is that control does not mean ownership. That should make it all right with the third of a nation which has nothing. The eminent philosopher continues. You and I know from actual experience that 9 out of 10 of the poor, among whom we were reared in the city, remain so because of their refusal to accept their opportunities and because of their own vices. We know that 9 out of every 10 rich, middle class or poor, who made a go of things have done so because of their initiative and honesty. On another page another eminent authority, Preston S. Krecker, writes on depressions. Wars and unsound business policies are causes. Rufus S. Tucker, on the profits and who gets them, claims only 10% of the total receipts of corporations go to stockholders and managers in good years. Byron D. Miller, of Woolworths, writes in favor of private enterprise. A. W. Robertson, of Westinghouse, on federal policies delay recovery. E. T. Weir, of National Steel, sees politics as business hindrance. Edward Subert, of Standard Oil, urges stable money. Balanced budget. John J. Raskob sees revival of heavy industry retarded by taxation, and David Lawrence discusses the barriers and impediments the government has erected against an enlarged volume of business. Irony DuPont demands that the administration get out of business, but if they keep on trying to Sovietize the United States and are successful in so doing, it will end either in civil war or the United States being reduced to a scale of living of Russia. But why go on? Such is sun philosophy and economics. The sun grows cold. 153. The best thing that can be said in favor of the New York Sun is that it is not a hypocrite. It does not, like the majority of newspapers, pretend to be the friend of the common people, the upholder of the rights of the working man, the defender of civil liberties and American democracy. The Sun is the organ of Wall Street, and in Wall Street money rights stand above human rights. Such honesty is amazing in this journalistic transition era, this third stage of newspaper history in America, where business rather than traditional idealism has become the end as well as the means. Being the voice of business, the Sun naturally adopts the policy of business. Business today is openly anti-reform, anti-administration, anti-labor, anti-Wagner Act, anti-union, especially the militant unions, anti-cooperatives, and generally anti-social. There is no press law, no moral obligation or established custom by which a conservative newspaper becomes a Tory newspaper, a Tory becomes reactionary, and a reactionary becomes mean, intolerant, prejudiced, so that all its actions are biased and unfair and its achievements the perversion of men's minds, but in actual practice that is usually the case in every nation in the world. Even the great conservative London Times has on many occasions been caught slanting and coloring the news, while lately its conservatism has led it right up to Hitler's back door, where it has joined with the conservative British statesmen in licking the boots of fascism. The Sun would not feel uncomfortable if the Hague style of fascism were to cross over from New Jersey. In newspaper circles the Sun is regarded as a tragedy. It was once the journalist's journal. The impress of Dana, the publisher who said, "What the good Lord lets happen I am not ashamed to print," prevailed for a long time, even under Munsey the Wrecker. Under Duart the Sun has become not so much a newspaper as a special pleader for a special class. Under the law it has every right to do so. 154. Under the canons of journalism it is, of course, another matter. Nevertheless, in the summer of 1938 the School of Journalism of the University of Missouri awarded its Medal of Honor for Distinguished Service in Journalism to the New York Sun. The citation read by Acting Dean Roscoe Ellard said in part, "For the excellence of its literary style, for its urbanity, high journalistic craftsmanship and intelligence in selecting, as well as in handling, its news, for its unqualified intellectual honesty in conducting a newspaper for a highly intelligent and discriminating newspaper audience, for its treatment of the liberal arts, political correspondence, and financial and commercial news by outstanding authorities, for its Saturday issue, which, in the scope, character, and quality of its articles and its general informative value, is unusual among newspapers of the United States." The Sun should also have a medal for the most dignified and refined violations of the canons of journalism to which the University of Missouri once dedicated itself. Chapter I2. Stern's Fight for Liberalism. J. David Stern is one of a tiny minority of owners in America who really wants to publish a free newspaper. From bitter costly experiments he has learned what most of his colleagues have not even been interested in, namely, that freedom is quite impossible. But he is a very reasonable and realistic human being, and he has frequently said that he intends to publish as free a newspaper as possible, without going into the red. Lusty Scripps said and did the same thing. But that was a generation ago when liberalism still paid dividends. Mr. Stern knows just who the enemies of his dream are. He knows that to run a free newspaper it is necessary to publish news which advertisers will not like. He is a strong believer in strong editorials, and an editorial stand on almost any question outside the viciousness of the man-eating shark and the Bengal tiger means antagonism from pressure groups, advertising agencies, big business, and the great gods of finance. Mr. Stern has therefore faced the choice of publishing as liberal and free a newspaper as possible, with the necessary compromises, thereby breaking even or making money, and publishing a completely free newspaper for a short time and having to go out of business because of a sit-down strike of advertisers, finance, and big business in general. A completely free newspaper, for example, might compare the Ford, Chevrolet, and Plymouth cars, just as Consumers Union does, and as a result lose 2/3 of its automobile. 155. 156. Advertising, or it might publish a scientific report on poison in cigarettes and lose all its tobacco advertising, or it might investigate wages in department stores, and lose so much advertising that it would have to suspend even if it had $1 million behind it and 1 million readers. Such things are out. No newspaper in America will ever compare automobiles from the consumer's viewpoint, and the Christian Science Monitor is probably the only metropolitan daily which will tell the truth about tobacco. And department stores, the main source of city advertising, are the most sacred of sacred cows in journalism. On one occasion, however, Mr. Stern has even lassoed and thrown that animal and incidentally shown up the suppression of news by the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin. And the Philadelphia Inquirer *, the employees of Gimbel's, Strawbridge and Clothier, Litt Brothers, Snellenbergs, and Frank and Sater had gone out on strike just when the 5 stores were gaudy for the Thanksgiving and Christmas trade. Union recognition, better working conditions, and more wages were demanded, one of the pickets placards announcing that salesmen cannot live on $12 a week. Trucks were overturned, deliveries were stopped, hundreds of customers refused to enter the struck stores and went to Wanamaker's, and $1 million worth of business was lost. One official said it a miniature revolution, but revolution or no, it was a front-page news story if ever there was one. To those defenders of the American press who claim that department store advertising no longer influences newspapers, I present the fact that Stern's Philadelphia Record was the only paper which for a week refused to suppress the news of this strike. Stern has consistently tried to publish all the news and also to crusade in the public's behalf. His first newspaper was the New Brunswick Times, a small-town New Jersey sheet. As Time also reported, November Go, IGG 6. 157. Which he acquired in 1911 for $2,500. He immediately began exposing the corrupt political boss. The town sat up. Corrupt New Jersey politics sat up, too. Attempts were made to buy Stern off, but he continued his campaign. "I wouldn't sell for all the money in the world," he said. But he sold the paper for $25,000 and was thereby enabled to buy a bigger paper in a bigger town and start bigger crusades. In 1920 he got the Camden Courier. Camden had been in the hands of a corrupt political machine for 20 years, a machine so corrupt and entrenched that it had passed through the great muckraking era which began with the Century and which Lincoln Steffens fathered. The best citizens of Camden were among the crooks. When Stern entered the Camden Club, he says that everybody stopped talking because they had all been cursing me. He hired expert municipal accountants. He found that Camden had the lowest per capita expenditure for the health service of any similar city in the East. And the highest infant mortality rate, the lowest allowance for visiting nurses and health work, with hundreds of thousands of dollars spent wasted on political drones. He spent from Christmas night to New Year's Eve making a drama out of the statistics. The result was sensational. It took me 3 years to go from public enemy No. 1 to chief champion of the people of Camden, Stern says of his experience. In December 1933, he took over the apparently moribund New York Evening Post. He said to his staff, "I want to run a newspaperman's newspaper. If you like it, the public will like it. I am for the newspaper guild. I am for controlled credit inflation." It is said he paid $300,000. It is also said that the New York publishers of evening newspapers had pledged a fund of $250,000 for the purpose of buying and destroying the Post. This is the system the publishers 158 used in Pittsburgh to reduce rivalry, and it is the system being employed in more and more cities. And when Stern outmaneuvered them, the evening paper publishers, who had a cooperative trucking system for paper delivery, served notice on Stern that the Post would be dropped. This meant a raise in the cost of suburban distribution of 400%. This was the salute which the great cooperative publishers of the great metropolis gave their colleague. Just before entering New York, Mr. Stern wrote a defense of the editorial page in which he pointed out the fact that the 1929 Depression had awakened the people, that they were hungry for courageous analysis and definite guidance. He continued, "The sad truth is that many newspapers have not shown courage in serving sincerely and intelligently this new army of serious readers because of wholly imaginary inhibitions, because of a fear of offending that was wholly unwarranted. The average newspaper is twice as free as it ever dares to be. I have been a newspaper publisher for 25 years, and have owned 6 newspapers in various parts of the country. I have never been approached with an offer of money for editorial support, nor has any banker to whom I owed money ever attempted a squeeze play. I am in the humiliating position of the woman who was insulted because she had not been insulted. Too many newspapers suffer from the fear complex. They are not only afraid to offend important interests, but they are afraid of writing over the heads of their readers. They edit down. I have found that it is impossible to write over the heads of the readers, if the writing is sincere, and in simple language. Not half a dozen papers in the country make a practice of running daring editorials on the front page, where such editorials rightly belong. In 1935, when the Post was attracting the support of all 159 liberal and intelligent elements, Mr. Stern, addressing an association of national advertisers, said he had learned from experience that the public is sure to recognize sincerity and guts, and to pay well for it. These are qualities in a newspaper that can't be bought or faked. They have to be in the heart of the publisher. You can't fool the public any more than you can fool the children at home. Sooner or later an editor who is insincere reveals himself, and the public senses that insincerity with an intuition as quick and uncanny as that of a child. But it took the public 45 years to begin the boycott of the Hearst press. If nothing he has done has won more admiration for J. David Stern than his exposure of the hypocrisies, inconsistencies, and frequent falsehoods of other newspapers. In a metropolitan manner he has revived some of the audacity which marked journalism of an older day on the western frontier. His most important gesture was his resignation from the American Newspaper Publishers Association *. At that time he was joined by Patterson's New York Daily News in the charge that the A.N.P. had set itself up as a Supreme Court to judge the constitutionality of the Wagner Labor Act before the Supreme Court itself had had a chance to do so. When the A.N.P., on the advice of Attorney Hansen, had declared the law unconstitutional, Mr. Stern denounced this action. He realizes what all newspaper owners know, that the press is a great force, for good or evil, for reaction or progress. He does not, as do most of his colleagues, exempt the newspapers from his praise or attacks, knowing that they have a large hand in political affairs nowadays. Thus, when Colonel McCormick was making a fuss over the anniversary of Peter Zenger, colonial fighter for a free press, Stern said that the same kind of Tories who sent him to jail now gather to do him honor. There was a Chicago Tribune reporter present. It was at a time this paper was running a Red Scare, and linking the administration with Reds. The Tribune man asked Stern to explain. Stern replied, "You tell Bertie, McCormick, that he is seeing things under the bed. Lip service from autocratic steel barons and red-baiting publishers is no honor to Zenger." McCormick, who is the head of the Freedom of the Press Committee of the A.N.P., had a cheap revenge on Stern in May, 1938, when the leading American fascist of the time, the mayor of Jersey City, suppressed the Post. Said the Chicago Tribune. A federal judge has issued an injunction to restrain Mayor Frank Hague and his Jersey City police from stopping the display of the New York Post on Jersey City newsstands. Perhaps some of our readers expect us to sound off about the gallantry of the little New York newspaper in defending the freedom of the press against a rapacious politician. If so, they are going to be disappointed. The reason? Because the Post supported the Roosevelt administration at the time the publishers were trying to write a code, the most dishonest, weasel-worded, and treacherous document ever offered to General Johnson. Stern replied editorially that the publishers' code had no more to do with freedom of the press than the state laws regulating the hours of women workers, fire laws calling for adequate staircases, and traffic laws compelling newspaper trucks, like all others, to stay on the right side of the street. But, he asked, did American publishers join in the great effort that most of business was making? They did not, by and large. They put themselves in a special class. They wrapped the mantle of freedom of the press about them too. 161. Fight the code, when what they really feared was freedom of their employees to organize. In March, 1936, the Post began a series of editorials on the facts of life for newspaper readers, in which it showed up its contemporaries by contrasting their headlines and stories. The series was occasioned by a letter from E. K. Murat, of the Advanced School of Education of Columbia University. Mr. Murat is a Persian, but his interest in truth in the news exceeds that of at least 99% of the American people. Mr. Murat asked the entire New York press whether news is separate from opinion, if the papers permit their editorial policy to affect their news policy, if they allow editorial sentiments and opinions to influence the news and the presentation of news in the news columns, or whether the two policies are kept separate. The New York Times, World Telegram and Daily Worker replied, but Mr. Murat considered their answers confidential. The New York Herald Tribune, Sun, Daily News, and Journal and American did not reply. The Post was the only paper to publish the correspondence. Said the chief Stern organ. We don't know who has been handing you this line about the theory of American journalism that news is separate from opinion, but we'll bet it wasn't a working newspaper man. The theory not only isn't true, but it couldn't possibly ever be true, on any paper. Men, not machines, report news stories, and men, not machines, edit and make newspapers. Editors have to use their judgment. Judgment, dear E. K. Murat, is opinion. A certain proposed constitutional amendment comes up at Albany. The Post headlines, Child Labor Amendment is up for vote. The Herald Tribune headlines, Youth Control Amendment is up for vote. Both papers are reporting the news. Or are they, dear E. K. Murat? A Democratic convention meets. The delegates storm at each other for 3 hours, then pass a harmony resolution. 162. A Republican paper headlines, Democrats rage for 3 hours in wild session. A Democratic paper headlines, Democrats make peace, harmony vote passes. Both papers are honestly reporting the facts as they see them, but Republican eyes are not Democratic eyes. Such stuff as the Journal's constant reference to the Spanish Reds when they mean the government forces is becoming rare. We're talking about the honest judgment that an editor has to make to get up an edition. The Times is a great paper. We think the Times could make any issue fairly important by putting it under a 4-column head on page I often enough. The Times, a newspaper of record, tries not to editorialize. But it doesn't pick its headlines out of a paper bag either. We think it's good for newspaper readers to know the facts of life. On May 25, 1938, the Post took the Times over the hurdles. Under an editorial heading, Add Facts of Life News Unfit to Print, it said that the Supreme Court must be a trial to the editors who more valiantly than Justices Butler and M.C. Reynolds have fought to keep the court in the anti-New Deal column. Instances are then given. In every one of them a decision favorable to the New Deal was played down in the Times, a decision unfavorable played up by being given either the front page or big type, and 4 specific cases in one day are mentioned. Item I. Chief Justice Hughes sharply questions an attorney for Girdler's Republic Steel Corporation. Item 2. The National Labor Relations Board wins 3 cases, including the one ordering Remington Rand to reinstate 4,000 men. Item 3. Hughes rebukes a Circuit Court of Appeals for trying to prevent an investigation of Associated Gas subsidiaries. Item 4. The court rejected an appeal of utility companies which questioned the right of PWA to finance the Santee Cooper project, biggest public power project next to TVA. 163. What happened to these 4 big news items? The Post reports, Tom Girdler's slightest snort makes page 1 in the Times, but item 1 was nowhere to be found in Tuesday's Times. Item 2 was buried in the 5th paragraph of a story on page 6, headed High Court hears NLRB arguments. Item 3 was put back on page 33. And item 4 wasn't in the paper. But still more important is the Post investigation of what happens in the Republican, Tory and self-styled liberal press of New York City when there is a news story extremely at variance with the general anti-New Deal policies of the press. For years the papers have published the release summaries sent them by Fortune, the big business magazine. At the end of May, 1938, after 5 years of pounding by the press, it was found that the popularity of the president was holding firm, that the chances of any important number of M.R. Roosevelt's men will be defeated in the primaries this year are very thin, that 54.7% of the people back Roosevelt and only 34.4% disapprove. This was of course good, big news for the Roosevelt papers, few as they are, but it was nevertheless news for any paper. And what happened in this case? The Post investigation showed. New York Times, Wednesday, not hide nor hair of it anywhere. But the Times found room for a column and a quarter account of a sectional bankers' conference, way out in Springfield, Illinois, in which the New Deal was attacked. The actual figures on Fortune's poll were reserved for afternoon papers, but the important editorial was available to the morning papers. New York Herald Tribune, nothing on Wednesday, but on Thursday half a column, no, page 15. The Herald Tribune used the figures on Roosevelt's popularity, but omitted Fortune's editorial criticism of business and Fortune's defense of the New Deal. New York Sun, nothing at all. New York Journal, nothing at all. But there was room for a 164 full column quoting a group of Chicago businessmen against the New Deal. New York World Telegram, 2/3 of a column on Fortune's release, under a 2-column headline, page 5, adequate handling. New York Post, a bit more than a column, page 1, first edition, page 4 later. We're for the New Deal and so we have a sharp eye for New Deal items. New York is served by the best papers in America. But something pretty darn funny has been happening lately in the heat of the fight against Roosevelt, and we think the local press ought to have a few moments of solemn communion with itself. When an important story from a major source is omitted and readers are kept in ignorance of a significant pro-Roosevelt poll, are kept in the dark about our leading business magazine's rebuke to business, it is time for a checkup. What would have happened to that release had it shown an anti-Roosevelt majority? Very properly Mr. Murat, whose innocent Persian question began all this discussion, concluded it with a letter in which he stated it was apparent to him that newspaper owners and editors can be a great deal more objective, more unbiased and more insistent on the presentation of both sides in a controversy if they were willing to make the necessary effort and sacrifice. It may be possible, he continued, that prejudice and suppression are not altogether due to human equation, but they exist because some newspaper owners and editors do not care to be objective, to be fair and impartial, and to present arguments advanced by both sides in any given controversy. No phenomenon is more menacing to the foundations of democratic ideas than the adulteration, suppression, and distortion of facts by particular groups and their settled convictions and by the refraction of facts through propaganda and censorship. 165. When the rebellion broke out in Spain, the newspapers reported the facts to the best of their ability. In time of revolt, as distinguished from a war of nation against nation, it is extremely difficult for journalists to get both sides of the story, but the news from Spain was told honestly or with intended honesty. There were many honest errors and omissions. The fact that Germany and Italy were part of the conspiracy to destroy the Spanish Republic was not known at the beginning. But it was obvious that the plot included only the officers of the army and the leaders of the Catholic and fascist elements, notably Robles, the Catholic, and Leroux, the reactionary, whose regime had been upset by the elections of February 1936, the generals Sanjurjo, Mola, Capodilano and Franco. The rebellion was put down generally throughout Spain in the first few weeks. Although the generals took 80 or 90% of the military with them, the armed population was able to retake the seized barracks and public buildings in all the principal cities except Burgos, Seville, Salamanca, and a few others. It was obvious that an overwhelming majority of the people in Spain is 99 and 9/10 Catholic, although there are millions of anti-clerical for the Republic and against the clerico-fascist rebels. Certainly no one can doubt that the trades unions, which have more than 5 million members, were and are 100% against the rebels. By the end of July 1936, however, Franco was able, with the aid of Italian airplanes and German equipment from the ship Cameron, to land Moors from Africa, equip them, and march on Toledo and Madrid, stopping in the workingmen's sectors of Badajoz and Seville en route to murder many thousands. The war became a war of foreign troops and foreign equipment against the vast majority of the Spanish people. The press of all journalistically free countries so reported. 166. But a new element entered into the war, the Catholic Church. It sided with the rebels. The rebels had sworn to restore the Church to power. That was one reason for the Vatican's sympathy. The other was the fact, which the Republic has admitted, that in the first weeks of street fighting in the Civil War, when there was no authority, no central power directing the loyalists, anti-clerical and anti-Catholic elements killed numerous priests. Some of these priests were killed in the churches in which arms were found and which were used as strong points by the clerico-fascist forces. Some were killed by outraged peasants who claimed that the church engaged in usury in the land. Some were killed for other reasons. But not one priest was killed by the Republican government, and from the moment the government restored its power it has protected churchmen and churches. The American press got its first facts fairly straight. Its errors were unintentional. But from the beginning of August 1936, the Catholic hierarchy in America, as distinguished from the hierarchy in Europe where no such attempt was made, began a crusade against the newspapers which truthfully reported events in Spain. Naturally, the pressure was hardest against the liberal press, which had editorially supported the legal, recognized, liberal Republican coalition. The stern papers were the leaders. The Philadelphia Record and New York Post published powerful and brilliant editorials whose veracity cannot be questioned. Here are extracts of one of them entitled "Democracy is at Stake in Spain," which resulted in a conflict with the Catholic Church. The struggle in Spain is not a struggle between communism and fascism. Two groups are battling for supremacy. On one side are Republicans, socialists, communists, syndicalists, and anarchists. They differ widely on many questions, but they are in agreement on one. Each regards the preservation of 167. Spanish democracy as the first and essential step in carrying out its own particular program. On the other side are equally diverse elements, Carlist, Alfonsist and Juanist monarchists, feudal landowners, conservative republicans, fascists. They differ widely on many questions, but they agree on one. Each regards the destruction of Spanish democracy as the first and essential step in carrying out its own particular program. Between these two groups, believers in democracy can have but one choice. Their sympathy must go to the forces supporting the Spanish Republic. Its government is neither socialist nor communist. It was elected by an overwhelming majority of the Spanish people. It was seeking a peaceful solution of Spain's economic and political questions when the right took up arms and precipitated a bloody revolution. Law and order in Spain are menaced not by the left but by the right. The right represents elements which have proved their bankruptcy by their misgovernment of Spain for generations and their exploitation of her people. They represent only a small minority of the Spanish people, and those the most backward. The right has no popular support. The right is to blame for the Spanish government's left swing since the Civil War broke out. Democracy is at stake in Spain. The Civil War is between a government supported by those defending democracy and rebels out to crush democracy. This is a fair editorial opinion. It tells facts. But even if it could be called a biased editorial opinion, it is in keeping with the right of editors to express themselves on the editorial page, so long as they keep their news columns free from editorial opinion. But as a result of fair editorial opinions whose facts could not be disputed, a campaign to boycott the Philadelphia Record was urged in Catholic pulpits through 168. Out the City. The official diocesan newspaper, the Catholic Standard and Times, said in its July 24 issue. Because of the censorships and claims and counterclaims, it is still almost impossible to know what is going on in Spain. It would seem, however, that the rebels are made up of all factions opposed to communism, and the Popular Front Party is made up of communists, anarcho-syndicalists, and the more radical socialists. This group is fanatically determined to completely destroy the Church, and it is for this group that the Record wished more power. Catholics rightly have resented this. Catholics, moreover, cannot consistently support even to the extent of 2 cents a day a paper that supports communism. The Record owes an apology, or at least an explanation, to its Catholic readers. This Catholic newspaper's description of the Popular Front is false. The majority of the Popular Front is not composed of communists, anarcho-syndicalists, and socialists, but liberals, Republicans and Democrats. The Popular Front is not fanatically determined to completely destroy the Church. It is, however, determined not to permit the restoration of the Roman Catholic Church to temporal power, which was ended in 1931, nor to permit it ever again to control education in Spain. It is determined to treat the Roman Catholic Church in just the same manner the United States treats the Roman Catholic Church. How effective the boycott against the Stern paper was I do not know. But every newspaperman knows that the most powerful pressure group in America today is the Roman Catholic Church. I do not know whether it succeeded in curtailing the Record's circulation or inflicting a financial blow through the withdrawal of advertising by Catholic businessmen. But on August 10, 1936, publisher Stern addressed the following humble letter to Cardinal Doherty. 169. On Wednesday, July 29, we ran an editorial entitled "Now the Spanish Regime Loses Its Head." This second editorial denounced the Spanish government's action against the Catholic Church. We had hoped that it would offset any unfriendly impression created by the first editorial. But this second editorial was overlooked by an editorial writer for the Catholic Standard and Times, which, on August 7, denounced the Record because of the first editorial. I very much regret this situation, especially because we have hurt the feelings of friends on religious grounds. I need not tell you that the Philadelphia Record stands foursquare for religious freedom and tolerance and is bitterly opposed to communism, fascism, or any form of government which denies its citizens complete protection in their worship. You have always been fair to the Record. I would very much appreciate your advice as to what I should or should not do in the matter. Cardinal Doherty accepted the apology. He wrote, "It is a pleasure to hear from you that, when this editorial was published, the Record was not aware that the so-called rebel, or rightist party, in Spain was really battling for religious rights, and that as soon as you learned this, you published a second editorial to offset the impression derived from the first editorial. Your further assurance that the Record stands foursquare for religious freedom and tolerance and is opposed to communism is also gratifying. I believe that every newspaperman in America who really values freedom of the press, no matter what his religious beliefs may be, will deplore this episode, and especially the Record's genuflections. We have the testimony of Haywood Broun concerning the Catholic pressure against the old New York World. We have the evidence of the World Telegram and the 170. Other 23 Scripps Howard newspapers suppressing Pegler's column critical of the mass murderer Franco, for whom Cardinal Hayes prayed every day. We have Father Curran's boast that he changed the policy of a Brooklyn newspaper through the $20,000 worth of printing or advertising business he controls there. And now we behold the publisher of a chain of 4 newspapers, 4 of the very tiny minority of liberal, free, independent newspapers left in America, bowing before the pressure of the church when in fact his editorials on Spain had been true, honest, favorable to the anti-fascist movement in Spain and applauded by all fair, liberal, and intelligent men. Caught between the advertising pressure of big business on the one hand, and the political pressure of a religious organization on the other, the New York Post, Philadelphia Record, Camden Courier, and Camden Post have had to make the usual compromises. I know of no better illustration of the fact that there is no completely free press in America. When Stern bought the New York Post there was considerable metropolitan rejoicing. It was at a time the World Telegram, grown rich and conscious of its power, had begun to shed pretensions of liberalism, and the hope of survival of the old New York world spirit was dead. But Stern had been preceded by the fame of his Philadelphia Record, and a real liberal newspaper was expected. In this New York was not disappointed. There was a time, however, when Ernest Gruning, editor for only a few months, resigned amidst rumors which caused great questioning, but the matters involved were the usual difficulties with advertisers and financial backers of the paper. People were more than willing to give the new liberal journal a better than even break. 171. The circulation rose from some 40,000 to 000 in the first year of Stern management, doubled the next year, rose to 300,000 in the third, a phenomenal growth even with contests and book bargains discounted, and proving that the metropolis appreciated journalism which aimed at the old world and the Manchester Guardian standards. In 1936, when I went to Spain with post credentials, I sent Harry Saylor, the editor, a series of stories aimed to tell the fundamental truth about the whole situation. One of the articles dealt severely with the part the Catholic Church was playing in the Civil War. It was then 27 years since I had started in journalism, by which time I had learned the first lesson, namely, that one must never write on controversial subjects, the first of which was religion, and that one must never report even the truth in any case in which the Catholic hierarchy might be offended. Nevertheless, I tested every word, believed every word in this article which quoted pro-loyalist expressions from the great, cultured, intelligent Catholic leaders, and sent the story to the Post. The Post published the story word for word. I know of few such instances of journalistic courage in dealing with a tabooed subject. I stress this fact because of the disastrous Record episode. Sometime in 1937, however, a change seemed to come over the liberal viewpoint of the New York Post. It is difficult to say just when and how it happened, just as it is difficult even today to make too general an accusation, inasmuch as several writers whose editorials gave the Post its reputation for liberalism, are still writing liberal editorials, which now alternate with weaker, straddling and at times reactionary editorials. The Post is still in an ambiguous state. There is still hope it will return to the liberal fold. Whether or not negotiations with the newspaper guild were the main cause of the change, or merely touched it off, is not known to me, and may not be known to any man, not even Mr. Stern, but there is a change, and it is not toward. 172. Liberalism. In fact, Haywood Broun *K not only puts the Post among the reactionary red-baiting newspapers, but gives the gold cup and blue ribbons to its publisher. Once, he writes, there was a liberal paper in New York City and now there is none. In the red-baiting handicap. J. David Stern was a slow starter. He was practically left at the Post. What a pun, Haywood, what a pun. Hearst was way out in front. Behind him came Ogden Reed and Roy Howard, but they were whipping. Yet when the horses straightened out in the stretch, quite a different picture was set for the crowd which watched the red-baiting handicap. J. David Stern had dropped out of the clouds. As they charged across the finish line, it was evident that Stern had won by a head. A photograph will have to be taken to determine place and show positions, Because they could cover Hearst, Roy Howard and Ogden Reed with a blanket. And not a bad idea at that. When did the Post enter the race? On October 5, 1937, when the president excoriated the aggressor nations which were shedding blood and preparing to rush the world into another general war, the Post published the photographs of the heads of the lawless nations, and included that of Stalin with Hitler, Mussolini, and the Mikado. No other newspaper, not even the professional red baiters which never hesitate to falsify news and pictures, followed the Post. Its readers, finding no reference to Russia and no implication in the president's words, probably believed that an error had been made. The Post in fact admitted it had erred. While I was willing to give the Post the benefit of a doubt in this episode, I was shocked by an editorial in the issue of December 2, 1937, on the right to picket and its abuse. On that or the following day every newspaper in New York City published an editorial against picketing. That too is a significant fact. In Russia it is said that the press is controlled. New Republic, March G, 1938. 173. By the government, and in Italy and Germany we know that there are daily orders on every editorial and news item of any importance, but in free America, where not even big business is supposed to have any sinister relationship at all with the free press, here was one instance where every paper spoke as if in echo to a master's voice, a dictator's voice. On this subject the Post and the Sun ran almost identical editorials. The Sun, however, did not try to make out that its attack on picketing was in the interests of labor. The Sun makes no pretenses of being liberal or of favoring labor. The Post said it believed that the right to picket is one of the fundamental rights of labor, which it is, but... And from now on it will be noted that there were many who believe in this but editorials appearing in the Post. In this case the but was followed by the belief that, like other rights, it may be abused, and the hope is expressed that labor will be careful. We are living in a time when the Chicago police murder 10 unarmed peaceful pickets and the Spanish Civil War has become largely a war of the employers against the labor unions and poor peasants, but the Post advises caution where a year ago it advised audacity. Even more obnoxious, continues the editorial, is the use of pickets in what the courts have called and often condemned as secondary boycotts. These are cases in which a man is picketed, not because he has a dispute with his employees or with a union, but because he is doing business with someone else who may have a dispute with employees or a union. The fact behind the entire press campaign against picketing and notably secondary picketing is that these methods hurt business. The Newspaper Guild, striking at the Brooklyn Eagle, made notable use of this new weapon. It attacked the Eagle through its advertisers. It sent its men, reporters, and others whom Brooklyn liked and trusted, to the department stores and other large advertisers. These pickets carried placards urging the public not to deal with shops' advertising. 174. In a newspaper which labor held unfair to its employees. The Guild reporter published a weekly list of stores, cigarette companies, and other advertisers with the recommendation they be boycotted. It is therefore easy to see that labor had discovered an effective weapon which incidentally hit newspaper revenue, the financial support of the press, harder than any weapon used for a century. The fact that the Sun, Herald Tribune, Times, and Hearst Press threw dignified tantrums when their pocketbooks were touched surprised no one. The fact that the Times and Daily News also attacked picketing was no great shock, but there was distinctly a journalistic tremor when the Post joined the others. This editorial may mark the change. News stories and editorials in which the Guild and its methods, the war in Spain, unions in general and especially a reactionary demand that they be incorporated so that they can be emasculated, have followed and have caused the most loyal Post readers to squirm. Among the 260,000 circulation which the paper had added were all shades of liberals and radicals. On February 15, 1938, the Post deliberately set out to drive the extreme left wing out of its ranks. Its purge came in the form of an editorial, 2 columns wide, on page 1, under the heading "Stalin takes off his mask." It was based on a letter in which the Soviet leader urged, we must also increase and strengthen international proletarian ties of the working class of the U.S.S.R. with the working class of bourgeois countries. We must organize political help of the working class of bourgeois countries to the working class of our country in case of military attack. There was nothing sensational and certainly nothing new in the statement. But the Post said there could be but one interpretation: American workers must, according to Stalin, be prepared to fight for Soviet Russia when he wants them. And on the 18th, defending itself from the attacks of many readers, many of them non-1'75" communists, the Post repeated its view that the United Front Union of liberals with communists against fascists is a greater threat to democracy than the frontal attack of reactionaries. With this view anyone who has been in Spain must disagree. Although the communists are a minor part of the population of Republican Spain, numbering only 50,000 men when the war broke out, they have supplied a great proportion of the best troops and fought better than any other political faction in the country, without claiming credit or attempting to take over the command of the army or the government from the majority liberals and Democrats who control both. The publication of this editorial did more to upset the Post editorial and news staff than any event under the Stern regime. So far as I know there are no communists on this paper as there are secretly on the Times and larger journals, but all the liberals felt that the day of red baiting had arrived and some questioned the wisdom of remaining with the paper following the Here's Tien line. It was at this time that Brune read Stern out of the liberal ranks. He was all for trade unionism until it took a bite at his own budget, said Brune. When the C.I.0 was a bright dream, J. David Stern applauded. When it became a successful reality it scared the hell out of him. The soul of Stern was shocked when Stalin suggested that the workers of the world might have a stake in winning out against war. To J. David Stern that was subversive and undemocratic. Stern is the most tired of all the tired liberals. He wants to hit the hay and forget most of the causes he previously espoused. It is not unknown for a paper's policy to vary according to its circulation. I do not agree about the tiredness, nor about the influence of circulation, because the Post has not yet reached world telegram heights and money. I believe the episode is another illustration of the Stern policy of operating as liberal a newspaper as the money interests will allow. Apparently there had 176 been a clamping down on policy by certain interests, a threat to the financial future of the Post which had to be answered by a gesture of red baiting, and the compromise had to be made. It was the same sort of necessary surrender which the Record had made to the Catholic Church. The reactionaries on the Post staff must have felt victorious because on the 22nd of that February, when the Times, World Telegram, and Herald Tribune united in hailing the Soviet Arctic expedition, a brilliant, successful exploit which will take a permanent place in heroic traditions, the Post said editorially. Those Russian scientists who can't be coaxed off the ice floe on which they have drifted for 8 months may be smart. Having a radio, they may have heard rumors of the wholesale liquidations of big shots in Moscow. Having scientific minds, they may have put 2 and 2 together and concluded that the more famous one becomes in Russia the more likely one is to be liquidated. And, having the primitive instinct of self-preservation, maybe they've concluded that an ice floe may be a pretty comfortable spot, after all. This editorial disappeared in the second edition. It was even too raw for the editors of the Post. In the Daily Worker it was called a crime against science, human progress, and journalistic decency, never to be forgotten or forgiven by the American people. The American people of course know nothing about this. And most of the readers of the first edition did not give a hoot. But we may be justified in asking whether either the advertisers or the intangible forces which drive newspapers out of the liberal and progressive camp really expect red baiting editorials to prove to their financial backers that they are in the money camp. What this country needs, and has not got, is a newspaper free enough to defy every enemy pressure. Chapter 13. Special Interests in Chicago. One of the really great tragedies of American journalism began when the Northcliffe bug, transformed into an American presidential bee, lit in Colonel Frank Knox's bonnet sometime in 1934 or 1935. The colonel, with the help of numerous Chicago bankers, steel masters, and other corporation heads, had gotten ownership of the Chicago Daily News in 1931. He was determined to round out his life with a great achievement. He dreamed of making it the best newspaper in the English-speaking world, best in style, information, opinion, and appearance. We have this on the authority of Raymond Graham Swing, who for many years represented the Daily News in Europe and who knows the Chicago publisher well. Mr. Swing also learned at the dawn of 1936, that the employees of the paper were enthusiastic supporters of their chief, and they were especially proud of the fact that he never made the news a personal organ during the campaign and never perverted it to party uses, as did his rival publishers but political friends Hearst and McCormick. Knox had enough sense of humor to permit one of his star writers, Howard Vincent O'Brien, to criticize his candidacy in his own newspaper. Such things could not happen among the humorless Hearsts and M.C. Cormicks. O'Brien said in his news column that if his boss were president he was convinced Knox would do things that are utterly abhorrent to him now, and perforce leave undone practically all the things he now advocates. And Swing. 177. 1H. Points out that Knox, veteran of 2 wars, making a strong bid for the Legion vote despite the fact he had in his non-political days sternly opposed the bonus for the veterans, found as candidate that it might as well be paid, if it could be out of funds already appropriated. Whether he would be as quick to rationalize the suppression of academic freedom and the perennial quest for truth to please the Legion remains to be seen. Throughout 1936 the change was seen. The colonel, who had refrained from joining McCormick and Hearst in their red-baiting hysteria and witch hunt at the University of Chicago, now indulged in those hobbies. In one address he declared that the most irreligious atmosphere in America today is in the meeting of radical socialists who would substitute planned economy and socialistic philosophy for our free institutions. When the president said he welcomed the hatred of those American businessmen who oppose his re-election, Colonel Knox thought this helped class warfare of which America is tired. Of the president's promise to master the forces of reaction, Colonel Knox said such talk, utterly foreign to the American system, fits in perfectly with the fascist or communist philosophy of Europe. In Pittsfield, Massachusetts, he said his campaign was not a fight against the Democratic Party but against alien and un-American elements which he said had seized the party. In Toledo, Ohio, he said, "I hate to see Union labor entering politics after 40 years of making its own way." The Toledo speech, incidentally, was answered by James L. McDevitt, executive director of Labor's Nonpartisan League, who said, when Colonel Knox said his Chicago Daily News was Lu% union he was making a deliberate misstatement of fact. He has no contract with the American Newspaper Guild, a union of editorial employees affiliated with the American Federation of Labor. He insulted Labor's intelligence when he said it has sold its birthright for a mess of pottage. He didn't explain just what he meant by that, but if he calls the Wagner Labor Relations Act, the Social Security Act, the Railroad Retirement Act, the Prison Made Goods Act, the National Reemployment Service Act and all the other labor legislation a mess of pottage, will have another helping. Again, when the colonel said in his Connorsville, Indiana, speech that labor had not gained by the NRA, that unemployment grew worse, consumption was reduced, etc., General Hugh S. Johnson replied that the candidate had made 9 statements in one paragraph which were false and made with intent to deceive. He accused the colonel of a rhinoceros-hided disregard for even the appearance of fairness. The colonel continued to call the Roosevelt measures pink pills and accuse the Democratic Party of having written into law wholly or in part the 12 principal planks of the socialistic platform. In the eyes of Norman Thomas, not a single socialist measure had been adopted. It was purely another Knoxian attempt at red baiting. And since the colonel as a political candidate had to make the necessary gesture in favor of labor, which even fascist leaders make before they come into power and destroy the unions, the newspaper guild took advantage of the situation by asking him to recognize the movement for collective bargaining, higher wages, and better journalism. Mr. Brune wrote Mr. Knox saying that the guild must take in all papers, disregarding the fact some pay wages better than the minimum demanded. Mr. Brune also wrote Knox that to the guild's surprise your editorial department employees are afraid to join. They admit they fear reprisals from the management. They fear the announcement of the formation of a unit will bring swift reaction from the management in the way of abrupt dismissals. Colonel Knox was asked to make a public statement of policy. He replied he did not consider the letter frank. It has the familiar flavor of innuendo and propaganda. The insinuation that any employee of the Daily News has been intimidated is entirely without foundation. He then upbraids Brune for failing to recognize intimidation as the standard alibi for failure to organize and concludes with a bitter criticism of the guild by urging that you look into the real reason for the failure of the guild to click in Chicago. My guess is that intimidation hasn't anything to do with it, but rather that the hard-boiled, individualistic, and realistic men who staff the Chicago papers don't see the benefits. The guild however insisted it had found newsmen intimidated and a similar situation existing on other Chicago papers where the owners, arrogant press lords, were in the habit of referring to their loyal employees in much the same way medieval lords referred to their faithful serfs. The highly paid employees, it must be admitted, were mostly loyal. As the press swung in behind Landon and Knox, its methods and motives were criticized only in the liberal weeklies, to which the big politicians paid no attention. But when Filene, the Boston merchant, philanthropist and heavy advertiser, made a public exposure of the situation, it was Colonel Knox who took it upon himself to defend the press. In America, said Filene, at least theoretically, the people rule. And yet, in a great national crisis in which our national administration working for better distribution of wealth, has somehow come into conflict with the great financial and business interests, it turns out that our newspapers, the very source of the average voter's information and education, are usually owned and controlled by these same special interests. Said Colonel Knox, whose entry into metropolitan journalism had come about through the financial backing of Dawes, Avery, the head of American Foundries, and other corporations, in his home city of Boston. Does Mr. Filene alleged that the tailors of the Globe, Mr. Grozier of the Post and 181. Mr. Hearst of the American and Record are pulling chestnuts out of the fire for special interests? In New York, does Mr. Filene indict Arthur Sulzberger and Colonel Julius Adler of the Times, William Duart of the Sun, Ogden Reed of the Herald Tribune? Does he think that Bob McLean of the Philadelphia Bulletin, Jack Martin of the Public Ledger, or Charles Tyler of the Philadelphia Inquirer, would accept dictation from the interests? Let Mr. Filene but call the roll of the outstanding newspapers the Country over, the Sun of Baltimore, the Star and Post of Washington, the Buffalo News, the Detroit News and Free Press, the Plain Dealer of Cleveland, the Times Star and Inquirer of Cincinnati, the Chicago Tribune and the Chicago Daily News, the Milwaukee Journal and Minneapolis Journal and Tribune, the Pioneer Press of St. Paul, the Omaha World, the Kansas City Star, the Los Angeles Times, the San Francisco Chronicle, the Seattle Times, the Portland Oregonian, the Spokesman Review of Spokane, to name but a few of them. Does Mr. Filene contend that these great newspapers are owned or controlled by the special interests? He surely knows that there are no newspapers more completely independent of any form of financial duress than those included in the great Hearst, Scripps Howard, Block and Gannett chains, and the Booth Group here in Michigan. Mr. Knox claimed that the reason the American press attacked the president was disillusion over the newspaper code, the president's violation of his promises, and the fact that under the dominating influence of a group of radicals he had embarked upon a course far away from an American form of government and toward a dictatorial government. This of course is nonsense, but nonsense is 90% of political campaign talk. All these things and many others lost for Mr. Roosevelt his hold on the majority of men in the Washington press. 182. Gallery, concludes Knox. The very opposite is the truth. It was their disillusionment in the president, and in his New Deal, that caused the majority of newspapers to become critical. This last statement was proven absolutely false by the scientific and unquestioned survey which Leo C. Rawson made for the Social Science Research Council and which will be discussed at length later. The truth is that the great majority of Washington correspondents stood by the president then and do so now, and moreover that the majority of Roosevelt-baiting newspapers have correspondents in Washington whose views are contrary to editorial policy and who in many proven instances have to write against their convictions. But this does not answer Knox's main contention. He asks whether the big newspapers are controlled by the special interests. The answer is that in many cases they are, and that in most cases the exceptions are few. They are part and parcel of the special interests, and that Filene was absolutely right. Or are we to believe that the fact that the social and economic policies and in many cases the political policy is of the newspapers and the big business interests are identical are just several thousand coincidences? There can be no other general answer. Colonel Knox has been noted for his courage, sincerity, and forthrightness. He became a newspaperman through the letters he wrote back from Tampa and Santiago, Cuba, where he was a rough rider with Colonel Roosevelt, and he never got over his admiration of that man. He made good as a reporter on the Grand Rapids Herald and went into the business end. In 1902, with the help of a printer he acquired the Lake Superior Journal, borrowing $1,000 to make up the $1,500 he had to put up as his share. As a publisher he was honest and courageous, fighting vice, gambling and civic corruption. Before he left for his New Hampshire home he had had a fist fight. 183. With a drunken saloonkeeper and been the target of a bullet which stopped in an editorial window. It was the era of crusading and muckraking journalism, and Knox made good at it. He sold the paper for $50,000 in 1912. In the World War he was a major of artillery and returned a lieutenant colonel. He made a success of his Manchester newspaper and soon controlled the press of the town. In 1926 Hearst asked him to pull the Boston American and Boston Advertiser out of the red, and he did so without ever being tainted by contact with Hearst, as is the fate of the majority of Hearst executives. But he was a very shrewd, hard-headed Yankee trader, and fortune reports that in 193 Hearst, who has a more sentimental nature, and whose whole life had been vast and lavish, had secretly restored wage cuts which Knox ordered. Knox quit. He was ready to retire. He had made $500,000 working for Hearst and saved almost all of it. He was ready to take it easy. Then came the sudden death of Walter Strong and the chance of a lifetime. Knox came to Chicago fired with the ideal of publishing a great newspaper. I think that every publisher who starts as a reporter has the same dream, the hope of equaling or even outdoing the Manchester Guardian in America. At least that is what many of his employees, associates, and friends say. But I have my doubts. I cannot conceive of a great paper without a liberal policy, and the entire history of the owner and publisher of the Chicago Daily News ever since the end of the muckraking era and Theodore Roosevelt progressivism, has been made on the road between conservatism and reaction. For example, Colonel Knox opposed congressional investigations. In the early days they were either caused by newspaper exposes, as for example that of the Armour, Swift and other packing houses after Sinclair published The Jungle, or they were approved and headlined by the newspapers. Now Knox says, I say to you deliberately that most of these investigations are designed by the new 184 dealers to draw red herrings across the trail of their real intentions. Their intentions are to discredit private industry so these new dealers may encounter a minimum resistance and later, it may well be, seize private property on the Marxian philosophy of government ownership. Can the fact that an armor packing company director is also a daily news director have anything to do with such views? Is it just another coincidence? Colonel Knox has spoken over an NBC hookup under the auspices of the Crusaders, an anti-labor semi-fascist organization. Chicago Daily News directors are Max Epstein, of American Transportation Company, who had contributed money to Harry Young's American Vigilant Intelligence Federation, J. E. Otis, of the Central Trust Company of Illinois, Director of Utilities, Banks, and the Dawes Pure Oil Company, John Stewart, President of Quaker Oats and Director of the Union-hating International Harvester, George E. Scott, President of the American Steel Foundries, and Sewell Lee Avery, of U.S. Gypsum, Montgomery Ward, and the American Liberty League. These men are the proof that the daily news is not controlled by business interests, it is merely directed by the men of big business. Ever since the 1936 campaign ended, Colonel Knox has continued to express in daily life and in the daily news the same illiberal abuse of the administration which the labor-fighting industrialists have expressed. In 1988 he attacked the New Farm Act, the Wagner Labor Act, and the Social Security Act. He urged the suspension of Social Security taxation in order to restore the American way, and said the one sure way to bring fascism to this country is through prolonged government spending of large sums of borrowed money. Of the Daily News of a generation ago, Will Irwin said it was an honest newspaper, first, last and all the time. The news is not borrowing money from banks, and it does 185. Not need support from trust or corporation. In some respects it goes far beyond any contemporary in allegiance to truth. Even should it change hands, should a get-rich-quick policy destroy its character, the news would go on paying for a generation by power of its bold honesty. The news has changed hands. It still goes on paying by power of its bold honesty. It still retains considerable of the spirit of the Lawson and Strong regimes. It is still so far superior to the Tribune and the Herald-Examiner that no comparison is possible. The change has not been, as Irwin feared, followed by a get-rich-quick policy, but merely by a protect-the-status-quo policy. A director of the Daily News is a director of U.S. Steel, People's Gas, U.S. Gypsum, Armor, Northern Trust, Montgomery Ward, Pullman, Nash Kelvinator and Pure Oil. I will not underline the House of Morgan in connection with Steel and Montgomery Ward, as Ferdinand Lundberg does in America's 60 Families. I would merely like to ask Mr. Knox if he really ever believed he could publish a free newspaper with a board of directors representing what he denies are special interests, but which are the special interests despite hell and high water and Knoxian denials. Chapter 14. The Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism. One fundamental difference between the New York Herald Tribune and the New York Times is that the former does not pretend to be a liberal newspaper, while the latter not only claims it is but wholeheartedly believes it achieves that end. Both of course are conservative, and the best upholders of the well-known status quo. And since the Herald Tribune does not claim to be a liberal newspaper, the same yardsticks of criticism which must justly and ethically be applied to the Times cannot be used in this investigation. On the other hand, the Herald Tribune sponsors annually a public forum in which not only a free press, but an ideal press is one of the chief topics for national discussion. This forum is one of the finest achievements of liberalism in America, if not in the world. To M.R. and M.R.S. Ogden Reed, owners of the paper, and especially to Mrs. William Brown Maloney, who has directed the forum for years, the nation owes a gold medal. The Herald Tribune Forum is so liberal and fair-minded that it permits the severest opponents to air their views. Mrs. Maloney, for example, has asked me to speak my criticism of the American press, including of course the Times and the Herald Tribune, to her audience and a national hookup over the radio. If I were not such a coward about facing an audience and a microphone, I would have been permitted to outline at a meeting sponsored by the Herald Tribune the 186. The Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 187 various strictures of the Herald Tribune which compose this chapter. My main contention of course is that the Herald Tribune is a class newspaper, that it is the organ of a small, powerful, and rich minority, and therefore hardly a newspaper at all, if by newspaper we take the definitions the newspapers themselves have written from their earliest days to the formulation of the various codes of ethics recently. On the other hand, I prefer an honest bias to the pretensions of, say, the Hearst Press, which announces public service as a newspaper objective when it may mean service to public utility corporations, as the Black Lobbying Commission investigation indicated. The Herald Tribune openly serves money, wealth, power, and the interests Henry George first called vested and which Roosevelt I called special privilege. It does not serve the people. It makes no such pretensions. It is the organ of the ruling class, and the ruling class in almost every nation is opposed to the people it rules. Several years ago I mentioned the will of the late Mrs. Whitelaw Reid leaving the owners of the present Herald Tribune more than $16,000,000 in stocks and bonds, and I remarked that every move the American government made toward intervention in Cuba and Mexico affected Whitelaw Reid's and Mrs. Reid's Mexican and Cuban investments. Every adverse policy of the Public Utility Commissions or President F. D. Roosevelt is a blow to the utility portfolio of the Reid estate. I am now able to illustrate this criticism with rather sensational historical facts. One episode concerns a big business, the other the Cuban government. The National Biscuit Company strike of 1935 was not much different from other strikes, except in this particular, that it got less mention in the newspapers than any similar event. The National Biscuit Company is a big advertiser, and every publisher and advertising man, and even liberals who contend that advertising no longer suppresses news, should. 188. Make a survey of what happened when the makers of Unita Biscuit locked out 6,000 employees in 5 of their manufacturing cities. What happened is simply this: the news was in most instances completely suppressed, in a few instances there were tiny items, half buried. In cases where there was violence, the attack was blamed on labor. Suppression, burial, distortion, falsification, were the rule, so far as the free press was concerned. One of the acts of violence occurred when scabbing workmen tried to ship some merchandise. Trucks were overturned. Blows were struck. This made an interesting picture which all the services took and distributed. But apparently the National Biscuit Company did not want its name mentioned even in an item which accused its striking employees of vandalism, because no newspaper with the exception of the Hearst Mirror published a print. The Mirror picture had the words National Biscuit Company which were on the trucks painted out. And this occurred during the managing editorship of Stanley Walker, who had just come over from the Herald Tribune. As for the silence of the latter paper, the strikers and the liberal press explained it by the fact that Ogden L. Mills, director of the Biscuit Company, was a relative of the Reids and a holder of Herald Tribune stock. But apparently no one knew at the time that the $16,000,000 Reid portfolio of stocks and bonds had as its biggest item 84,250 shares of Biscuit Common, then worth $5,971,218. In other words, the Reids were probably the largest individual stockholders of the company where the strike was being waged. The Reid portfolio also contained 11,995 shares of Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad shares worth $2 million, and one may deduce a pro-railroad policy from that fact. Great public utilities, then and now engaged in what is known as a death grapple with the Roosevelt administration, are represented by such items as American Power and the Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism. 189. Light, 897 shares, Commonwealth Edison, 2,120 shares, Consolidated Gas of N.Y. IOOO, Pacific Northwest Public Service Co. 2,465. There were 4,448 shares of New York Central, then worth $500,000 and many $1 million worth in Western railroads. Then there were Cuban and Mexican bonds, oil and mining concessions, and 8,300 shares of Cerro de Pasco copper. The estate had been valued at $34,518,119, but from 1918 to 1929 Mrs. Whitelaw Reid had been giving her son and daughter securities and properties of almost equal value to that left in the will. At any rate, it is obvious that the same persons who owned the Herald Tribune were also owners of some $20 million to $25 million or more of stocks and bonds in American utilities, railroads, and other forms of big business, and in Mexican and Cuban properties. Whether or not the news in the Herald Tribune was cut to the bias of every corporation, as in the case of the National Biscuit Company, one cannot tell. But it is as obvious as the multiplication table that the social and economic and political viewpoints of the big corporations in which the Reeds have interests and their Herald Tribune are one and the same. Nor can one say with certainty that it was the Reed interest in the reactionary Cuban regime which resulted lately in the biggest ethical scandal in metropolitan journalism. VP. One of the most familiar and most specious defenses of the American press is to compare it to the European press. The French press is notoriously venal. The British press today publishes more and worse fraudulent medical advertising than our papers did before the passage of food and drug legislation. The fascist press is perverted beyond description. Our press, on the whole, is not as corrupt, venal, or perverted. That's fine. 190. I sometimes think it better to have a corrupt press, like the French, where book reviews, art criticism, blurbs about merchandise and statesmen are paid for in cash and where everyone knows that every item has its price, than the American press where it is impossible to bribe a book reviewer, a theater or movie or opera or art critic, where products and people as a rule cannot buy favorable reading notices at advertising rates, and where nevertheless, without bribery and corruption, an almost similar treatment of people, things, and events occurs. I never tire of quoting Humbert Wolff's verse about the integrity of the British journalist whom you cannot hope to bribe or twist, but seeing what the man will do unbribed, there's no occasion to. 90% of the American publishers unbribed support Tory and reactionary men and ideas, fight reform and progress, attack liberalism while pretending to be liberal, and this reactionary philosophy permeates every branch of the paper, including even the book review sections and art criticism. Peter Bloom, for example, was recently attacked not for his canvas but for his picture of Mussolini as a jack-in-the-box. Reactionary art critics did not like the social significance of a work of art. Occasionally something occurs openly in American journalism which reminds us of those things we denounce so strongly in the venal European press. The American public of course knows nothing about the Chicago Tribune Paris edition, whose advertising department wrote probably the most disgraceful chapter in modern American journalistic history. Its agents actually promised the foreign offices of fascist nations to support their policies in return for advertising. I know very well that Colonel McCormick in faraway Chicago was not aware that solicitors, many of them foreigners, were using the name and credentials of the Chicago Tribune when all they were after was $50 for the Paris edition of the same newspaper, but the fact remains that the Paris business office knew of this and encouraged it, and it. The Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 191 would not require much search on the part of the publisher and editors in Chicago to establish the reason for fascist Portuguese, fascist Spanish and other editions, and special Romanian, Polish and other pages devoted entirely to praise of reactionary regimes and ideas. The motive was money, and not big money at that. In many respects the Chicago Tribune Paris edition was a piker compared to the venal French contemporaries, but no less venal. If one were to ask American reporters, School of Journalism professors, advertising men, or others who follow journalistic events closely what was the most shocking single episode in recent history, there is no doubt that the answer would be, the publication of the New York Herald Tribune Cuban advertising section as news matter on November 21, 1937. It shocked even the New York Times. On that Sunday the Herald Tribune carried a section 12 of 40 pages of glorification of the Cuban regime. The front page had on it the following legend: Cuba. Today. Land of peace and progress. This section, devoted to the government and industry of Cuba, is written and presented by friends of Cuba. There was no indication that the whole thing was propaganda, and paid advertising. The purpose was to misinform the American people about a regime which all fair, open-minded, honest reports call harsh, repressive, or dictatorial and even terroristic. The first page of text is a glorification of President Laredo Bru and his democratic program of peace and reconstruction. The main page is headed 192. Colonel Batista's life dedicated to relieving Cubans from oppression. Army Chief, true son of soil, rises to leadership by assisting countrymen, regarded as presidential timber. It is signed by one Lawrence de Basalt, who is said to have been the negotiator of the advertisement. The climax is a paragraph saying, Colonel Fulgencio Batista should and must be the next president of the Republic of Cuba. This is not an editorial, this is a feature story news item, and it also comes under freedom of the press. On page 4 occurs as violent a transgression of ethics as has been noted by professors and pupils in the history of journalism schools. On the face of it, it appears to be an endorsement of the Batista regime made especially for the Herald Tribune section and the important news that our president plans to revisit the island. Actually, it was nothing of the sort. Someone had taken news items and statements of the past, pasted them together, carefully eliminated the old dates, and made an ambiguous item out of it for the purpose of fooling the reader. On the next page there is a message from the Cuban president beginning with these remarkable words, "With the greatest affection I salute the great American journalist, the Hon. Lawrence de Basalt." This seems to be carrying an advertising joke or hoax too far. But this unknown and unheard of press agent or advertising man or whatever he is, does not return the salute. He sticks to the paymaster, the little dictator Batista, with a story, page 13, about the towering personality of Army Chief, the savior of his country. 40 pages of praise of sugar, tobacco, the school system, the heads of the Batista dictatorship, prize fighting, the army and again the military leaders. Not one word of the true situation in Cuba. Now whether the true situation is that a virtual fascist dictatorship exists, with the usual suppression. The Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 193 of freedom of speech, the press, assembly and labor unions, or whether there is merely a semi-dictatorial government. With arrest, imprisonment, and deportation of the editors, politicians and leaders of the opposition and the jailing of all those who oppose the militaristic regime of Batista, I do not know, but I do know that the Herald Tribune supplement story of the Cuban situation was false. Even if marked paid advertisement, it would have been unethical, it would have proven again the viciousness of the advertising system. But appearing as editorial matter, it was a million times as vicious and as reprehensible. Moreover, thanks to the publication by the Guild reporter of a confidential memorandum sent by Don Bridge, advertising director of the Times, to his staff, we have an exposure of one of the finest pieces of hypocrisy which has marked the downward path of the conservative press of America. The Herald Tribune, having published the supplement as editorial matter, later insisted that it be credited by the Publishers Association of New York with 40,000 lines of paid advertising in the same instance. In other words, the Herald Tribune, after having fooled its readers by not labeling a paid advertisement as such, later desired the credit which 40,000 lines makes in its standing as an advertising medium, and therefore admitted the truth to the trade. Mr. Sulzberger of the Times was greatly shocked by what he termed the disloyalty of a member of his staff in making the Bridge letter public, nevertheless it was a public service which the Guild reporter appreciated. The letter, a real journalistic expose, told how the Publishers Association held a special meeting to protest against measuring the Cuba Today section as paid advertising. Every newspaper present except the Herald Tribune vigorously opposed the measurement by media records of paid-for news matter as bona fide advertising. The feeling was strong among the publishers that advertisers and agencies must not be misled by the inclusion of paid-for propaganda as advertising lineage. 194. Cables and letters from Havana report that the section was arranged for directly with Batista and the Cuban Army Propaganda Bureau. The intermediary in the deal was one de Besa, also referred to as de Basalt. One Havana report states that the price paid to the Herald Tribune was between $25,000 and $30,000. The propaganda in the section was destined to promote favorable opinion in the United States for the Batista Army regime, which is endeavoring to set up a fascist 3-year plan. The Herald Tribune requested in a letter to Media Records that every line of the 40 pages be measured as advertising regularly charged and paid for. There was no display or other advertising in the section, only news articles and pictures. The section did not carry anywhere the word advertisement, which according to paragraph 2, section 537, of the Postal Regulations, must be printed on every page if the news text is paid for. Washington reports that the Herald Tribune has been cited for violation of the law. The law provides for a fine of $500. In a $25,000 or $30,000 deal, the sum is trivial. At that price, newspapers can afford to defy the postal regulations, just as they have defied the National Labor Relations Board and the Wagner Act. The reader will note that the Times advertising department exposed the Herald Tribune in a memorandum, and Mr. Sulzberger was angry at both his rival for perpetrating this trick and the Guild for mentioning the memorandum, but the Times did not comment editorially. Only liberal publications did so. The Post, The Nation, The New Republic, New Masses, and the Federated Press carried news items and editorials, and even the conservative publishers' organ, editor and publisher, denounced the episode, saying that the whole enterprise comes perilously close to the ethical line. It smashes the canons of the code of ethics into scrap iron, and editor and publisher talks about the ethical line. It proves that publishers have no ethics, wrote the Guild reporter. How? The Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 195 ever. Editor and publisher does state its disbelief in the Herald Tribune's picture of peaceful democratic Cuba and condemns the skillful counterfeit of news features. To the Nation, the incident is fairly typical of current journalistic ethics. It is a sign of the extent to which totalitarian morals and methods have penetrated public life, and indicates the tools that a fascist regime in this country would find ready to hand. It demands a thorough investigation by the State Department. If it is becoming more and more commonplace, despite the attack of purists and the students of semantics, to use the words conservative and fascist as synonyms. There are of course considerable differences, although every man who is a fascist is ipso facto a conservative, and the reverse is not necessarily true. It is true, however, that the man who founded fascism defined it as reactionary and anti-liberal. The Herald Tribune is not fascist. But it would not have great difficulties making peace with a future fascist regime. Such a change in government would come about through the machinations of a demagogue, the march of a veterans organization such as the American Legion, subventioned by reactionary associations of manufacturers and commerce, institutes such as financed fascism in Italy and Germany. The Herald Tribune can be said to be the voice in America of the National Association of Manufacturers and the United States Chamber of Commerce. In this newspaper you can read letters saying that nevertheless, a case can be made out for fascism, June 1, 1987, and great stories of Mussolini's accomplishments, December 28, 1937. When a reader protests that 2/3 of the statements made in the latter item are false, he receives a *Force and Consent, by Benito Mussolini, Gerarchia, March, 1923. 196. Letter from E. J. Toms, Secretary to the Editor, saying that the protest is being considered for publication, but no publication follows. In the Herald Tribune you can also find a letter prominently headlined Fascism in Mexico, which begins by saying, that Mexico has become a fascist state may have escaped the attention of the casual observer. That same week Mexico had become a red Bolshevik state in the Hearst Press and in the Los Angeles Times. It so happens that Hearst and Chandler and Reed, all three of them, are interested to the tune of millions in Mexican property. Mexico had become neither fascist nor communist, it was carrying out the 1917 Constitution. But it was hurting American big business. And big business everywhere is the enemy of progress. In the Spanish Civil War the New York Herald Tribune has been as fair as most newspapers, and frequently its strong editorials against the bloody Spanish fascists have been notable. But in Paris this same organization publishes a newspaper for the 500,000 or less American tourists who go to Europe every year, and in this sheet the Francoist advocacy of fascism has been published. There are stronger pro-fascists in America than the Herald Tribune editor in Paris, but they are of necessity diplomatic. In Paris the stark face of fascism is apparent. The matter was called to attention in New York by the publication in Leonard Lyon's gossip column * of the following paragraph. The editorial staff of the Paris Herald Tribune is somewhat disturbed these days. Before the paper goes to press each night, proofs of the Spanish Revolution stories are sent to a member of the Ogden Reed family who resides at the Hotel George V. There the proofs are checked over carefully and changes made. Loyalist troops is altered to Reds, Bolsheviks, or anarchists. And rebel army always is changed to patriots. Lyons Den, New York Post, September 2, 1937. The Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 197. Of the millions of Americans who have visited Paris since the Great War, not 1 in 100 has noted the fact that the 3 newspapers published there in the English language are generally pro-fascist, or that they indulge in red baiting, or that they have faked the news from time to time and published falsely captioned photographs to substantiate the fake news. The public misses these fine points in the everyday battle of freedom of the press, but there is not a newspaperman in Paris who does not know that these things happen. The Paris edition of the Chicago Tribune, now absorbed by the Herald, was pro-fascist for the simple reason that fascist European regimes advertise, democracies do not. Thus Primo de Rivera, first fascist dictator of Spain, made a contract with almost all the newspapers published in Paris, which was conditioned by active editorial support of his system. The advertisements did not say, "Buy a bottle of fascism today, it's good for what ails you." What they did say was that Spain was a fine country for tourists, that the new hotels were good, that the mountains were superb. Some people call this institutional advertising, others call it bribery. Mussolini and Italy did the same kind of advertising in the Paris Tribune. So did Pilsudski and Poland, likewise the Romanians, and the Portuguese, and other fascist dictators. So every time I went on a trip to the Balkans or visited a dictator country, I found that an advertising man from the Chicago Tribune had preceded me and sewed up the advertising there, promising that the Tribune editorial policy would be directed in favor of the particular brand of fascism prevalent. I must add, to be absolutely correct, that I do not believe that the editorial department of the Chicago Tribune in Chicago knew about these goings-on. But I have no doubt that the business office in Paris knew all about it. Did I say I have no doubt? I have in fact the documentary proof. And when it came to taking money from foreign governments, the Paris Herald was no more shy than the Paris Tribune. 198. The biggest advertiser among the fascists is Mussolini. As a result, news favorable to Mussolini is published, news unfavorable to Mussolini is suppressed. However, the Chicago Tribune never did endorse fascism. It suppressed news unfavorable to fascism, but it did not come out for fascism. In that way it differed from the Paris edition of the New York Herald. On Sunday, May 22, 1932, the leading editorial of the latter paper caused a sensation. I remember clipping it then because I could not believe my eyes. I have it right here on my typewriter now. I've had photostats made of it because no one in America will believe me when I say there is an actual instance of an American paper endorsing fascism and recommending fascism for the United States of America. Well, here is part of the column. The New York Herald. Lawrence Hills, editor and general manager. Fascism for America. The social phenomenon known today as fascism has existed in many countries. Whatever its special characteristic or name, it has always consisted essentially of a mobilization of moral force. The youth of Germany, ardent to reconstruct the pre-war ascendance and self-confidence of their race, calls itself fascist. The youth of Italy, bended to stem communism among the workers, note, this is an absolute falsehood. GS, and sluggishness and ineptitude in the public services call themselves fascist. The hour has struck for a fascist party to be born in the United States. In the face of the most critical financial situation in the history of the country, Washington presents the amazing spectacle of more special groups seeking to get their fingers in the national treasury than ever before. Someone will give the signal. It may be a mechanic, coming out of his engine room, wiping his hands upon oily waste, in the Herald-Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 199 despair at the insecurity of his home. It may be a veteran teacher like Peter the Hermit preaching a crusade shocked to find the holy sepulchre of our national liberty in the hands of vandals. It may be the clean youth and imagination of a Charles Lindbergh calling upon men of goodwill to join him in a party of law and order. It may be the sagacity and experience of a Henry Ford, summoning men to match the organization of the underworld with a still more potent organization. In every part of the country men are waiting for the call, and when it is heard, there will be a roar of assent from a million throats. The elements are assembled for the formation of this kind of fascism in the United States, composed of householders, heads of families and taxpayers. The stage is set. When in 1938 Hitler established fascism in Germany and in 1934 purged his party with bloodshed and murder, the Paris Herald took the matter in its stride. It retained the official government advertising, including one or two swastikas strewn among the items. I know of no other American publication which publishes the swastika daily. When Franco began his mutiny, the course of the paper, now amalgamated with the Chicago Tribune and inheriting the worst feature of both, was simplicity itself. Primo de Rivera, the first fascist dictator, had been a liberal advertiser. It was natural to suppose that Franco, the self-admitted fascist pretender to the dictatorial throne, would also advertise liberally in the Paris Herald-Tribune. And so he was supported. From the editorial staff of the Paris Herald-Tribune I learned that the city editor censors or kills all anti-fascist letters sent in by readers, and publishes all pro-Franco letters. Just to test out this statement I sent in several letters under many names, but none was used. It is true that a letter signed by my own name as correspondent of the New York Post protesting numerous lies in the letter department was used by this paper, but equally important letters sent by prominent persons, as for example, Robert Briffault, author 200 of Europa, were suppressed. I know that the letters to the editor department is not very important. The important fact is that orders on what to use and what to suppress have been given by those in authority. The editorial staff further informs me that in case the city editor overlooks an anti-fascist letter, it is killed in proof by managing editor Hawkins, and should he fail, the final stabbing is done by the editor and general manager, Mr. Hills himself. He has given the orders to one Lewis Harrell, an Irish Catholic philo-fascist journalist who is permitted to edit and censor the news on Spain. A curious sideline on this dirty business of coloring the news to suit the fascists was furnished to me by Minify, the correspondent of the New York Herald-Tribune in Spain. James M. Minify is one of the best, a truly objective journalist who writes without bias and color and who tells the truth, let the chips fall where they may. Mr. Minify noticed the coloring of the news on Spain, wondered about the U.P. dispatches being biased in his own paper, but said nothing until one day he began to notice that someone, presumably Harrell, was writing in reds for loyalists in his own cables. But that was not all. He tells me that whole items were changed, that parts were suppressed, that sometimes the exact opposite was printed of what he had written in the Paris, never in the New York edition. At first Minify tried to fight it out. He demanded that his stuff be published as written, but somehow this didn't work. It might have been stupidity, it might have been sabotage. Probably the latter. At any rate, here we have the astounding spectacle of a well-known journalist giving instructions to one of the two newspapers published by his own organization never under any circumstances to use his material because he could not trust it to use it honestly. What do you think caused the manhandling of your stuff in the Paris office? I asked Minify when I first met the Herald Tribune, Cuba, and Fascism 201 him in Valencia, one night just after the sirens had stopped calling alarm for an air raid. Pressure groups, he replied. There are plenty of American legionnaires in Paris on the fascist side, also pro-fascist church organizations. I have seen letters they have sent to Hill saying I am a red just because I was sending news from Madrid. In fact, a certain sister R demanded that the Paris H.T. stop publishing any news from the government side, her idea of objectivity being news exclusively from the fascist side. It is a fact